She had her doubts. Your Majesty, don't you think that if His Highness and I are seen together, it might hurt his reputation? I am just a divorced woman. If His Highness often stays with me and visits my courtyard, others might criticize me. He would be the target of gossip, and there are other princes in the court. If they find any mistake of his, they might use it against him. Wouldn't I be causing trouble for him? I thought the Empress would scold me after learning the truth, but I didn't expect her to ask me to take better care of the crown prince. The Empress truly is different from the women I know. Fu Shiwan sighed, feeling that the Empress's thoughts were very similar to hers, and she understood her well. Such an open-minded mother-in-law. If she and Xin Jirui were truly together, then the Empress would be her mother-in-law. Having such a wise and understanding mother-in-law would be a blessing she had worked hard for over many lifetimes. In later generations, meeting someone kind and considerate like a good mother-in-law is very rare. I never thought the Empress would be so enlightened. The Empress smiled and said, "It's nothing. If others want to talk, let them. What can they do about what the heavens or the earth say? Sitting here, many things I do are not because I truly want to, but just to get along with the officials and handle affairs. Most of it isn't my real wish, but I have no choice. As the Empress, I must be broad-minded and not jealous. Many things are beyond my control. I hope my own child can be more free to follow his heart. Besides, since you're already divorced and not married, what can others say? Do you have to carry the label of divorce for your whole life? It's not your fault. It's General Gu's fault. You're just caught up in it. You are more promising and ambitious than any other woman. Although your background isn't good, you've been struggling and working hard to improve yourself. I like girls like you, not those who accept their fate willingly. I think you have vitality. I like seeing you interact more with Shun Jirui." Fu Shiwan was very happy to hear this. She didn't expect the Empress to like her so much. Even knowing she was close to Shun Jirui, she didn't oppose it. Curious, Fu Shiwan asked, "Since the Empress told me to take care of the crown prince, I will do my best. But he's not a young child anymore. Why doesn't the Empress arrange a marriage for him? He doesn't want to marry, but he can't stay single forever. Shouldn't he marry and start a family early?" she asked cautiously. The Empress sighed and said, I have considered that. But when the Emperor and the officials hear about choosing a bride for him, they all pick the best, usually the daughter of a first or second-ranked official or a princess from a neighboring country. Since now they want him to inherit the throne, the princess is no longer an option because our Empress must not come from another country. The daughters of high-ranking officials are also disliked by him because of their strict rules and formalities. Actually, I don't have many expectations. As long as he likes someone who truly cares for him and is sincere, not after anything else, I can accept it. As long as his character passes my standards, I don't care about his family background. Some daughters of officials are good, some are not. Similarly, daughters from ordinary families can also have good morals. But the Emperor and the ministers always try to find the best match for Xin Jirui, and he doesn't like that. So things have dragged on until now. This also reminds me, the Emperor said that after the new year, he will start arranging a marriage for him. He can't keep ignoring it forever. He can't just refuse to marry forever. He doesn't even have children now. If he had children and passed the throne to them, the ministers would shut up and stop supporting other princes. It's time for him to settle down and start a family. When the Emperor was his age, he already had several children who could walk and crawl. He still isn't married, and I wonder why he's not in a hurry. Both the Emperor and I are hoping to have grandchildren.
Fu Shiwan listened.
After the new year? That's soon. Only a month or two left before the holiday. After the new year, she would start making arrangements for him. Indeed, even if the Empress is easy to get along with, the Emperor and the officials still find it hard to accept her. Ultimately, the decision rests with the Emperor. If the Emperor doesn't agree, how can it happen? They don't even look at daughters of officials below the second rank, let alone someone like her, an orphan with no family background, just an ordinary commoner. How could she be suitable for Xin Jirui? Her heart felt like it was poured over with cold water, losing all interest. She briefly exchanged a few words with the Empress, and then went to prepare food. She only instructed the cooks on how to prepare the dishes. The cooks followed her instructions, and during her free time, she could also chat with the daughters of officials, have a talk or two. Today's palace banquet was organized by the empress herself, so only some noble ladies attended, no men. Everyone gathered here to enjoy the plum blossoms and watch the snow scenery. The empress's palace is full of good energy. Although it was snowing heavily outside, inside the house, the charcoal fire was burning well, making it very warm. And these girls were also very thoughtful. They had heard that Queen Mother's son, Shinzurue, was very likely to inherit the future throne. Since they were not yet married or established, each girl dressed up beautifully and brought gifts, hoping to impress the Queen Mother and show their good manners. They hoped to be chosen as a consort for the prince someday, maybe even become the queen. Almost all the noble daughters in the court came this time. Fu Shiwan looked around and felt dazzled. Even though it was the middle of winter, the scene was like spring with flowers blooming everywhere. She was so overwhelmed by the beauty that she couldn't look away. She loved to see beautiful women. Girls not only liked handsome men but also enjoyed looking at beautiful women, especially those with good figures and pretty faces. She admired each one, found them all beautiful, but she no longer felt the excitement or admiration she used to when seeing pretty women. She found herself a bit annoyed. Each one was better than her, and she thought she was very ordinary, not as good-looking. Compared to these women, she felt she was easily overshadowed. She believed she had no right to compare herself to them, so she humbly lowered her head and hid in a quiet corner where no one could notice her. She tried to make herself less noticeable, but the beautiful women, like delicate flower buds, didn't want to hide their presence. They kept fixing their hairpieces and adjusting their clothes, afraid of being bumped or looked down upon by others. They also looked down on the outfits of other women. However, some women from higher ranks were still praised by women from lower families. They knew their status wouldn't catch the eye of the Queen Mother, so they wouldn't become the main consort of the prince in the future. But they hoped to flatter those who might become the main consort, especially daughters from noble families. If one day they married the prince, they might help themselves become a side consort or a concubine. In the future, if they inherited the throne, they could at least be considered noble ladies or princesses. They happily thought about this and focused their attention on other women. Meanwhile, Fu Shiwan could hear continuous praise. "Older sister, the hairpin on your head is so beautiful. It looks like a new product from Wanbao Pavilion. I've never seen such a fine one before. Only families like yours can afford such exquisite craftsmanship. It makes you shine even more. If the prince sees it, he will surely like it and be attracted to you." The woman who was praised proudly lifted her chin. She deliberately placed her hairpin in the most visible spot, so everyone could see it. But when her little scheme was exposed, she shyly said humbly, "Oh, it's just a simple hairpin, not as precious as you think. I was just wearing it for fun. Besides, this hairpin looks nice on anyone, no matter who wears it. Who says only when I wear it will I catch the attention of His Highness? Don't say that, or other sisters might hear. I was just dressing casually. After all, it's an invitation from the Queen. I can't dress too plainly, or just get by." But that wasn't really the case. She clearly wanted to look good. If she could meet the prince at the Queen's place, she might leave a deep impression on Shinzurue. Fu Shiwan looked over and saw that her hairpin sparkled brightly in the snowlight. It's just a broken hairpin. What's there to show off? She's obviously trying to attract the prince but won't admit it. Still pretending to be modest. It's probably because her father recently made a good deed, gained the emperor's favor, and got a reward to buy this hairpin. She's so proud of it. What's there to be proud of? The prince might not even notice her. A pretty hairpin is useless if the person wearing it isn't good-looking. She looks like that, and she expects the prince to like her? With her father's rank, the empress wouldn't choose her. She's just trying to act high and mighty, like she's above everyone. Truly, a poor girl pretending to be rich. That voice came from not far from Fu Shiwan. She looked over and saw that the woman also seemed to come from a well-off family. Fu Shiwan could tell from their clothes, hair accessories, speech, and attitude that these people had high social status. The way they looked down on others, not bothering to hide their pride, and their elegant dress all showed their noble background. People with high status don't look down on others, but don't envy them either. Those from lower classes tend to be cautious and eager to flatter. Fu Shiwan could tell the difference easily. This woman's confident words showed she had strong backing. They weren't competing just for themselves but for their family's reputation. Basically, they were showing off their family's power. Her voice was loud enough that others nearby could hear. Although people were talking quietly, she seemed to deliberately speak loudly enough for that woman to hear, attracting many glances toward her. Wow, sister, this fur is rare, black fox fur, very scarce. It must come from the snowy mountains in the northwest. My sister is truly fortunate. I have never seen a black fox before. Ordinary fox skins can sell for thousands of gold, but my sister's black fox fur coat is more noble and precious than the empress herself. A broken hairpin cannot compare to your black fox fur. Yes, I think this black fox fur is very high quality. It looks like it was carefully taken from the fox without any marks, as if a cute little fox is resting on my sister's shoulder. In this snowy landscape, her skin looks radiant, her lips red and teeth white. Her broken hairpin is on her head, and if you don't look carefully, you wouldn't notice it. It's clear that her black fox fur coat is more valuable. Two young women from noble families nearby agree with her. Fu Shiwan looks at it and thinks it's beautiful. Genuine fur has a natural shine, unlike fake fur. But she finds it very cruel. The woman said it was taken from the fox's head and tail intact, which is very harsh. She sees the fox's head on top and the tail draped over her shoulder. It doesn't look like a cute little fox resting and playing, but more like a creature begging for its life. A living creature, loved for its fur, was cruelly taken from it. Fu Shiwan doesn't think it's beautiful, but maybe it's worth a lot, as they say. The girl with the hairpin, feeling upset, steps forward. It's just a broken fox fur. What's so special about it? I have one too, and I can get as many as I want. Today, the Empress invited us to enjoy the snow. You're wearing such a black fox fur coat. The Empress sincerely worships, and the Dowager Empress advocates frugality. Wearing this coat isn't appropriate. If the Emperor sees, he might say you're harming creatures. How can a woman like you, who shows no mercy, catch the eye of the Empress? It's so luxurious. Why are you criticizing me? You're the same. The pure gold hairpin on your head is probably worth a lot, and those agate ornaments are expensive too. You say I'm wasteful, but what about you? Your clothes are just as extravagant.
Don't talk about me.
They start to argue. Actually, most people here are dressed simply and modestly. Even if the Empress sincerely worships, they can't wear plain clothes without being accused of disrespect. They might not be able to achieve their true goal of gaining Shinzurue's favor, so everyone is putting in their best effort, bringing all their gold and silver jewelry and everything valuable from their homes. The woman recognizes her easily and estimates her family situation as average. No one is better than anyone else. Since her father can't compete, he can only try other ways. Really? Your family has a lot. Do you really think this ink fox fur is just cheap stuff? You can have as much as you want. There are only a few ink foxes in the Northwest Snow Mountain, and this one was hard to catch when my father went there. If you say your family has many, I really want to visit your home someday and see if it's true. She doesn't believe it and exposes the girl's lie. The girl is indeed lying. Her family doesn't have ink fox fur, only a few fox skins. She just wants to show off. Now, many women are surrounding them, so she can't lose. If you want to see, go ahead. But it's just a torn skin. You're showing off like you have nothing else. This ink fox fur can only be worn in winter. Do you have a golden threaded dress? The Emperor gave it to me last year. He praised my graceful dance at the Summer Palace banquet, and I was specially rewarded with it. Do you have one? That golden threaded dress is wonderful. Cool to the touch, not damaged by the sun, and not wet by rain. That's real quality. Not like my sister, who is so cruel she relies on harming others to show her beauty, and depends on her father. I earned what I have through my own skills, and the emperor rewarded me. She brings up this point, making the woman angry. The ink fox fur was hers, made overnight, and she planned to wear it to the palace today. Everyone has some new things prepared, hoping to stand out at the palace banquet. Since she wore the ink fox fur, she's been praised, but now her broken golden threaded dress is overshadowing her. She doesn't hate it enough to be furious, but she refuses to admit defeat. The tension between them grows thicker, almost leading to a fight. Dancing well is impressive. You think just because you can dance and wear a golden threaded dress, the prince will notice you? With your looks, do you really think the prince will fall for you?
Dream on.
Just because you wear that hairpin, you think you can win the prince's heart?
Dream on. You're the one talking now.
And what about you? Everyone knows your family has a reckless older brother who never studies and only cares about gambling and flirting. Who would dare marry your daughter? Maybe one day your brother will bother her and cause trouble. Today, I am wearing this dark fox fur, but tomorrow I will have to sell it to cover your brother's debts. I once dreamed of marrying a prince and becoming a queen, but everyone here has similar hopes. You mock me, but aren't you thinking the same? The two of them argued more and more fiercely, and the empress was still inside. It looked like they might start a fight. Other women from official families didn't dare get involved. They didn't support either side and didn't want to offend anyone, so no one stepped forward to stop them. If they fought, it would disturb the empress. Seeing them get closer and ready to throw punches, Fu Shiwan signaled to Shiyu and Shiyi to step in and separate them. Fu Shiwan didn't want to cause trouble, but as a guest of the empress, if these two ladies fought, it could cause unrest at court. She tried her best to get Shiyu and Shiyi to break them apart, but ended up getting involved herself. The two ladies looked at her with confusion. They didn't recognize her and had never seen her before. They didn't know which family she was from. But her two maids beside her seemed familiar and impressive. They didn't offend anyone and didn't speak first. Instead, Fu Shiwan began to reason with them. Everyone is here for the Empress's palace banquet. The host of this banquet is naturally the Empress. No matter how beautiful or fancy your dresses are, the main guest is still the Empress. No one can compare to her. As for other thoughts, they don't matter. It all depends on the Empress's decision. Today, we're just here to enjoy the snow. Please keep your minds clear and don't think about causing trouble. If you fight and disturb the Empress, it will be hard for you to explain to your families. She was trying to help them and remind them kindly. But these two women, in their anger, looked at her. They didn't know her and had never seen her before. They didn't know which family she belonged to. She was almost 20, so she looked like an older girl. They were only 15 or 16, and she seemed older than them. Her simple clothes didn't look fancy or noble, so they started mocking her.
Who are you?
Despite her age, she still came to the princess's palace feast. Which young lady dares to speak badly of us here? I think you came to attend this palace performance just to enjoy the snow? You're so old now, why not find a husband and get married? Coming to the palace to join the princess's performance seems like you're pretending to be sensible and proper, even trying to mediate. You also said that the host of this banquet is the Empress. So, when did it become your place to scold us? Do you really see yourself as the mistress here? His Highness probably wouldn't look at you. At your age, you still want to compete with us. You only have some looks left, but you're already an old maiden. Still dreaming of the prince? That's laughable. The woman dressed in dark fox fur is quite fiery in temper, perhaps because of her high family status, so she keeps insulting Fu Shiwan. Other young ladies from noble families also look at Fu Shiwan, some recognizing her from past banquets. Ah, isn't that a daughter from some noble family? She looks familiar. I think she's from General Gu's household. I saw her at the palace before. As she says this, others recall that they've also attended palace banquets. The Mid-Autumn Palace feast is still fresh in their minds, and thinking carefully, they realize who she is. But recently, they've also heard rumors in the capital. Soon, the woman in dark fox fur sneers dismissively. Some daughter from General Gu's family? She's just a divorced woman. She wants to get into the palace?
Who knows what she's up to?
And she even dares to come out and think she can help the Empress handle official matters? She's just a woman from a farmstead. I thought she was some noble lady. You're flattering yourself. Go back to your countryside, stay on your farm, and stop coming here. Are you here to cook for the Empress? Then go back to your kitchen. Don't interfere with our affairs. Who do you think you are? Her words are harsh, but Fu Shiwan can endure them. Even the other young ladies, no matter how low their official rank, feel more confident when facing Fu Shiwan. At least their fathers are officials in the court. But Fu Shiwan is just an orphan girl from the countryside, a woman who married and then divorced. She previously caused trouble in the capital, and now they all mock her together. They can't offend others easily, but can they say a few words to Fu Shiwan? She has no backing behind her, so insulting her can satisfy their inner feelings of inferiority. So it was her all along. I heard she was having an affair with another man, which is why she wanted to divorce General Gu. When she forced General Gu to marry her back then, it caused a big fuss in the capital. Later, after General Gu returned, he kept insisting on a divorce. It seems they've already been involved with someone else for these past 3 years. A woman like her shouldn't even be allowed into the palace to attend banquets. She only has good cooking skills, which is why the Empress Queen favors her so much. Women like her, standing among us, tarnish the air around here. I don't want to be in the same place as her, said the woman, pinching her handkerchief over her nose in disgust. I've also heard about the divorce between General Gu and her. It's already the talk of the town. She must be quite capable. Most women can only get a formal separation letter, but she managed to get General Gu to write her a divorce document. How does she do it? She's just a farmer girl from a village, with no parents or family support. Yet, she managed to get General Gu to sign a divorce paper. It shows she's really skilled. Even though her background isn't great, she has some tricks up her sleeve. Even as an older girl, she managed to get into the palace and gain the Empress's favor. That's no easy feat. We shouldn't offend her. Who knows what she might do behind our backs?
Exactly.
Without some skills, how could she have divorced him? How could she have entered the palace? Look at the palace maids. Many of them come from much better families than hers. She's even taken over the Zue Xianglu. Although the rumors about her and the shopkeeper of Zue Xianglu being involved have been cleared up, I still find it hard to believe. How could a woman like her get into Zue Xianglu? Running a business? That's a joke. Women shouldn't be out of the house, neglecting their duties as wives and mothers, running around exposing themselves. What's proper about that? She's not even concerned about her reputation as a daughter. Now she's in the palace, appearing before the emperor. That's just tarnishing His Highness's eyes. This palace banquet was hosted personally by the Empress. After everyone took their seats, Shen Jirue would also arrive. It was supposed to be a small matchmaking event, held every winter and again in spring when the flowers bloom. As the Empress's biological son, Shen Jirue would naturally attend to congratulate his mother. That's why everyone was so eager to dress up and look their best. This banquet was meant for all the officials' families, and ladies could come too. The daughters of these families were also allowed to attend, but the ladies understood the real reason behind the queens hosting this event. So, they only sent their daughters into the palace and chose not to come themselves. Therefore, only young, beautiful women were present, waiting for Shen Zirui to choose from them. They were still preparing and hadn't sat down yet because the queen hadn't finished her makeup. So, they were outside chatting. Fu Shiwan suddenly joined their conversation, opening the door for discussion. Look at her, she has the look of a sly fox. She's a rural woman, but her hands are not rough, and her face isn't dark. She's well-groomed, just like us. She must have used tricks. Being the main wife of General Gu is already a big deal, more than just luck. But she's divorced now, which makes General Gu look bad. At first, they forced her into marriage, making General Gu look bad. Now that they've divorced, General Gu has become the joke of the capital. Even though she's older, she might have some special talent that can attract the prince. If that happens, we won't have to worry anymore. That's impossible. Even if the prince liked her, would the queen and the emperor agree? She's a woman who's been married before, and her status doesn't match the prince's. At most, she could be a maid for the prince, nothing more. Expecting her to marry the prince as a concubine? That's impossible. The queen is just flattering her now because of her cooking skills. If she were to become the princess's daughter-in-law, they'd definitely consider her character and morals. She's just dreaming about marrying the prince. Completely unrealistic. They kept talking, and Fu Shiwan could hear all their gossip and slander clearly. She didn't want to run away because if she did, they would just talk worse. It seemed like they had hit a nerve, so she hurriedly left, standing alone against all these rumors. Everyone, you should have proof before you speak. When have you seen this with your own eyes? Everything has been clarified. Why are you still gossiping behind their backs? As ladies from officials' families, you should rely on evidence. Just talking with your words doesn't make it true. Are there any rules or laws left in this world? If the queen hears how you're tarnishing my reputation here, how will she see you?
Think about that.
If it is true, you can say whatever you like. But since it is no longer true and has been clarified by Gu Chongfeng himself, you still insist on gossiping here. Are you unable to understand words, or are you just being rude? Fu Shiwan can no longer tolerate being spoken about like this. She rarely speaks harshly, but hearing a few women from noble families daring to openly oppose her, they already raised their hands, stepped forward, and prepared to slap her. After all, she has no official position, no parents, and is just a commoner. Hitting her would be easy. However, they overlooked the two maids beside her. Before their hands could land, they were grabbed and pushed back by Shiryu. The woman who was about to hit Fu Shiwan took several steps back, clutching her wrist with a look of disbelief as she looked at her. You've gone too far. How dare you hit me in the queen's palace? Do you know my father holds a high official position? How dare you hit me? Fu Shiwan was no longer afraid. If she had the ability, she would compare family backgrounds, constantly mentioning her father and her family status. Without those, what was she? She stepped forward to warn her. Yes, I hit you. Do you have any objections? You started it. I was only defending myself. Isn't that okay? You slandered me and I didn't attack you first. I only warned you. Now you want to hit me? Having a good family background makes you so special? If your father knew you were using his position to act recklessly outside, he might not even recognize you as his daughter. Or perhaps he tolerates your behavior. In that case, the crown prince and the emperor should investigate. Children of officials are all rebellious now, walking around freely in the capital. Seeing Fu Shiwan become more assertive, the women from noble families no longer dared to be arrogant. First, because Fu Shiwan dared to argue with them, and second, because she had two skilled maids with her. They couldn't fight them. Everyone retreated to the side, whispering and gossiping, mostly about damaging her reputation. Fu Shiwan chose not to argue further with them. The empress quickly finished her grooming and was called in to take her seat. Fu Shiwan returned to the kitchen to make the final arrangements. Soon, a variety of desserts and hot dishes were served. These were all made by Fu Shiwan's own cooking skills. The dishes were served all at once. Fu Shiwan was also on the invited list, sitting in the front row near the empress. However, the seat next to the empress was left empty on purpose for Shen Jirue. When Fu Shiwan sat down in her special seat, all the young ladies from noble families felt upset. Why could she sit so close to the front? What is her status? What is the background of her family? Why does her seat seem higher than theirs? Some confident women from good families asked the empress, Your Majesty, do you know who the young lady sitting above is? We have never seen her before. Since she has gained your favor and arrived late, she can still sit in the main seat. Could the empress kindly introduce her to us? This one? She is a distinguished guest I specifically invited. All the snacks and food on the table were made by her. She is a guest, not a daughter of any family. If she isn't a daughter of a noble family, then sitting there might be inappropriate. That seat is just below the empress and the crown prince. We are not qualified to sit there. She is just a cook, and it's not proper to sit in such a position. The empress had asked her to sit there, and she was favored by the empress. The young lady from the noble family seemed unable to tell the difference between the high and low ranks, trying to use etiquette to challenge the Empress. The Empress's face clearly darkened. I wonder who is so aggressive. If you're unhappy with the seating arrangement, just leave. This big banquet doesn't need you. If you dislike the high seat, go back to your home and sit wherever you want. No one will stop you, even if you sit on the roof. Shin Zirui arrived late. When he heard someone bothering Fu Shiwan, he responded angrily. He didn't know who was speaking, but his voice echoed throughout the hall, and everyone could hear. Some people felt relieved that they hadn't caused trouble themselves. They didn't expect this woman to be able to withstand the Crown Prince's favor, and that the Crown Prince would defend her so strongly. The woman who spoke immediately changed her tone and flattered, "Your Highness, you misunderstood me. I was just curious and asked a question. I didn't mean to interfere." "Really? I think you wanted to interfere. Now you're trying to explain? This banquet no longer welcomes you. Guards, take this young lady home." Shun Zirui ordered someone to drag her away, regardless of her family or official rank. He didn't care about offending anyone, he simply wanted to remove her. After such a warning to scare others into obedience, the remaining people became much more obedient. Although they were hostile towards Fu Shiwan, they always wore a smile, knowing they couldn't afford to offend her. After dealing with this troublesome person, Shun Zirui continued walking forward, approaching Fu Shiwan, and sat down beside her. Seeing Shun Zirui as the center of attention at the banquet, everyone's eyes were on him. He boldly sat next to her without hiding his actions. She hesitated and moved slightly away, quietly reminding him, "Your seat is over there. Why are you sitting here? So many eyes are watching, even the Empress is looking. Please, go away quickly." She lowered her head and subtly moved her lips, quietly urging him to leave. But since Shun Zirui had already sat down, he wouldn't leave easily. Fu Shiwan intended to keep her distance from him, avoiding him as much as possible, but Shun Zirui kept moving closer. He even picked up her chopsticks from the table and tasted her cooking. As expected, your dishes suit my taste. The palace chefs haven't learned the essence yet. It has to be you." Fu Shiwan felt almost embarrassed. Shun Zirui could sit anywhere, but he chose to sit beside her and even used her chopsticks. She hadn't used them yet, but everyone was watching. She could feel the envious, jealous eyes almost burning her. All these girls in the palace seemed to be vying for Shun Zirui. He sat openly beside her, sharing the same dishes, while the Empress looked on kindly, but Fu Shiwan felt guilty. Because she and Shun Zirui had mutual feelings, she felt very nervous and dared not look up. She just wanted to quickly persuade him to return to his own seat. "All right, how long are you going to keep eating? You have your own seat and your own things upstairs. Why sit here? So many people are watching. If you don't go back soon, I'll really get angry." Fu Shiwan was anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. She wasn't ready to reveal everything to everyone yet. The others had just spoken, and she didn't want to offend so many people all at once. She could offend them gradually, but not all at once. She still needed to stay in the palace, and now wasn't the best time to make a public announcement. She was worried Shun Zirui might do something reckless, so she hurriedly urged him to leave. Shun Zirui originally just wanted to tease her for fun. When he saw her getting angry, he quickly stood up and sat back in his place, knowing that the Empress was fond of him. His wild behavior didn't seem to bother her. Instead, she looked at him with loving eyes. "Since it's snowy outside and the roads are slippery, is it still easy to walk?" "Don't worry, mother. The snow in the palace has already been cleared. The roads are fine. Actually, if you want to enjoy the snow, the scenery outside the palace is much better. It's a pity that mother can't leave the palace to see it, especially the countryside. That's truly beautiful." It was clear he was in a good mood and deliberately teasing the Empress. She knew he was doing it on purpose and scolded him gently. "You're just being mischievous. You know I can't go out, but you still talk about how beautiful the outside is to attract me. It makes me want to go. But enough of that. The snow scenery inside the palace isn't worse than outside." Fu Shiwan saw a hint of sadness on the Empress's face. Although she said the palace snow scene wasn't as good as outside, she was longing for the freedom beyond the palace walls. Even if the outside snow wasn't as beautiful, it represented a broader world, the freedom the Empress had always wished for. She was free now, but the Empress never truly could be. Unless the Emperor deposed her, there would never be a day when they could part ways peacefully. If she were deposed, her entire family would be ruined. She had to put her personal desires aside for the sake of her family. Shunzurue also sensed the Empress's mood and comforted her. "Mother, don't be sad. Perhaps when I get married someday, you'll be able to leave the palace and see the outside scenery. Even just once would be good." This was surprising. Shunzurue rarely talked about marriage, so the Empress immediately forgot her earlier unhappiness and looked at him with curiosity. Was he not someone who didn't want to marry? Why did he suddenly say this? Did he have someone he liked? That's why she suddenly had this idea. She told the princess that as long as a person has a decent family background and good character, she would immediately arrange a marriage for him. She also said that he was quite old now and should start looking for a match soon. Fu Shiwan looked at Shunzurue, who was also looking at her. She quickly looked away to hide her nervousness. After returning, she definitely needed to scold Shunzurue for not hiding his feelings at all, for not pretending, and for hiding their relationship. Was he really so afraid others would see through him? She had to help him by avoiding eye contact herself. Shunzurue smiled freely. "I do like her, but not really. She's not willing to be open about us, so I won't tell my mother yet. If she gets involved, it might ruin everything. I'm still working on it." His words caught the queen's interest. "Really? Which girl has such a strong personality that even you look down on her?" "She seems to suit me. I won't tell the emperor yet either. When you're ready, you can tell him yourself. But it can't take too long. I give you a deadline. By the Lunar New Year, you must give me an answer and a clear explanation." Shunzurue thought the time was enough. They were talking loudly here, and the women sitting below naturally felt annoyed. They caught a hint that the prince had someone he liked. The women looked at each other in confusion. Could one of them be the one? If the prince already liked someone, what were they still doing here? Why did they come dressed so beautifully to this banquet? Wouldn't they just become a joke? Some of them had already caught the prince's favor and were even teasing him. The prince protected her, so how could they get close? They dressed carefully, prepared to join the palace banquet and compete for the prince's affection. But he didn't pay any attention to them and wouldn't even look at them. If they had known it would be like this, they wouldn't have come. All their efforts were wasted. Seeing the clothes and jewelry they wore for the palace banquet, they felt furious. And looking at the handsome, talented prince, they wondered which woman could be so blind as to ignore him and refuse to accept his affection. These girls were angry and wary of each other. Could the one the prince liked be among them? Who was so ungrateful? They could ignore the prince's feelings entirely. If I had known earlier, what would it matter if they attended this palace banquet? They even dressed up like clowns. After hearing this, Fu Shiwan's head drooped even lower, afraid to lift it. So many people here are testing and watching each other, each suspecting the others are the person Shunzurue mentioned. Only she knows who Shunzurue was talking about. Her heart felt guilty and uneasy, so she tried to hide her nervousness by eating. The Empress Dowager also looked at her with meaningful eyes. "I don't expect you to find a perfect girl. As long as her character is good, polite, and most importantly, someone you like who can take care of your daily life, and if you both like each other and can live happily, that is enough." The Empress Dowager looked at Fu Shiwan. Shunzurue seemed to sense her feelings and understood that his mother liked Fu Shiwan. He leaned close and whispered, "Mother might already have someone in mind? Among so many people, is there someone she prefers? Feel free to tell me. If they are quite similar, I think Mother can be at ease. I've noticed she's been watching Fu Shiwan. Do you like women like her?" As music and dancing filled the hall, Shunzurue leaned near the Empress Dowager and spoke softly into her ear. No one else could hear them, not even Fu Shiwan sitting so close, as they were discussing her quietly. The Empress Dowager looked at Fu Shiwan. She truly liked her. If she were to become her daughter-in-law, she would agree. but some things still didn't meet her standards. She is indeed very good. I like her very much. She has a strong spirit, which I lack and admire. It's also something most women in the capital do not have. I really like her. However, she has already been married, so the officials in the court probably wouldn't allow it. Besides, her family background is a bit ordinary. I am very satisfied with her personally, with no issues. But because of these reasons, I wouldn't agree. Even if I did, your father and the other officials wouldn't approve. Shunzuerwei was about to feel happy, not expecting these reasons, but his mother's concerns surprised him. He hurriedly explained, but even if she's been married before, so what? Several empresses in previous dynasties were also married before, yet they later helped support the new emperor and were respected by everyone. What's wrong with getting married? It's not her fault. She also hopes to find a good husband quickly and grow old together. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. On the night she married General Gu, he left immediately for the border. When he returned, they never consummated the marriage. It's almost like they never married at all. The empress turned to look at Shunzuerwei. Why would he speak so kindly about such a girl? She only mentioned it casually, yet Shunzuerwei seemed to take it seriously. Could it be that his thoughts are truly on this girl? She looked thoughtful. Why are you so upset? I was just speaking casually. Besides, someone of her status wouldn't be accepted by others. Your marriage isn't just approved by the emperor and me. Many others have opinions. Forget about Fu Shirwan. I think it's good for you to be friends with her, but as a wife, she's not suitable for you. Hearing this, Shunzuerwei looked sad. He always thought his mother liked Fu Shirwan very much. He believed she would be the first to agree. But he didn't even pass his mother's test, let alone the emperor's or the officials. If he can't get past the first hurdle, how can he face the others? Does marrying someone really carry such a big stain? Are their social statuses and backgrounds just destined to keep them apart? Shunzuerwei sat lost in thought for a long time. When he looked up, he realized Fu Shirwan had disappeared. A few noble ladies had come forward with wine cups to toast him. They understood clearly. Since the crown prince already liked a girl who might become his main wife, the position of side consort was still undecided. If he becomes emperor, his side consort could become a noble consort or empress, making the entire family proud. So, their thoughts shifted, and they focused on Shunzuerwei again. They kept coming to toast him one after another. Shunzuerwei didn't really want to drink. After a few sips, he hurried out to find Fu Shirwan. He searched for a long time before spotting her sitting alone in a quiet pine forest. She was dressed very simply. In the cold snow, she looked like a beautiful picture, sitting upright with a slender figure, delicate yet resilient. Shunzuerwei quickly took off his cloak and walked behind her, draping it over her shoulders. A warm feeling enveloped Fu Shirwan. When she turned around and saw Shunzuerwei, she came to her senses. Why are you here? I looked up and saw you were gone, so I came out to find you. Why are you sitting here alone in the cold snow? Isn't it cold outside? You're dressed so lightly. If you catch a cold, it won't be good. Shunzu not only draped his coat over her, but also rubbed her arms back and forth to pass warmth. He held Fu Shirwan's hand, which had turned icy. Her skin was so pale it looked like it was bleeding. She had been sitting here for a while. He frowned slightly. Your hands are so cold. You might catch a serious cold. Why didn't you wear more clothes when you went out? How long have you been outside? Hurry back inside to warm up. Fu Shirwan shook her head. I don't want to go. I don't fit in there. It's full of wealthy young ladies. Even if I come from a low family, I am still a government official's daughter. I have no family background or reputation, and sitting in such a high position, all the girls look at me with hatred. I can't handle that pressure, and I don't want to stay there. So I came out to get some fresh air. I feel comfortable here. She breathed in the outside air, listening to the sound of snow melting. The snowy world was pure and untouched. There was a faint scent of trees and snow water. The natural smell made her feel refreshed, much better than sitting inside smelling perfume and vinegar fumes. Shunzu knew she was overthinking. He pinched her hand and transferred his body heat to her. His big hand wrapped around her small hand, trying to warm her up and comfort her. It's no big deal. Even if their family backgrounds are good, I don't like them. To me, they all look the same, with similar status. No matter how they dress or how they look, they're just ordinary people, not as bright as you. I asked my mother to arrange that position for you. Without you, this banquet couldn't happen. You made so much delicious food. Of course, you should sit there. And you don't need to care about their eyes. I told you, no matter how good their family background, they're not as good as you. They fight and scheme every day. Marrying them would only bring trouble. It's better to marry you. You don't have such bad intentions. Even if you're targeted, you're just sitting here breathing fresh air alone. That was indeed one of Fu Shiwan's strengths. But she wasn't without temper. She just couldn't show it because these people were all of higher status than her. She looked at Shinjirue, so handsome and admired by many women. He now excelled in every way, shining even brighter than before at Lushui village, and everyone was vying for him. At that time, Fu Shiwan was the wife of the Gu family. She thought Shinjirue was just a poor beggar at Lushui village, an orphan with no parents. Back then, she was above him, caring for him, looking after him, and helping everyone find solutions. Shinjirue always worked hard for her, doing things for her. She thought he was just a kind-hearted young boy. But when his true identity was revealed, he was a high-ranking prince, while she, after her divorce, was just an ordinary merchant with a little money. She only had some money because she worked for him. Fate was truly ironic. Fu Shiwan thought for a moment and felt that being with Shinjirue was too difficult and impossible. Their statuses were so different that even in later generations, it seemed unlikely they could truly be together. She felt there was no need to try for something that wouldn't happen. I've thought about it a lot. Maybe I should just give up and stop trying. I see those girls are also good. They each have their own beauty, family background, and talents. Marrying me wouldn't help you at all. On the contrary, if you marry one of them, it could greatly benefit your future. You could use their family's influence to strengthen your position in the court. Marrying me wouldn't help you, and might even make you a joke. Gu Chongfeng already tried for you, so why should you repeat the same mistake? Seeing Fu Shiwan hesitate again, Shinjirue was sure that the women in the palace had upset her, making her feel uncomfortable and leading her to overthink. She was probably feeling insecure, comparing herself to those girls. No matter how she retreated or hesitated, he kept holding her hands tightly, looking at her with deep affection and seriousness. Don't overthink or doubt my feelings for you. Don't stop believing in me. I am firmly choosing you. I've said before that I've never tried so hard to please a woman. My feelings for you are clear to everyone. Don't doubt or pull away. I've been moving closer to you, but you keep stepping back. How can we stand side by side if that's the case? I want to tell you that love can overcome any difficulty. As long as we like each other, no obstacle is too big. Don't look at those girls who are more talented or come from better families and feel inferior. Look at what they lack compared to you. Are they as strong as you? Are they as independent? Are they as good at cooking as you?
These are things they cannot match you in.
They might be the ones feeling insecure, not you. So, why should you feel inferior? Fu Shiwan listened and laughed. Shun Zuerui really knows how to comfort people. But she truly didn't want to burden him. In those palace dramas, men usually don't marry ordinary women who don't help them. If Shun Zuerui could marry a woman from a good family, it would help him a lot in the future. Relying only on himself, his path would be very difficult. On the other hand, marrying a woman from a good family would make his future easier. To make him hesitate, Fu Shiwan deliberately made things difficult for him. I know you care about me, but I've lost hope in love. I don't like sharing my husband with other women. I never thought this way before, but when I saw Gu Chongfeng bring Song Jianma back that day, my heart completely died. I realized I don't want to share my husband with anyone else. I want to be with him for a lifetime. So, we are not suitable. You will sit on the throne someday, and your palace won't only have me. That's impossible. I can't accept sharing my husband with other women, watching him go into other women's rooms and have children with them. I can't accept that. Although I don't deserve to have such thoughts because of my status, I still want to try.
I want to see if I can find a man like that.
But you definitely won't. Your harem will be filled with women chosen because of your preferences or interests. I don't believe a man in such a high position will truly stay faithful to just one woman forever. Fu Shiwan deliberately used this to make him hesitate. Actually, she might not be completely against sharing a man, since in her time, that's what was normal. But if she truly loved Shinzuerue, she would be jealous and upset if he was with other women. She used this condition to make Shinzuerue back off. If he wanted to become emperor later, his harem would have many women given to him. Some he liked. She didn't believe a man in such a position would really stay loyal to only one woman for his whole life. Moreover, in this era, having 3 wives and concubines was legal. Unlike later times when laws limited each man and woman to only one spouse, here it was permitted for men to have multiple wives and concubines, especially if they were the ruler of the country. It's impossible for him to only stay with one woman. That would be a joke. She intentionally said this to make Shinzuerue retreat, thinking about future difficulties. It's better to cut ties early than to start something that might cause both of them pain later. No man can love beautiful women and not be tempted. Even if he agrees now, he might not be able to stay faithful in the future. Fu Shiwan was honest with him about this. After hearing this, Shinzuerue sneered disdainfully. He was surprised that Fu Shiwan was testing him this way, not trusting him even on this point. He didn't understand what she was worried about. I told you before, I don't like other women. To me, they are all the same. Since I chose you, I won't choose them anymore. If you're worried, I won't marry anyone else in the future. I don't have any women in my house now. Don't you know what kind of person I am? No matter what other men are like, I am just as you see me. Don't compare me to other men. I am different from them.
You don't need to worry about that.
I only want you. I don't need the throne. I can give up the throne if someone more capable takes it. It doesn't have to be me. I can support the future emperor. Shinzuerue assured Fu Shiwan that he didn't understand what she was worried about, but he knew she lacked confidence and was afraid of being overshadowed by other women. However, she didn't realize how deep his feelings for her were, so deep that she was now indispensable to him. Fu Shiwan didn't believe good things could happen to her. She was afraid. During her days with Gu Changfeng, she realized she wasn't worthy of such treatment and didn't deserve it. Even though Shinzuerue had promised her, she couldn't bring herself to believe it. No, really, it's better not to. If someone more capable than you could take the throne, the emperor wouldn't insist that you inherit it. Even if you resist and refuse, they still want you to take the position. That shows no one is better than you. Since you are a prince, you must take responsibility for this country. You have the duty to become emperor. It's impossible for me to be the only woman, and I cannot sit on the throne as empress. You cannot be so selfish. You were born a prince, enjoying wealth and the love of the people. Because of that, you must give up some of your freedom. These things make it impossible for you to be capricious. You should listen to me and stop thinking about me. Fu Shiwan wants to tell him not to waste time on her. After thinking carefully, she feels they have no future together, so there's no need to waste more time. But Gu Changfeng is stubborn. Fu Shiwan keeps retreating, but he won't step back or let go. Since she no longer wants to get close to him, if he really releases her as she says, he would be missing out on something important. Finally, the day she leaves the palace has come. He will not let her go easily. I've tried so hard, worked desperately to get close to you, to win your favor. Clearly you like me and I like you. I waited a long time for this day, when you leave the palace. I begged my father and mother to invite you in, to show your skills and impress everyone, especially my mother. Then, they gave you a royal decree to leave the palace. I've been busy taking care of everything for you just to be closer to you and spend more time with you.
All my feelings are focused on you.
If you keep retreating and pulling away, then all my efforts will be wasted. I won't give up on you, and I won't do as you say. In the harem, there are many women who serve no real purpose. The so-called concubines and wives are just there to increase the family's prosperity. If you and I have a few more children, the officials won't gossip so much. I want a life with you, just the two of us forever. I think that's good and fair. Honestly, Gu Chongfeng's indecisiveness bothers me. Even my father, the emperor, loves my mother deeply, and I think he might not be entirely happy about it. So I will do as you say, because this is my marriage and my harem. If the officials keep interfering, what am I supposed to do as emperor? I might as well be a puppet doing whatever they tell me. Shun Zirui tightly holds Fu Shiwan's arm, not letting her go. Even through thick clothes, she can feel his strength. She hesitates, looking at him, unsure whether to agree. But she feels hope is very slim, so maybe it's better not to try. He didn't want to waste time just delaying her or wasting time on her, but seeing Shinzurue's firm expression, she couldn't help but have some hope. Not wanting to miss the chance and wanting to try, Shunzurue saw her hesitation and promised her, "Give me a month. If within this month the emperor and empress do not accept you, and the officials also do not accept you, then you can leave whenever you want. I won't stop you. If you still want to be with me, then let's continue. 1 month. If I can't do it and you want to stay or leave, I won't stop you. How about that? You can't just abandon me like this. You should give me some time to try. I only ask for 1 month. After that, you can make your choice." Shinzurue was so humble as to ask for just 1 month from Fu Shiwan. A month was neither too long nor too short, and Fu Shiwan thought it was acceptable. She nodded, looked at Shinzurue, and inexplicably believed in him. She felt he could do it, even though she didn't know why. She was willing to trust him. If he truly worked hard and failed within this month, she could let him give up. At least it would be fair to everyone. She agreed, "All right, as you said, 1 month. If you can't do it, I won't stay in the capital anymore. I will go far away to a small town and open my own restaurant. I will live my life peacefully. I will disappear from your world, stop trying to make myself noticed, so you won't miss me, and I can focus on my own life." Fu Shiwan had already decided how she would live in the future. She might go to a remote small city, open her own restaurant, and live out her days peacefully. In any case, she would leave Shinzurue's world, no longer trying desperately to stay in his sight, so he wouldn't be unable to forget her. She would consciously step back. But Shinzurue didn't seem very happy when he heard this. He hadn't done anything yet and the month hadn't even passed, yet Fu Shiwan was so passive. He wanted to argue with her, but he couldn't bring himself to speak. He wanted to prove himself through actions, not words. Now she was like this, not listening to anything, feeling extremely insecure. He wanted to show her his sincerity. Since everything had been agreed upon, at least Fu Shiwan wouldn't leave him within this month. He took her hand and said, "Let's go. The palace banquet isn't over yet. We've been out for so long. Later, Mother will start to worry." He held Fu Shiwan's hand and prepared to head back. Fu Shiwan looked down and pulled her hand back. "You should go back first. I will return later. If we go back together, the ladies in the main hall might be upset and emotional. To avoid misunderstandings, let's go back one after the other." Fu Shiwan didn't want to make her feelings public. She couldn't handle the gossip. Right now, she didn't want to listen to it. Shunzurue saw she wasn't in a good mood and probably still recovering, so he respected her opinion and went back first. Fu Shiwan turned and went to the small kitchen, prepared a few warm desserts, then brought a piece back. This way, she could say she was helping in the back kitchen and others wouldn't say anything. They had been out for a while, and the palace banquet was about to end. The Empress ate the new food Fu Shiwan prepared, feeling sweet and warm inside, very happy. "What is this? You always have some new things, and I wonder how many surprises I don't know about. Guess for yourself." The Empress's happiness is the greatest compliment to me. Fu Shiwan smiled and agreed. She also took a few sips. She had been outside in the cold for a while. Although Shunzurue's cloak kept her warm, she was still cold at first, and her cheeks looked a little pale. After the banquet, she returned to her courtyard and lit a fire in the middle of the night. Feeling thirsty and cold all over, The blanket on her felt like it wasn't there, and she was sweating cold. She kept coughing and, while staying outside on guard, heard her cough and couldn't help but open the door to light a candle and check. Seeing Fu Shiwan's face flushed, eyes half closed, sweat dampening her hair and sticking it to her forehead, Shenzurue reached out to feel her temperature. It was very hot, so he quickly withdrew his hand. Fu Shiwan kept calling out that she was cold. Shenzurue immediately placed the candle on the table and took out more blankets from the wardrobe to cover her. Feeling heavy things pressing on her, Fu Shiwan finally felt some safety, but she was still cold and very thirsty. Her body was burning so badly that her water was almost gone. How could she not be thirsty? Shenzurue hurried to pour some water and feed her, but a person with a fever and cold had no strength and felt very uncomfortable. It was hard to take care of her alone, so he quickly went to get help. Fu Shiwan drifted into a light sleep. Suddenly, she felt herself being lifted up. It was very cold, but in the next moment, her back was warm, and she leaned against something very warm. Covered with a thick blanket, she felt a warm heat on her back, and her cold hands clenched tightly. She was burning with fever and became somewhat confused, blinking a few times before falling back into unconsciousness. Shenzurue was the first to rush over, holding Fu Shiwan in his arms. She was very hot all over but kept calling for cold. She must have a fever. It was Shi who woke him up from his nap. He was sleeping soundly when he heard Fu Shiwan had a fever. He put on a cloak and hurried over, wearing only a simple undergarment. Fu Shiwan was the same, but Shi and Shi looked at her without saying anything. Seeing Fu Shiwan in poor condition, Shenzurue immediately told Shiryu, "Take my badge to the palace and ask the imperial doctor." But the palace gates are already closed now. If we want to ask the doctor, we have to wait until tomorrow morning. Forcing the gates open now might alarm the emperor, empress, and the other ladies in the palace. Then go and invite a good doctor from the city. Hurry. Shiryu followed the order to find a doctor. Shiryu brought a basin of cold water and kept wiping Fu Shiwan's sweat. She was soaked in sweat all over. Even though it was very cold outside, she was covered with 3 or 4 blankets. She was cold inside, but sweating outside. She was also a bit confused and could only try to lower her temperature manually. Shenzurue couldn't stand seeing her like this. He took a towel and gently wiped her, helping her cool down. She was hot now, and the doctor hadn't arrived yet. He rolled up her sleeve and used a cool towel to wipe her sweat, trying to lower her fever. If her fever continued like this, she might have serious problems. He moved carefully so as not to hurt her, afraid of making her uncomfortable. Soon, the doctor arrived, checked her pulse, and prescribed some medicine to dispel the cold and wind. Fortunately, Shenzurue's residence had a special pharmacy. He sent someone to fetch herbs and immediately boiled the medicine. An hour later, the hot medicine was ready and steaming. Shenzurue supported Fu Shiwan to sit up, but she was very drowsy, with little strength. Her eyes half open, whether conscious or not, was unclear. Shi held the bowl of medicine, blew on it to cool it, and then fed it to Fu Shiwan. But she spat out whatever she couldn't swallow, or simply refused to open her mouth. She seemed unconscious. If Shenzurue hadn't been holding her from behind, she might have fallen over. She looked like her bones had been taken out, wobbling and unable to support herself, with no strength to even open her mouth for medicine. Shenzurue didn't know how long she had been sitting in the snow during the day, but by night, she was burning so badly. He was definitely late. Feeling guilty, he watched Fu Shiwan struggle to swallow the medicine and became more anxious. He snatched the medicine bowl from Shiyu's hand, scooped a spoonful, and tried to feed it to Fu Shiwan. However, she still spat out all the medicine and didn't swallow it. This won't do. How can she get better without taking medicine? He couldn't get the medicine in her, so Shenzurue was frantic. Finally, he came up with a plan. He held the bowl close to his mouth and blew on the medicine, then took a big sip. The medicine was very bitter. No wonder Fu Shiwan didn't want to drink it. She couldn't swallow it. It was supposed to be a simple cold remedy, but it was so bitter It made her feel sick. For her sake, he had to hold a large mouthful of the medicine, then turn her head toward him with his hand, and pass the medicine from his mouth to hers. This way, she would swallow it all without missing a drop. Seeing this method work, Shun Jirue took another big sip and skillfully fed it to Fu Shiwan. She saw at first glance and immediately turned around, waiting until Shun Jirue had finished feeding all the medicine to Fu Shiwan. She took the bowl and quietly left the room to give them privacy. Finally, the medicine was given to Fu Shiwan. Shun Jirue licked his lips, still bitter and numb, but his heart felt sweet. He carefully wiped the corner of her mouth, then pulled the blanket up over her, covering her to her neck. He held her close, sharing his body heat. Shun Jirue was very sleepy. He had been woken up in the middle of the night by a maid, so even while holding Fu Shiwan, he unconsciously fell asleep. The next morning, Fu Shiwan felt a dull ache in her waist, as if something was pressing against her. She tried to open her eyes but felt her eyelids were extremely heavy, impossible to lift. She struggled to open her eyes, trying to sit up, but her body didn't seem to obey her brain. She was anxious to open her eyes and get up. After a long struggle, she finally managed to lift her eyelids. She saw a large person lying beside her. There was no foreign object under the blanket. What she saw was Shun Jirue's arm, which was wrapped around her waist. Looking closer, both of them were only in their underclothes. Wait, wasn't she the only one sleeping here last night? Fu Shiwan remembers it vaguely, as if the room was lively in the middle of the night. Someone was calling her, but she can't recall clearly and thought it was just a dream. To her surprise, it was real. But how could Shun Jirue be on her bed? Fu Shiwan forcefully pushed him away, pushing him aside. After a couple of pushes, Shun Jirue was awakened. He supported himself on the bed frame and looked at Fu Shiwan. He instinctively reached out to check her temperature, but was pushed back by her. She looked at him with suspicion, refusing his approach, and asked, "What are you doing? Do you want to touch me? How did you end up on my bed? Why are you dressed like that on my bed? What did you do to me?" She pulled the blanket up to cover herself. Although she had no memory of what happened, her clothes suggested nothing serious occurred. Still, she didn't want it to get out. She looked at him confused and questioned, "Are you saying that because I resisted you during the day and refused to think about a future with you, you sneaked into my bed at midnight, trying to make something happen?" Her first question left Shun Jirue confused, as he was still sleepy and was woken up suddenly. But her next words made him instantly alert. "What do you mean?
How can you think that of me?
Do you not know what kind of person I am? How could you think that I would use such underhanded methods just because you hesitated and didn't give me a clear answer? If I did that, how would I be different from Gu Changfeng? Do you really think I am so despicable and petty?" Shun Jirue felt truly hurt. He had given his heart and soul to her, only to be met with such accusations. How could he not feel sad? Seeing that her words were a bit harsh, Fu Shiwan quickly tried to comfort him, saying, No, I didn't mean it like that. I was just joking. But you appearing in my bed so early in the morning, there's a clear difference between men and women, and our statuses are so different. Luckily, it was you on my bed. If I had appeared in your bed, people might say I did it for fame and fortune, willing to do anything. They might say I used some shady tricks. Now, the situation is the same. You haven't answered me. Why did you appear in my room, on my bed, dressed like that? I was sleeping alone last night. How did you suddenly show up? Fu Shiwan, full of questions, listened as Shun Jirue helplessly got out of bed, dressed, and explained, "You don't remember what happened last night? You, this cold-hearted woman, not only forget everything after drinking, but even after you woke up from your fever, you don't remember anything. Maybe your mind is muddled. Last night you suddenly caught a cold. Your two maids were too busy to handle it, so they called me. I came to see that your condition wasn't good, so I called a doctor, gave you medicine, and stayed by your side to watch over you. Perhaps you were too tired and fell asleep beside me. Too tired, so I fell asleep? If you're tired, you could have let Shuriwe and Xia come to serve me. If you're tired, just go back to sleep. Why did you rest and fall asleep on my bed? That doesn't seem right." Fu Shiwan still couldn't believe it. If she was really tired, she could sleep anywhere. Why would she sleep on her bed? Since Fu Shiwan remembered nothing, Shinzurue was probably just making things up. But in truth, he was holding her from behind and didn't want to leave because it was so comfortable. Maybe it was also because she was nearby, so she was very quiet and gradually relaxed into sleep. Shinzurue never sleeps in unfamiliar places, nor does he usually sleep so deeply. But unexpectedly, he slept so soundly beside Fu Shiwan. Usually, when he sleeps, he senses any movement around him, but Fu Shiwan kept pushing him many times before he woke up. This shows how deeply he was sleeping next to her. Since she remembered nothing and didn't know anything, Shinzurue spoke casually.
Really? But you kept holding on to me.
You were so confused from your illness that you probably didn't recognize me. Anyway, you held my hand tightly and didn't want me to leave. I couldn't do anything about it. You held on so tightly that I couldn't leave, so I just sat by your bed. Maybe I was too tired and fell asleep for a while. But we're both dressed properly, and besides, I bought everything for you in this yard. Rest assured, I keep things secret. Nothing will get out. And we didn't do anything, so no one will gossip. Although he said this, Fu Shiwan also thought so, but deep inside, she still felt a little uncomfortable. She believed Shinzurue's words, that she held on to him and didn't want him to leave, which was why he stayed all night. She was suspicious but thought it might be true. After she fell ill, she became very dependent on those around her. Maybe she was really confused, so she didn't recognize people and held on to him tightly. Fu Shiwan sincerely apologized to him. She was sore and back-aching from sleep, let alone Shinzurue. The way she was sleeping just now, sprawled out, didn't look like she had rested well. She saw a dark bruise in Shinzurue's eyes. After dressing, he kept holding his waist, probably uncomfortable from sleeping awkwardly.
I'm sorry.
I was sick and didn't realize what I was doing. Next time, you don't need to stay with me. Just gently pull my hand away. I was really confused because of the illness and don't remember what I did, but I still want to say sorry. You don't seem to be sleeping well either, so maybe go back to your room and rest a bit more. Your eyes are dark, so rest well. Seeing how worn out he looked, Fu Shiwan thought he hadn't rested well. But Shinzurue didn't want to leave. It's okay. I received your apology, but you not only held me back and wouldn't let me go, you also took advantage of me. So, you should apologize again. Fu Shiwan was panicked. Did she do something wrong again?
But she was sick, not drunk.
When she's drunk, she's crazy. She was just sick. What could she have done? How could she take advantage of Shinzurue?
She simply couldn't understand. Don't talk nonsense.
I'm sick, not drunk. I know what I did. Maybe I held on to you because I depended on you, so I wouldn't let you go. But how could I take advantage of you? I was so sick, probably too weak to do anything. How could I have the energy to take advantage of you? I'm sick, lying there unable to move.
And you?
You're healthy and energetic. If I wanted to take advantage of you, wouldn't you just avoid me? Yet, you just stood there letting me do it. That's impossible. Perhaps Fu Shiwan was a bit more awake now, so she couldn't be fooled easily. But Shinzurue was someone who never lied without a plan. Fooling Fu Shiwan was easy for him. That's impossible. Yesterday, you weren't even conscious. I tried to give you medicine, but you kept spitting it out no matter what I did. You wouldn't swallow the medicine. I had to drink it myself and then pass it to you for you to swallow. Isn't that taking advantage of you? I fed you several times.
What?
Fu Shiwan didn't expect Shinzurue to invite her for such a favor. What does he mean? Does he mean they have already been close, or is he referring to something else? Fu Shiwan feels her cold might not be fully gone, or else her cheeks wouldn't feel so hot. Luckily, Shinzurue didn't make things difficult for her. He was just teasing her. Before she could speak, he left the room. Soon after, Yi and Yu came in from outside to help Fu Shiwan get ready for the day. They didn't say anything, even though they knew Shinzurue had stayed in Fu Shiwan's room all night. They didn't ask questions, just like usual, very natural. Fu Shiwan sighed, thinking Shinzurue really knows how to teach people to be considerate. He doesn't ask too many questions and respects her privacy. That's really good. If she asked now, it would only make her feel very awkward, and she wouldn't know what to say. Suddenly, she felt that in this era, the hierarchy system seems quite good. They should only ask when allowed. If they don't, they shouldn't ask at all. Asking without permission would be rude and intrusive. Fu Shiwan thinks this is quite fine. After she finished washing, she spent a long time in her room thinking about how to face Shinzurue. They've already been close, and if he fed her medicine with his mouth, it would be like kissing. They also slept in the same bed. Even though they were dressed, it still felt different. She didn't know how to face Shinzurue. After she adjusted her mood and was ready to go out, Shinzurue was nowhere to be seen. She looked around in surprise. Shiryu and Shiryi seemed to notice her thoughts and said, "Miss, are you looking for the prince?" He should have already gone to handle official duties at this time. Fu Shiwan didn't feel relieved. Instead, she felt a little disappointed. Although she didn't want to face Shinzurue earlier, feeling nervous and unsure what to say, she was ready to come out. But when she didn't see him, she couldn't help feeling disappointed. All her preparations felt wasted. She swallowed her words back and ate breakfast by herself, then took her medicine. She felt better than last night, but not completely well, so she still had to take the medicine. When she took the first sip, she realized that the traditional Chinese medicine in ancient times was incredibly bitter. She was used to capsules or instant powders, which were bitter but manageable. Some powders she found very bitter. She never expected this medicine to be 10 or even 100 times more bitter. How could it be so bitter? There was no hint of sweetness at all. Fu Shiwan felt she couldn't drink anymore just by smelling it. She pinched her nose and took a small sip, but that small sip was enough to make her give up on the rest of the big bowl. Last night, how did she manage to drink it? After Shinzurue drank it, he fed her, but didn't that taste bitter to him? Such bitter medicine was hard to swallow. Fu Shiwan decided she could never catch a cold or get sick again, especially with medicine this bitter. She truly couldn't drink it at all. "Take it away. I don't want to drink anymore. This medicine is too bitter. I can't drink it at all. It makes me feel sick. I think I'm almost better now. If I drink this medicine, my condition might get worse. I won't drink it. I feel like if I do, I'll seem really sick. I'll eat some plain porridge and vegetables, rest well, and drink more hot water. Just take this medicine away and pour it out."
Fu Shiwan threw a childish tantrum.
She was really just a child, and no matter what age you are, no one likes to drink medicine. Who enjoys it? But Shiryi and Shiryu had received Shinzurue's orders to make her take her medicine on time and eat properly, so they couldn't listen to Fu Shiwan. "Miss, you should drink it. It's good for your health. You had a high fever last night. Although you seem better now, you're not fully recovered. As the saying goes, good medicine tastes bitter. It's bitter because it can cure your cold. If you drink it, you'll get better." Shiryu pushed the medicine bowl back toward her. Fu Shiwan quickly waved her hands and shook her head. She really didn't want to drink it anymore. It was too bitter, so bitter. How could anyone drink that? She looked sad and refused, but Shiryu was also following orders. If she didn't watch her drink it, she and Shir would be in trouble. They knew the prince's temper very well. They had to see her finish the medicine before they could relax. If she didn't want to drink the medicine, they would have to call the prince. "Miss, just drink it. If you don't, the prince won't forgive us. Before he left, he told us to make sure you take your medicine on time. If he finds out you missed a dose, it will be our fault. Just drink it. I'll go get some candied fruit for you. When you tilt your head back and swallow it in one go, you won't taste the bitterness. Then you can eat some candied fruit, and it won't seem so bitter." Fu Shiwan held the medicine bowl, looking worried and sad as she looked at Shiryu. Should she really drink it? But it was just too bitter. She looked at Shiryu with a bitter expression, and Shiryu also looked at her with a similar look. Well, Fu Shiwan knew that Shinzyu wouldn't trouble her for being willful and refusing to take medicine, but he might really cause trouble for these two girls. To make things easier for them, Fu Shiwan closed her eyes, pinched her nose, and took a big sip of the medicine. Then she quickly poured herself a cup of tea. Compared to the medicine, the tea tasted much milder. When she finally drank the medicine, Yu's expression relaxed a bit. As long as she obeyed, that was enough. Today, Fu Shiwan had nothing to do. She sat in the yard all day and didn't really want to go out. Now that she had her own small home, she didn't crave the outside freedom as much. She felt comfortable at home and didn't want to leave, finding it very peaceful. She could sit alone all day. But that was only because she had a hope, a thought. She kept thinking Shinziyu would come, so she prepared a big table of food. But in the end, the person she was waiting for didn't show up. She almost forgot about Qiu Shui, but no one stepped into the yard. It was already dark outside. Fu Shiwan looked at the cold dishes on the table. Normally, Shinziyu would come here. Even if he left in the morning because of something, he would come back in the evening. But he didn't come.
Why?
Fu Shiwan asked Shiryu, "When does our prince usually come back? I used to be with him often, but I never asked about his schedule. I don't know when he usually returns." Shiryu glanced at the sky, which was already dark. Usually, the prince should be back by now. If he hasn't returned today, he might be delayed or gone far away. But I see his horse is still in the estate, so he probably hasn't gone far. Maybe he's busy with something and can't come back yet. You can eat first. The food is hot, then cold, then hot again. It might not be fresh anymore, so don't wait for the prince. If he doesn't come back on time, we don't know when he'll return. Sometimes he might even stay in the palace overnight or for a few days. So you might as well eat now and not wait for him. Since that was the case, Fu Shiwan decided not to wait anymore. She sat alone at the table, a little disappointed, and started eating. Honestly, she usually preferred eating alone. Because in the past, Gu Jia would eat alone, but now, maybe because she is with Shinziyu, they are used to eating together. Suddenly eating alone feels a bit strange and uncomfortable. Fu Shiwan quietly sits alone by the table, feeling that the food doesn't taste good. Everyone says she is good at cooking. Because of what happened last night, she specially prepared a big table of her best dishes, carefully made. But Shinziyu didn't come back, leaving her alone to eat. Maybe he just isn't lucky enough to enjoy this meal. Fu Shiwan finishes all the food herself. She feels a little disappointed and a bit angry, wanting to eat all the dishes, but she has no appetite. After a few bites, she stops eating. "Forget it, I have no appetite today. If you want to eat, just share the food among yourselves. I'll go back first." Without Shinziyu there to eat with her, she can't eat much. Watching him eat has become a way to enjoy her own meal, but since he's not here, she has no desire to eat. She doesn't pick up many more bites. The big table of food is left for Shiryu and Shiryu to eat. She goes back to her room, feeling awkward and a bit sentimental. She and Shinziyu have nothing serious between them. At most, they are just boyfriend and girlfriend, as she would say. But in Shinziyu's mind, what are they exactly? He has his own home and residence. He often returns to his house when he's free. How can he get angry just because he didn't come over? Fu Shiwan feels this thinking is wrong, but she can't control her restless thoughts. She endures this way, not sleeping well at night. She left without saying a word, and until now, she has heard nothing from him. Fu Shiwan couldn't sleep well that night, and for several days afterward, she had no news from Shinziyu. At first, she still hoped and prepared herself daily, dressing up carefully to welcome Shinziyu anytime he might come. She thought he was busy with official affairs and couldn't come back, so he stayed in the palace. But she also paid attention to the surroundings. Sometimes, when she woke early, she could hear the sound of carriages in the neighboring courtyard, obviously someone coming and going early and late. Yet, no one came into her courtyard.
Why?
Did he stop valuing her once he got what he wanted? Or was it because she said such harsh words that morning, making him angry and stubborn, unable to come back? Because she hasn't seen Shinziyu away, Fu Shiwan can only be alone, lost in her thoughts. She doesn't understand why two good people, especially since he told her not to give up and to trust him again, haven't contacted her for several days. Who has given up on whom? Fu Shiwan looks at the empty yard. It used to be lively, but now it feels so lonely. Shiryu notice that Fu Shiwan has been acting strangely these days. She doesn't go out to check on business and stays in the yard all the time. Sometimes she gets excited and looks outside the door. Anything that stirs the wind or moves the grass catches her attention. They don't believe she has no feelings. They're sure she is thinking about the prince and worried about the young lord. Although they don't know why the prince hasn't come for several days, they understand him well. The prince is not someone who changes his mind easily. He wouldn't stop liking the girl. There must be another reason. But since the prince doesn't say anything, they don't know what is happening. 7 or 8 days have passed. Fu Shiwan sits in the yard, feeling restless. They are so close, but she hasn't even seen him once. Every day, she hears the sound of a carriage leaving early in the morning. Sometimes she can't sleep at night, hearing the carriage return. He is clearly nearby, but refuses to come see her. Why is that? Fu Shiwan can't understand this no matter how hard she tries. She wants to go and ask for an explanation but doesn't dare, feeling she has no right. Day after day, she suffers silently. Eventually, Shiryu can't stand it anymore. When she helps Fu Shiwan get up and wash, she mutters, "It's been so many days. The prince hasn't come to see the girl even once. I wonder what he's busy with." When the mention of Shun Zuerue, Fu Shiwan, who is lost in thought, comes back to herself. She thought Shiryu and Shiryu knew about it, but she didn't expect they didn't. She can't help but ask curiously, "You don't know what he's been doing? It's been so many days since he came. You're close to him. Don't you know what he's doing every day? We're now serving you, so we can't know his movements as well as when we were beside the prince. But the prince hasn't had any urgent matters lately. We can hear the sounds of doors opening and closing in the next yard every day. It's just a wall apart. Why doesn't he come to visit you? No matter how busy, it shouldn't be this hectic." The prince used to make time to dine with the young lady, even on big days. Recently, he hasn't come to eat for several days. The young lady looks much thinner. Eating alone is never as enjoyable as eating with someone else. When the prince doesn't come, she either drinks porridge or eats some noodles. She no longer looks as radiant as before. That's true. Compared to a few days ago when she was busy, she now looks more haggard. Earlier, she was busy managing her business during the day and preparing big dinners at night to eat with Shinziyu. That was before their separation. Now, she spends her days idly in the courtyard. The restaurant's business is gradually stabilizing, so she no longer needs to watch over it every day. She has more free time, but staying in the courtyard every day makes her look even more exhausted. It's probably just overthinking combined with lack of sleep and poor diet. Every day, she wonders what she did wrong. Did she upset Shinziyu? Is that why he has been neglecting her? Otherwise, how could he be so cold, not visiting her for so many days? Looking at herself in the mirror, she feels lost, as if her soul has left her. She doesn't know what she's doing every day. Was your prince like this before? Was he a person who cared deeply for others? What exactly happened that night? What really happened on the night I caught a cold? At first, she thought Shinziyu wasn't coming because he was busy. But after several days of him not coming, she wondered if she had done or said something to upset him. Besides the words she spoke when she was awake, she worries if she did something wrong or said something that made him unhappy when she was confused. Since she can't remember, she asks Shiryu and Shiryu to help recall what happened. Shiryu and Shiryu think carefully, but find nothing wrong. Nothing happened. That day, when the young lady was so seriously ill, I went to fetch the prince. He was still dressed in his underclothes, rushing over in a hurry. He didn't even have time to put on proper clothes. That shows how much he cares about you, young lady. He holds you close to his heart. The prince is never usually so hurried or careless about appearances. But when he heard you had caught a cold, he looked genuinely worried and anxious. He saw that the girl was burning up with fever, so he asked for a basin of cold water to wipe her. He held her from behind, hugging her, feeding her medicine, and wiping her sweat. He also asked someone to invite the doctor, taking care of everything carefully. I think the prince isn't someone who is unkind. He must have been delayed by something else these days, which is why he hasn't come here. Fu Shiwan also felt a bit angry. After what happened, Shinzurue didn't seem to know what he was doing, whether he was busy or hiding from her for some reason. It gave Fu Shiwan the feeling that she wanted to see him and face him, but he wouldn't give her that chance. He leaves early and returns late every day. Even if he's busy, he should have time to say a word to her. They live so close, yet she hasn't even seen him once. She originally thought that living so close would mean they would see each other often, but now she can't even get a glimpse of him. She doesn't know what he's busy with every day. She once said she wanted a lifetime with him, that she had committed herself to him, but he doesn't even inform her about what he's doing. Instead, she finds herself waiting endlessly. Fu Shiwan feels this is too painful. She also got a bit angry. Whatever, let him do whatever he's busy with. If he doesn't want to tell me his things, I'll just pretend I don't know.
If he doesn't want to talk to me, fine.
We're just ordinary friends, so he doesn't need to tell me anything. Her obvious anger was noticed by Shiryu and Shiryi. They looked at each other and quickly comforted Fu Shiwan, who said they were just friends. Shiryu and Shiryi knew very well what their relationship was. Seeing their lady upset because she didn't understand what the prince was thinking, they couldn't help but try to mediate and soothe her. Miss, don't think like that. The prince truly cares for you and treats you sincerely. We've served the prince for so long and can see it clearly. If you want to know more, since you live so close, why not go and ask him directly? Instead of guessing here and feeling uncertain, it's better to go and see for yourself. Yi encouraged Fu Shiwan to go and ask the prince directly, instead of waiting for him to come to her. Since the prince isn't willing to come to her and she has no time, they decided to go and ask him what he really thinks. Fu Shiwan felt a bit hesitant but was also shy. Shiryu saw her hesitation and added, Miss, aren't you curious about what the prince has been doing these days? Don't you want to see him? Instead of trying to guess, why don't we go directly to wait at his house? It's better than wasting time trying to find him by chance. Let's sit inside the residence and wait. If the prince doesn't come to our courtyard, he will still return to his home. If the young lady is truly curious and wants to know the truth, then let's go together and ask clearly. Fu Shiwan couldn't help but persuade him. After a few words, she felt a bit restless. She also wanted to go. Yes, they lived so close and she could visit any time. But she was here just guessing randomly. So far, Shinzurue hasn't said a word. She was just speculating here. Maybe it's not because of anything else. She needs to find out the truth. Since he isn't talking, she will take the initiative to ask. After all, he set a 1-month deadline. Only a third of the month has passed. They're still in a relationship. Whether they continue or part ways, Shinzurue should give an explanation. What's the point of dragging this out? Once she understood her feelings, Fu Shiwan made up her mind. She arrived at Shinzurue's residence with great determination. Shiryu and Shuri followed behind her, probably to cheer her on. When Fu Shiwan reached the door, she remembered Shinzurue had told her that the guards at the gate already knew her, so she didn't need to announce herself and could go straight in. She wanted to wait inside for Shinzurue. That was why she had the courage to come, because she knew she wouldn't be turned away. But standing at the door, even though she came from next door, the two guards seemed to see her but acted as if they didn't. They just looked straight ahead. Fu Shiwan couldn't understand. Did they not recognize her? I'm here to see your prince. The prince is not seeing anyone. The guard simply glanced at Fu Shiwan and then looked away, speaking coldly. Fu Shiwan was full of questions. She came from next door, and anyone with eyes could see that. Yet they told her this. She had no choice but to emphasize her identity again. I live next door. I'm friends with your prince. I want to come in and wait for him. Isn't that reasonable? The prince is not at the residence now. Waiting here is pointless. Come back when he returns. She was still stopped at the door and couldn't go in. Shinzurue had clearly told her she could come and go freely. Could it all be a lie? She had gathered her courage to come, but she was repeatedly turned away with cold words. Fu Shiwan had nothing left to say. She looked at Shiryu and Shiryi. Shiryi stepped forward, but the two guards didn't recognize her. Our young lady is friends with the prince. We want to go in and wait, but Who knows when the prince will return? What if we wait in vain again? We've been waiting for many days. The prince once said we could come and go freely in this mansion. Are you new here? No matter what the prince said, we haven't received any orders like that. Sorry, we can't let you in. This was simply unreasonable. Seeing their stubbornness, Yu refused to argue further. Fu Shiwan had nothing more to say. She angrily swung her sleeve and stormed back to her own courtyard. She closed the door of her room and didn't want to see Yu and Yi anymore. Was this what Shun Zirui meant when he said he would handle everything? That she shouldn't give up on him?
What is he doing now?
Since that night, he hadn't appeared once, not a single message. He wouldn't even let her wait in his mansion for him. Didn't he say he had everything under control? If that was a lie, could she still believe what he said later? Was everything he told her true? Fu Shiwan couldn't believe it. She sat in her room, looking at all the decorations and furnishings. They all made her angry. Why pretend to be deeply in love and only love her? Now, he was ignoring her completely. They had talked for a month, and now nearly half a month had passed. What had he done? Fu Shiwan saw that she hadn't given up, but Shun Zirui had already given up first. There was no news, no action. Fine, then they could just part ways. Since there was no hope to begin with, why continue? Maybe he had finally realized that. Fu Shiwan thought she shouldn't be so love-struck. It was obvious she had been abandoned. Why keep asking for answers? She wasn't that shameless. If that's the case, then they should each close their doors and live their own lives, avoiding internal conflict. She had already reached this point, and since she was so determined, there was no need to make excuses for his actions or defend him. If she didn't want to see him, she simply wouldn't. Fu Shiwan forced herself not to think about Shun Zirui anymore and focused on her own affairs. She started going out to handle her business, learning new things during her free time, shopping to entertain herself, rather than thinking about what Shun Zirui was doing and trying to please him. She only cooked enough for herself now, no longer for two. She still said her cooking was delicious and came every day, but she hadn't seen him lately. He was really just a liar. Fu Shiwan was shopping when she unexpectedly arrived at Shun Zirui's secret base. The flowers and plants there were no longer as lush as before. They had withered and been covered by snow, leaving only small patches of stubborn green. She looked at it and thought it was just like their relationship. When their feelings were strong, the plants were just as vibrant. Now, their relationship had become cold, and the plants had also withered and been covered by snow, no longer as stunning as when she first saw them. Fu Shiwan felt there was nothing worth holding on to here. She didn't know how she ended up wandering here by instinct. Maybe she was still thinking about him. She knew that forgetting someone wasn't something she could do quickly. It would take time, gradually fading away, so it was normal not to forget immediately. She didn't linger long and left after a short while. That night, she ate alone. She didn't want to cook a big meal. She was tired of noodles and porridge. Instead, she simply found a restaurant and had a plain meal, at least not having to cook herself. Because it was a casual choice, the restaurant was lively and mixed with all kinds of people. Fu Shiwan didn't go to a private room, but sat in the main hall, enjoying the lively atmosphere. Being alone sometimes felt a bit lonely. She was alone in the yard, handling various things by herself. Yu and Yi couldn't talk to her like friends. They always kept their roles in mind and didn't dare cross boundaries. Fu Shiwan wanted to find some excitement and join in the lively scene. She randomly chose a tavern and sat in the hall, where the tables were close together. She could hear the conversations and gossip from nearby tables. Did you hear? There's some fresh news lately. What is it? I just arrived in the capital and don't know much.
Tell me.
This is quite rare, and it's a royal secret. But now everyone knows. Our emperor has a legitimate son born to the empress. Do you know that? Fu Shiwan, by chance, overheard this and immediately paid attention. She leaned in closer to listen. Could it be about Shun Zirui? If Shun Zirui had some exciting news, she wanted to hear it. Everyone knows this, of course. The prince is the eldest son and quite handsome. The throne will surely pass to him, no need to say more. Although our emperor hasn't officially named a crown prince, it's obvious he's planning to pass the throne to him. Are there any other secrets I don't know? That person seemed to think it wasn't a big deal and wasn't worth gossiping about. But his dismissive expression caught the other's attention, making him look even more dismissive, as if he thought the other was too naive. Everyone knows this is obvious. But secretly, even though people have high hopes for this prince, I heard recently that he went to a temple. He's been reading Buddhist scriptures or staying with monks every day. This must make the emperor and empress very worried. Even if he's talented, if he's too focused on Buddhism and avoids women, it could cause problems for his future marriage and heirs. Do you think the officials would allow that? Truly, no one can be perfect.
Fu Shiwan listened closely.
This was just gossip, not true rumors. How could he not like women? What kind of person is he? Doesn't Fu Shiwan know? How could the outside world spread such stories? And going to a temple? Impossible. It was clear the other person didn't believe it either. Impossible. You must have heard some rumors. That's too far-fetched. The prince is so talented and successful in battles. How could he not like women and still be so devoted to Buddhism? Where did you hear this? What did I hear? It's true. I saw it myself. My wife went to worship the Buddha a few days ago. She saw the prince with the monks. Those monks have shaved their heads, but the prince still has his hair. It's obvious. He's quite old now, and he doesn't have any concubines or women living with him. The close attendants are all men. Doesn't that make sense? He made this guess, and the person listening seemed to believe it. It did seem reasonable, seeing it with his own eyes, and he had no concubines in the yard. When the emperor was his age, he already had several children. At his age, it's unusual not to have women around. Fu Shiwan's face darkened. Wasn't he just being pure and proper? How could this be related to him? But did he really see the prince at the temple? Recently, I haven't seen him, but it's possible he went somewhere. Maybe he just went to pay respects at a temple. But why would he stay and eat with the monks? Does he really want to become a monk? He doesn't want the throne, so anything is possible. A few days ago, he said he wanted to stay with me, but now he's planning to become a monk. Isn't that a big jump in his thinking? Fu Shiwan wants to believe it, but she's also afraid to believe it. It's really unbelievable, but since you saw it with your own eyes, I have to believe you. Your words make sense. It seems the emperor is choosing a new heir. If His Highness truly wants to become a monk and avoid women, he probably can't inherit the throne. Otherwise, who would be the heir? I've never heard of an emperor wanting to become a monk. That's impossible. The emperor is probably very anxious now. The other princes are not outstanding, and none of them are as suitable as His Highness, legitimate, capable, and outstanding. Right now, the most worried are His Highness and the Empress. Since His Highness already has the idea of becoming a monk, if no one stops him, he might fully become a monk. But this isn't something we should worry about. The palace isn't anxious, so why should we be? It's just some gossip to pass the time. They nodded as they spoke, and when the food arrived, they started eating. After hearing this, Fu Shiwan didn't feel like eating much. She also overheard some quiet conversations from another table, endless discussions. She realized she hadn't been out in a while, so she didn't know that things outside the palace had already spread like this. What exactly did Shinzuerue do to cause such rumors? Fu Shiwan casually ate a few bites of her meal, then returned to her room to prepare to visit the temple they mentioned the next morning. But just as she was about to leave, a carriage from the palace stopped her at her door. She recognized the person on the carriage. It's the emperor's personal maid, who had served in the palace a few times, so she knew her. The maid saw Fu Shiwan and quickly came forward to bow. "Miss Fu, do you have urgent matters today? The empress wishes to invite you into the palace. Even if it's urgent, she has to go when summoned." She said she had nothing urgent, then got into the carriage with her. There was an urgent matter, and she came early in the morning. It seemed very important, or else her personal maid wouldn't have come to invite her directly. Fu Shiwan followed the maid into the palace. When the empress saw her, she didn't bother with formalities and immediately helped her to sit beside her. "I'm glad you came. I wanted to invite you to the palace a few days ago, but something delayed me. I called you in early today. I hope I haven't kept you from other things. I have something important to ask of you. Fu Sherwan was surprised and flattered. The Empress had a request for her, but she didn't think she had the ability or power to handle big issues. If the Empress couldn't solve it, she wasn't sure she could either.
She didn't know what kind of matter it was.
Don't worry, Your Majesty. Take your time and tell me. I'll see if I can help, and then we can discuss it. The Empress looked very anxious and worried, her face full of concern, though she seemed unsure of the reason. She tightly held Fu Sherwan's hand. Have you heard the rumors in the capital recently? About Ru'er. Rumors? Fu Sherwan had just heard about them yesterday. She hesitated and asked, Is it about His Highness wanting to become a monk?
You know?
That's great if you do. It's not just a rumor, it's true. He suddenly changed and has been staying in the temple every day, refusing to come out or eat with the monks. He's determined to abandon the mortal world. How can this be? The emperor has put all his hopes on him. He agreed to inherit the throne. What is he doing now? The ministers in the court were already arguing fiercely. She thought, since you are his friend, and he usually doesn't pursue women but can be friends with you, maybe you can persuade him. Please go and talk to him. Can you bring him back? Fu Sherwan was unsure. If he was truly determined, she might not be able to persuade him. She couldn't promise the Empress. I can't guarantee anything, but I will try to talk to him. She was hesitant and couldn't promise blindly. However, the Empress believed she could do it. Her expression was very anxious, even a bit uncharacteristic for a noble empress.
Try your best.
As far as I know, you are the only female friend he has. Over the years, I have arranged maids and servants around him, but he doesn't like any of them and has sent them away. Occasionally, 1 or 2 close attendants only serve his daily needs and have no other intentions. These women were originally sent to be his concubines or secondary wives, but he has always behaved this way. At first, I didn't think much of it and believed he was simply naive. However, now he has developed the idea of becoming a monk, which is not acceptable. He had already promised to inherit the throne, and the emperor was determined to gradually transfer power to him. Now, he has caused the situation, and the officials are writing letters of disagreement. The people close to him, including the only female friend he mentions often, only you, are the ones he treats well and constantly helps. I think only you can persuade him. Fu Sherwan knows how difficult this task is, but she can't understand or figure out why. Did His Highness ever have such thoughts before? Probably not. Why would he suddenly have such ideas? He went directly to the Buddhist temple without informing the Empress, which is very surprising. I heard some rumors in the city, but I didn't believe them at first. I was about to investigate today, and unexpectedly, the Empress invited me into the palace. To be honest, I originally wanted to go see for myself today. The Empress tightly held her hand and placed all her hope in her. Really? Then you should go and see if it's true. When rumors spread, both His Majesty and I couldn't believe it and were stunned. Later, we sent people to investigate, and it was confirmed. If you want to check, go and see for yourself and try to persuade him. This boy is unpredictable. He causes trouble every day and keeps everyone worried. He's grown up, but he refuses to marry, has no fixed home, and his mind is always wandering. He has ability, but his heart is unsettled, which worries both me and the emperor. Maybe you can persuade him. I think he respects you a lot and often mentions you in front of me. Perhaps only you can convince him.
Please go and see.
Seeing her intention, the Empress quickly sent her out, even though it was a bit rude. Fu Sherwan understood her mother's anxiety and didn't mind. She left the palace and headed straight to the Buddhist temple. Along the way, she thought a lot. She believed that no matter what Shinzurui did, he wouldn't actually become a monk. He hadn't been ordained yet. Maybe he just had a sudden idea. Overall, it was impossible for him to truly leave everything behind and become a monk. Her intuition told her Shinzurui wouldn't do such a thing, but she wondered why he was staying in the temple and refusing to come out. This needed to be investigated. She had to find out. Fu Sherwan sat in a carriage, clearly feeling it was climbing uphill. The mountaintop was the temple. She arrived in the afternoon. When she entered, she saw many people, incense burning strongly, and some visitors just came to see the excitement, to catch a glimpse of Shinzurue. She did the same. She approached a young monk and asked, "Excuse me, is there a newcomer in this temple who hasn't been ordained yet? Could I see him? Are you here to see Shinshurju?" "Yes, exactly." Fu Shiwan nodded repeatedly. But the young monk shook his head and offered her a polite bow. "Sorry, many people want to see Shinshurju recently, so he's busy cleaning the backyard and chanting scriptures. He doesn't come to the front or meet visitors. I'm afraid we can't fulfill your wish. If you're here to burn incense, you can go to the main hall. But if you're looking for someone, you might be disappointed." The young monk advised Fu Shiwan to leave. But she didn't want to go. She had traveled all this way, so she made up an excuse that she was hungry and wanted to get some vegetarian food. Since it was a Buddhist temple, everyone was kind and compassionate. The young monk took her to the kitchen and prepared a vegetarian meal for her. She was indeed hungry. After eating, she took the chance while the young monk helped in the front to secretly sneak into the backyard. She quickly spotted Shunzurue among the many monks with shaved heads. She couldn't mistake that figure. His back was unmistakable. It had been many days since she last saw him. She hurried over, excited, and patted his back. He was sweeping the courtyard and clearing snow. When she patted him, Shunzurue slowly turned around. She didn't expect to see her again. His pupils widened instantly. She was the same. She hadn't seen Shinzurue for a long time. Seeing him dressed in the temple robes felt strange, and she had many questions to ask him. "Why are you here?" Both of them spoke at the same time. Fu Shiwan asked urgently, "You've been missing for so many days, doing this kind of thing. As a prince, you abandon a country, ignore your duties, and stay in a Buddhist temple, even threatening to become a monk. Do you know what people outside are saying? The Empress and the Emperor are very worried. Why are you so stubborn, leaving no word, just coming here?" She looked anxious, with tears welling up in her eyes. Shunzurue quickly threw the broom aside and gently put his arm around her shoulders, but Fu Shiwan pushed him away, noticing his anger. "Don't touch me. Aren't you planning to become a monk? Monks and nuns are usually separate. Don't touch me. I just want to talk to you clearly. Since that day, you've been gone for so many days and even threatened to become a monk. Did I make you feel disgusted, or did I cause you to lose feelings for me? So you insist on becoming a monk? You disappeared for so many days without a word. You said you'd give me a month to wait, to not give up. Will you try hard now? Is this the result of your efforts?" Fu Shiwan saw Shinzurue's temper flare up. All her pent-up frustration and wild thoughts over these days poured out. She found Shinzurue annoying, but also missed him. After so many days of disappearance, seeing him now, how could she not miss him? Yet, she felt completely unfamiliar with him, as if she didn't know him at all. Even though he was the closest person, he never told her what he was doing. Shinzurue wanted to go forward and hug Fu Shiwan, but she stepped back and broke free. He saw she was truly angry and dared not tease her further. Instead, he roughly pulled her into his arms and held her tightly. He wanted to calm her down first, because her rejection made it impossible for her to listen to his explanation. He could only subdue her first. Between men and women, there was a power imbalance. Fu Shiwan was no match for him. In a few moments, he held her tightly, unable to escape. "Let me go.
Don't hold me.
Aren't you planning to become a monk? If someone sees you, they might throw you out. Which temple or monastery are you planning to go to next? Let me go. There's no future for us. Don't you know about becoming a monk? I won't persuade you anymore. Since you've made up your mind, let's be clear. From now on, we go our separate ways. This saves me from guessing alone and worrying that I did something wrong or made you unhappy, which is why you haven't come to see me. You always have your plans and arrangements, never consulting me. So from now on, there's no need to discuss things with me anymore." Fu Shiwan got angry. What does it mean to leave her aside like that? Ignoring her, only caring about herself. She couldn't understand Shin Zirui's actions at all. At first, she didn't believe what others said, but when she saw it herself, she couldn't understand why he did it. Shin Zirui held Fu Shiwan's head, not letting her go. If she left, he wouldn't be able to hold her anymore. Don't be in such a rush. Listen to me first. Let me explain, okay? Since you came looking for me, give me a chance to explain. This mountain road is hard to walk, and it took so long to get here. I hope you're not just here to scold me.
Please give me a chance to explain.
Explain what? What is there to explain? I've already seen everything. What else is there to say? Fu Shiwan kept fussing in his arms. Shin Zirui gently held her head and looked at her softly. He left a gentle kiss on her forehead before slowly explaining, I became a monk not because I was disappointed or tired of you. I did it for you, for our future. That's why I did it. Silly girl, you're still upset with me. Don't you see I did all this for our future? Fu Shiwan was confused after he kissed her. She didn't understand what he meant. How could becoming a monk have a future? Once he became a monk, he wouldn't be interested in women anymore. How could there be a future? His future didn't include women, so how could he still be thinking of her? She didn't understand. Stop using these excuses to fool me. Once you become a monk, you won't be interested in women anymore. Using that to justify why we can't have a future. I thought you would try to persuade the Empress or the Emperor or the ministers, but I didn't expect you to run off and become a monk. Are you trying to hide from everyone? After they forget you, will you come back to be with me secretly? Is this your plan? I really don't understand how you say this is for me. How is it for me at all? Fu Shiwan wasn't as clever or clear-minded as him. She just couldn't understand. But Shin Zirui wasn't angry. He looked at Fu Shiwan, knowing that her words were just angry talk. She was upset because he didn't say anything and left, then became a monk, completely ignoring her and not explaining anything. He also knows he made a mistake, but no one can find out about this. If they do, he might reveal a flaw or a slip. He must deceive everyone to fool them all. He gently strokes Fu Shiwan's head, running his fingers through her hair, and softly presses his chin against her forehead. My silly girl. Why can't you understand? Becoming a monk isn't to secretly be with you, but to be openly with you. Think about it. If I have already left the worldly life and become a monk, wouldn't mother and father be anxious to find someone to bring me back? After Shin Zirui finished speaking, Fu Shiwan quickly agreed. Yes, I wanted to find you. But early this morning, the Empress Dowager summoned me to the palace and told me about this. She asked me to persuade you since we are close. Maybe I could convince you. But now I see I can't persuade you at all. You've made up your mind. Hearing her words, Shin Zirui smiled happily.
Exactly.
You see, father and mother are so worried they found you. The Empress Dowager knows I am close to you, so she asked you to come find me. At first, if I refused, then later, because you came to see me, I would agree to listen to your advice and go out. Everyone would know I have a close relationship with you. You are the only woman around me. If I then show my intention to marry you to father and mother, do you think they would refuse? I have no feelings for anyone else. Only for you. Even if I don't say it, they would surely arrange it. When that happens, your identity won't matter anymore. As long as I can return to the mortal world and they see my desire to marry and have children, they will immediately agree and stop bothering you. They won't look down on your status because you are special. Do you understand now? Are you still upset with me? Shin Zirui told Fu Shiwan this, and she was stunned. Could it really be like that? What he said makes sense. No matter how much she argues, the Empress and Emperor probably wouldn't accept her true identity. But even if a girl is born into a good family, Shin Zirui doesn't like her. He has seen through the worldly life he no longer has desires for women. Only she, who can stand out in his view, is special. The Emperor and Empress wouldn't make things difficult for him. Instead, they would seek his approval. She looked at Shin Zirui, amazed that he could come up with such a plan, and even deceive her. Although she was no longer as angry inside, Fu Shiwan still felt upset that Fu Shiwan was hiding something from her. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have been lost in thought in the yard for so long. She punched his chest lightly to vent her frustration. Shun Jirue allowed her to hit him a couple of times before holding her wrist and placing it over his heart. Looking at her with affection, he asked, "Now that you know the truth, are you still angry with me? Are you upset that I left without thinking about our future?" He had a mischievous smile, still the same Shin Jirue from before. Fu Shiwan also smiled along with him. She laughed at herself for being so silly, thinking that Shin Jirue would really become a monk like others. Even though she found this idea very absurd, she never seriously considered it. Only he could come up with such an idea. She was surprised he thought of such a plan. After holding each other for a while, Fu Shiwan suddenly remembered that they were inside a temple, a sacred place for Buddhists. Would others see them? If they were acting, they needed to do it properly. If someone saw them, all their efforts these days would be wasted. She quickly struggled to break free from his embrace. "Wait, don't hold me so tight. You said you wanted to become a monk, right? If someone sees and uses this against you, it wouldn't be good. We should keep some distance." Fu Shiwan understood the importance of boundaries and stepped back from him. She looked at Shin Jirue. She hadn't seen him for a long time and missed him very much. She didn't want to leave his arms, as she missed the warmth. But she knew she had to be careful about the situation. Shun Jirue knew this wasn't the place to talk, so he took her to his room. Looking at the simple surroundings, the things he had just done, and his clothes, it seemed he had to do everything himself. Fu Shiwan felt a pang of sympathy. "Did you make all these yourself? You came here without anyone else, so you have to do everything on your own. I saw you sweeping in the yard just now. That's arranged by them. You're a prince, they recognize you. Why would they ask you to do such things? You've been wronged for acting in this play. There's nothing wrong with that. As a man, I can do anything. You, as a woman, can do it too. I, as a man, can handle more. Don't feel sorry for me. Instead, I was the one who kept the truth from you to act out this scene. That's where I was wrong. But I was afraid that if I told you, you wouldn't really believe me, so I didn't want you to be involved in my plans. These past days, I feel sorry for you. Since that day, I disappeared without leaving a word, and you must have been overthinking a lot." Shin Jirue was very aware of himself. He noticed that Fu Shiwan had lost a lot of weight these days. Gently, he touched her cheek, and even when he hugged her just now, it didn't feel the same as before. She has become thinner and looks more worn out. Seeing her like this, he felt very distressed. Fu Shiwan also saw that Shin Jirue looked much more weathered, not as spirited as before. During these days, he had grown a beard and looked more tired and darker. It really made her feel sad. Although it's not unusual for boys to do such things, he is still a prince who has been spoiled since childhood. He has never suffered like this before, so seeing him like this makes her feel compassionate. Fu Shiwan asked him about his next plan. "So, what's next? What are you planning to do?" "The Empress wants me to persuade you. I came here, and she knows that. What kind of words should I take back to her?" "Don't worry. She must have sent people to secretly find out about this. She knows you came here, and you've probably already seen me. When you go back, just tell her I don't want to go out or go back. I've seen through the world, and no one can persuade me otherwise. She also sent some people to try to persuade me before, but I refused them all. So she knows I won't see anyone else. Only you, and we've talked for so long. She already knows you're very important to me. She will just keep sending you to persuade me. If you come, just come. It's good to spend more time with me. I want to see you. I need to pretend a little longer, or I might reveal a flaw."
Fu Shiwan nodded doubtfully.
"All right, but you still have to endure here for a while longer. I hope this method really works. As you said, if it doesn't, then all the suffering over these days would have been for nothing. You've done so much for me and our future." Fu Shiwan felt a bit guilty. When others are kind to her, she always feels guilty and unworthy. She wonders how she can repay others fairly. She is the kind of person who doesn't just take from others, but values fairness. Everyone should get what's fair. Shin Jirue's kindness to her was a bit too exaggerated and unbelievable. She was a little overwhelmed by it. Shunjurue still believed that their love was the reason he did these things. He loved her, so he acted this way. There was no need to feel guilty about it. He saw through Fu Shiwan's feelings and patiently comforted her, saying, "Don't overthink. This is what I should do. I want to like you, want to marry you. Of course, I will bear all the hardships and difficulties. It has nothing to do with you. Just sit and wait for me to marry you. I promise I will do it. If I can't, then my sincerity is in question. If I truly want to have you, I will use all my strength to make it happen. Just trust me. You don't need to worry about this." Fu Shiwan nodded hard. Maybe because she had been brainwashed by Gu Chongfeng for a long time when they were together, she always felt she wasn't worth someone being so good to her. But after meeting Shun Jirue, she realized that someone could genuinely treat her unconditionally. She told him her thoughts, asked about his plans, and reminded him of some things. Shun Jirue cleared up all the misunderstandings from these days. Fu Shiwan happily left. When she reached the gate, her face showed a look of worry again. If the Empress Dowager sent people to follow her or gather information, she would have to pretend in front of others. No matter where those people were, whether they followed her openly or secretly, she had to act as if she hadn't influenced Shinjirue. It was already late, so she didn't need to go into the palace. But early the next morning, she went to report to the Empress Dowager. Her arrival made the Empress Dowager very excited, eager to ask about the result. But Fu Shiwan's sad face told her most of the story. "How is it? Did your persuasion fail? Did Ruer really make such a big decision? I thought he was just a flash in the pan, but I didn't expect him to hold on for so long. He's been in that temple, handling everything himself. I thought he'd come back after a few days, but he actually likes it there and doesn't want to leave. Even your words didn't work. I thought you could at least persuade him. Seeing your expression, it seems even your words are useless now." No, she hadn't said anything yet, but the Empress Dowager already guessed the general idea. So she could only nod. "When I went in, I asked His Highness, but the young monk said that His Highness wouldn't see anyone, not even outsiders. So I had to sneak in quietly. I saw His Highness sweeping in the courtyard. I wondered when he had ever done such chores himself. He looked thinner and more worn out. I tried to persuade him to come back and explained that it was your wish, Your Majesty. He was willing to talk to me and invited me inside, but there was no room for discussion. No matter how much I begged, he refused to leave with me. It seemed he was truly determined. If you could think of another way or find someone who can persuade him, please ask them to try." The Empress waved her hand and sat down on the chair. "There's no way. If even you say it's impossible, who else can try? The people I sent to see him all failed. It's hard even to get a chance to meet him. At least he's willing to see you and talk to you, unlike others who won't even meet him.
You are important to him.
Still, he's made up his mind. That stubborn boy. Why did he suddenly want to become a monk and leave worldly life?" The Empress was very anxious and worried. Fu Shiwan had no choice. She just sat quietly, waiting for the Empress without saying a word. After a moment, the Empress seemed to make a firm decision. "Since he's willing to see you, please help pass some messages for me. You have a way to meet him. The people I sent all failed. Please help me talk to him more, visit him often. He looks exhausted, clearly not doing well. He still has to do everything himself. How can he keep living like this? There's no need to stay there anymore. That stubborn boy is very determined. No one can persuade him. Please speak to him nicely. Since he's willing to see you, there's still hope. I believe you can persuade him." The Empress held Fu Shiwan's hand as if clutching the last straw of hope, placing all her trust in her. Fu Shiwan felt very troubled and unsure. This probably can't be as the Empress wishes. His Highness has already told me that if I go again, he might dislike me. We're still friends for now, but if he gets tired of me and refuses to see me, what should I do? She pretended to hesitate, feeling this was a difficult matter. She didn't want to take on this hot potato, but the Empress offered her a great reward. First, she promised her 100 taels of gold, then agreed that after the task was done, she could ask for anything as long as the Empress could provide it. It seemed the Empress was very anxious. She wasn't worried about whether Shinzuerue could inherit the throne. She didn't have strong feelings about it either. Everything depended on his own wishes. But it was heartbreaking to see her son, who had been raised with so much effort, turn away from the world, become a monk, and refuse to marry or have children. How could a mother accept that? She had spent decades raising her son, but now it felt like she hadn't raised him at all. So, the Empress couldn't accept this. She offered Fu Shiruan many benefits, and Fu Shiruan accepted them but had to keep going every day to the temple where Shinzuerue stayed, as if she was going to work. She visited him daily, talked with him, cooked a meal for him, then left, pretending to be worried and sad, but there was no real progress. Fortunately, Shinzuerue was willing to see her, so the Empress placed all her hopes on her. Every day, she hoped Fu Shiruan would bring back some news. Fu Shiruan was busy running back and forth. She had to visit Shinzuerue every day, and in the mornings, she also had to go to the palace to see the Empress once. She would tell the Empress about their daily conversations. When the Empress heard Fu Shiruan say that Shinzuerue still longed for freedom and the life in the capital, she felt hopeful. But as long as Shinzuerue didn't leave the temple for a day, he hadn't truly figured things out. Any hope would be in vain. External freedom couldn't attract him. The Empress decided to try a different approach. He longs for the outside world, but doesn't want to come out. There's nothing worth him holding on to. These things don't attract him. Since he's had everything he wanted since he was young, he naturally doesn't care much. But if a woman could touch his heart, he wouldn't be so disillusioned with the world. Right now, he's like this simply because he's free from attachments and has no one he truly cares for. If she could arrange for someone he liked, he probably wouldn't stay in that temple or remain in that lonely place. The Empress Dowager said this, but her maid reminded her, if His Highness truly liked a girl, how could he still go to the Buddhist temple to seek enlightenment? Now he's inside the temple, no women, not even many women around him. He's not interested in love anymore, Your Majesty. It's been almost a month since Shinzuerue entered the temple. The Empress Dowager was anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. She thought maybe he would only stay for a few days, maybe a week or 10 days, but she couldn't hold on much longer. However, Shinzuerue seemed to be getting more relaxed and happy inside the temple. She was worried he wouldn't want to come back. She thought carefully. In the past, many women surrounded him, but none caught his eye. She started to doubt if he even liked women at all. Could he have a preference for men? But she hadn't seen him close to any man, so she never considered that. Still, all men like beauty, and her son was especially different. The only person close to him was Fu Shiruan. She arranged for her to live next door and worked hard to help her leave her marriage. The Empress Dowager looked at Fu Shiruan. She was quite close to Shinzuerue. Although she was married, she was a good person, good at cooking and pretty. The only downside was her family background, ordinary but clean. If her son really liked her and she could leave her marriage, maybe she could be a good daughter-in-law. Suddenly, the Empress Dowager understood. She took Fu Shiruan's hand and said, I ask you, although you're friends with Ru'er, do you like him? Do you want to be his wife? Fu Shiruan was stunned by this question. What did she mean? Was it really as Shinzuerue said? Was the Empress Dowager starting to make a move on her? To make her answer more convincing, Fu Shiruan shook her head and said, Your Majesty, don't joke. How could I like His Highness? With our different statuses, it's impossible. Even if I did like him, he might not feel the same. Please don't joke about this anymore. If you dare to say it, I wouldn't dare to listen. She smiled and refused, but she didn't say she didn't like Shinzuerue. Instead, she said their status was too different, and she didn't dare to hope or dream. This did not mean she disliked him at all. When the Empress saw that the situation was not right, she immediately asked, There's nothing wrong with that. As long as Ru'er likes you, both I and the Emperor will respect his opinion. You are a good girl and haven't done anything wrong. As long as he likes you, we can accept you. There's nothing wrong with that. So, I just want to ask you, do you like our Ru'er? Do you want to be his woman? Fu Shiruan was surprised and quickly waved her hands. If she agreed now, it might seem like she only approached Shinzuerue to achieve that goal. She needed to keep pretending to be troubled so that the Empress would become more certain of her thoughts. She had watched many palace dramas, including dozens of episodes of The Legend of Zhenhuan, so she understood a little. Your Majesty, please don't praise me so much. How could I be worthy of the crown prince? Even if I married him, I might only be his servant. It's like my ancestors' graves are emitting green smoke. Better to forget it. I dare not hope or think that a woman like me, who has been married before, could match the status of the crown prince. Your Majesty, please don't make fun of me.
I'm joking.
The reason the crown prince treats me well might just be because he appreciates me. Plus, we had some past interactions, but it's not what you think. I dare not hope for the crown prince. He probably wouldn't like someone like me. In the capital, there are many noble families and young ladies. The crown prince is more likely to like someone else than someone like me. Fu Shiwen forced a smile because she was afraid the Empress would continue talking, and she couldn't keep pretending. She decided to stand up and leave. She pretended to be scared and ran away, but in reality, she couldn't keep up the act anymore. If she stayed longer, she might burst into laughter. Besides, she didn't know what to say next, so she hurriedly escaped. The Empress thought she had scared her away because she pushed her too hard. She followed and went outside, but Fu Shiwen walked very fast, and she couldn't catch up. The Empress became more convinced of her opinion. She thought that a girl who heard such things and ran away was quite a good girl. She quickly got into a sedan and went to find the Emperor. The Emperor was dealing with official documents, and among the mountain of papers, all of them were about Shen Zhiruwei. Seeing this, the Empress's face looked even more worried. The Empress is the same. The two sit together, and the Emperor hands her several memorials to read. She looks at them, and as she expected, the officials are all criticizing Shen Zhiruwei, saying he is too reckless. The Empress feels unhappy, but can do nothing about it. He is indeed reckless. As a prince, he acts so willfully. If he didn't have talent and achievements, the officials wouldn't admire him so much. He is the eldest son and older in age. As long as he can marry and have children, he will surely inherit the throne. But now he's causing trouble, which is really worrying. The Emperor is also angry with Shen Zhiruwei. He's overwhelmed by these memorials and feels like his head is about to explode. This brat, send someone to drag him down immediately. No matter if he wants to see anyone or not, send all the guards inside the palace to catch him alive. I don't believe he can stay stubborn and not come out. Even if we have to turn the temple upside down, we must catch him. We can't let him act so recklessly anymore. What does the court or the country mean to him? He's just playing childish games. The Emperor is furious. The Empress quickly puts down the memorial and gently massages his shoulders from behind to soothe him. Your Majesty, don't get angry. Getting too upset isn't good for your health. Maybe there is another reason for Shen Zhiruwei's actions. He hasn't been like this since he was young. There must be something else pushing him to do this. We just need to find out the cause. Besides, since ancient times, heroes often struggle with love. Shen Zhiruwei doesn't have many women around him, so he hasn't settled down with a marriage yet. But I think there is a good candidate. If he develops feelings for the mortal world, he won't turn to the Buddhist path anymore. Your Majesty, if someone captures him alive, but his heart isn't truly with us, then even if he returns, we can't control him. We must make him willingly come back, so he can settle into his position peacefully and help ease your worries. The Empress's words are reasonable, and the Emperor wants to hear more. Oh, you say we should make him care about the mortal world, but what exactly is that care? As a mother, as a father, and considering his status and position, none of these are what he cares about. He can easily walk away without a second thought. What else could be his attachment? Girls, as long as he can settle down and find someone he loves, he won't return to the Buddhist monastery. The monastery is a pure place where people are not allowed to develop attachments. If he shows feelings, it means he wants to leave the monastery, and those people won't accept him. So, we need to find a girl he likes, someone who can make him care about worldly life. Only after he has a family and a career can we consider other plans. This makes some sense, but who doesn't know the truth? People might think she has some special skills, but when it comes to this, if he truly cared about worldly things or liked a woman, he wouldn't go to the monastery. Forget it. This is all nonsense.
Who does he like?
What kind of woman? Over the years, he has kept himself pure. Even if someone tried to bring a woman close, he wouldn't look at her. He's nothing like his father. Everyone knows what he's thinking, but it's hard to find someone like that. The Empress then brought up this matter. Did you forget, Your Majesty? It's about General Gu's wife. Ruira was quite interested in her. He even suggested we invite her into the palace, praised her cooking skills, and made her in charge of the banquet. He wanted to help her, let her leave her previous life, and gave her a house next to his own residence. The Empress didn't continue talking after that, but the Emperor was clever. He understood what was behind her words and sensed something was wrong. You mean that woman? He is indeed quite interested in her, but if you ask me, it's not unusual for friends to care about each other. Besides, she was already married before. Her background is just common, not suitable for him. Let's forget about it. The Emperor rejected the idea outright, but the Empress was still not willing to give up and kept persuading. But has he ever shown such interest in any other woman? Does he have other female friends? That's definitely not the case. There's only this one. And even if she was married before, she's now divorced and has a proper life. She used to marry General Gu, so why couldn't she marry Ruira now? Ruiru is about to leave the monastery. Once he fully joins the worldly life, and if he truly leaves the monastery, even if you send the daughter of the prime minister or a princess from a neighboring country to him, he wouldn't even look at her. Our goal now is to find a woman who can bring him back to the mortal world and dispel the idea of returning to the Buddhist monastery. Your Majesty, when she brings up her background, as long as she can bring Ruir out and let him marry her, what's wrong with that? It can prevent him from doing any more foolish things. I think this girl is quite good. She's about Ruir's age. Plus, General Gu has been away fighting for 3 years and hasn't visited home much. When he returned, he didn't seem to like her. They don't look right together, and their spirits are different. They are just a couple on the surface. This girl has good manners, is a good cook, and Ruir likes her cooking. She's also kind-hearted. After they marry, if Ruir has any wild thoughts, she can help advise him. I think she's sensible and well-educated, not like ordinary commoners. She's more understanding than some noble daughters. Recently, I asked her to help deliver messages to Ruir. She reports his situation to me every day. She's a very polite girl, though she's been married before and has a modest background. Still, she's honest and clean. What's there to object to? The Empress spoke more confidently as she talked, convincing the Emperor as well. Yes, there's no other choice now. Looking around, the only special person besides Shenzhe Rue is her. We can only place our hopes on her. But the Emperor still had some concerns. Is this possible? She's too ordinary. Although what you say makes sense. If Shenzhe Rue marries her and makes her his main wife, and he later ascends the throne, wouldn't she become the Empress? Can she really handle that position? She hasn't learned proper etiquette. Maybe she doesn't even know how to read or write well. How can she sit on the throne? Making her a concubine or side consort might be better. Being the main wife is too much of a stretch for her. The Empress thought about it and agreed. Historically, that position is usually held by women from noble families. After all, she is the mother of the people, the mother of the nation, and needs to have some presence to command respect. When foreign envoys come, they won't be intimidated or embarrass the country. Fu Shirwang is a good person, but placing her in such a position might be too much of an honor for her. Then we'll make her a side consort or a concubine. Being a noble consort or a noble lady later on isn't bad. As long as she can bring Shenzhe Rue out of that temple and we promise her some benefits, it might work. We need to achieve our goal, and we won't lose anything. Thinking about it, the Emperor felt it was acceptable. He could accept it. Letting Fu Shirwan become Empress was a great favor to her, an unprecedented precedent. He wouldn't back down from this. Allowing her to be a consort was also possible, since there could be many consorts, but only one Empress. All right, I will leave this matter to you. See how you can make her agree to persuade Shinzuerue to come back. But Shunzuerue must truly like her and genuinely care for her, understand the situation, and be willing to come out. Otherwise, no amount of discussion will help. This matter must be handled quickly. Every day at court, the emperor was troubled by these issues. He neglected state affairs, spending all his time reviewing petitions. When will he pass this position to Shunzuerue so he can relax? Let that young man see how difficult it is to manage state affairs. The emperor pushed the memorials aside and sank into his chair. The empress kindly massaged his shoulders from behind. She had been doing this for decades. The emperor felt very comfortable and relaxed. A weight in his heart had finally been lifted by half. If this could be resolved, it would be perfect. It was a good breakthrough. Later, I will try to persuade that young lady again. I suddenly mentioned this matter just now, and she was frightened away. She seems to be a good girl, different from ordinary women. If she had heard this, she might have agreed immediately. But she was scared and ran away, saying she couldn't handle it. I couldn't catch up with her. When I have another chance, I will invite her in and talk to her properly. Today's words were a bit sudden, and she probably wasn't prepared. When I see her again, I will speak to her carefully and try to persuade her. The empress spoke slowly behind him. The emperor didn't expect that Fu Shiwan, who was such a good girl, would still refuse. She was too proud. Anyone else would be happy to accept such an offer, but she refused and wouldn't agree. Really? That girl is quite special. But it's true. When she married Gu Chongfeng, she was already climbing high. Yet she resolutely wanted to leave, giving up everything for freedom. That truly impressed me. I didn't expect she would still refuse you now. She really isn't greedy for wealth and status. She's a good girl, but it's a pity her background isn't high. If she came from a noble family, even if she married someone else, she could be the main wife for Rueer. It's a pity she was born into an ordinary family. Our empress can't allow someone like her to sit on this throne. The emperor and empress both highly praised Fu Shiwan, but when it came to her background, they both felt somewhat dismissive, thinking she was too ordinary. She was not from a noble family, just a farmer's daughter, and her parents had already passed away, which was considered quite unremarkable. However, her confident and composed attitude, along with her good character, was quite impressive. The two of them discussed what to do next, when to speak to Fu Shiwan again, when to invite Shin Zirui back, and when to arrange their marriage. The plans had already become quite detailed. The next day, the empress invited Fu Shiwan to the palace, but only she was asked to come.
Fu Shiwan refused.
She knew the empress wanted to talk to her, so she didn't want to go into the palace. This put the empress in a difficult position. She couldn't leave the palace, but she also didn't want to go in and kept making excuses about having other matters to attend to. This wasn't considered defying the order. Reluctantly, she decided to hold another palace banquet as an excuse. This banquet was quite mysterious, but since there was an event inside the palace, the women from officials' families would prepare carefully. It was a rare opportunity for them to leave the palace, meet nobles, and see important people. Every time there was such a banquet, they valued it greatly, especially since it was hosted by the empress. Daughters and women from prominent families could come into the palace. Fu Shiwan also received an invitation. Now she had no reason to refuse. Although she suspected that the banquet was probably arranged just to get her into the palace, she couldn't refuse once she had a valid reason. She had already declined the empress several times. Refusing again might seem rude. She knew how to keep her balance. This time, she dressed beautifully and attended the banquet, not as a helper serving food, but as a guest entering the palace. She arrived early and mingled with the crowd, overhearing some young women whispering, "It's strange that the empress suddenly held a banquet today. I heard the crown prince has already gone to the Buddhist temple to become a monk. I don't understand why the empress is still hosting this event. Does she still have time for entertainment? The officials and the emperor are already very anxious, yet she still has the leisure to do this. It's really puzzling. Who knows? Luckily, I wasn't chosen by the prince before. The prince doesn't care for women and is determined to become a Buddhist monk. That's quite unusual. My mother has already arranged a marriage for me, and I think it's quite good. The other side is said to have a good family background and good character. Much better than the prince. Right now, I don't care about marrying into a noble family. I just want to live a peaceful and stable life. Marrying into a high-status family means I would have to constantly watch my words and actions. I prefer to find someone with a similar background. My family has strength, so I wouldn't have to be obedient and submissive in their house. I think that's a good choice. You are lucky. Out of all of us, only your marriage has been settled. I've already heard my parents talking about it. Because your marriage is arranged, they are starting to look for a match for me too. But I don't like any of those people. Either their family background isn't good, or their character isn't good, or their appearance isn't good. I've visited many, but none of them are to my liking. They seem satisfied with me, but I can't stand any of them. I really envy you for finding someone you truly like. The girls mostly talk about these things. Fu Shiwan doesn't see what's so enviable about it. Even if she remains single, she can still live well alone. Why must she find a man to share her life? Women of this era have been brainwashed by such ideas. These thoughts are deeply rooted in their minds. She doesn't want to persuade them and just walks on her own. These girls have also attended the queen's banquets, so Fu Shiwan is familiar with them and recognizes her as Gu Chongfeng's former wife. After their divorce, she never expected to still be favored by the queen. She appears at every banquet. At first, these girls looked down on her, but now, because she has attended the queen's banquets multiple times, they are curious about her identity. Some even come forward to talk to her. This young lady looks familiar. I see her every time at the queen's banquet. Last time, she sat very close to the queen and is very familiar with His Highness. Do you know why His Highness insists on becoming a monk? I don't mean any harm. I'm just curious and want to ask. I heard you are very close to His Highness. Is it true that His Highness is going to become a monk? Did he have a quarrel with the queen, or does he really want to become a Buddhist monk? Suddenly, Fu Shiwan is stopped from leaving. Hearing about Shinziyu, these people gather around her eagerly. She knew very well what they were thinking, just wanting to use her to find out gossip, and they spoke so nicely about it. She had no intention of telling them about Shinzurui. Sorry, I don't know much about this. It's a royal secret. It's better if we don't ask too much. I am just a subordinate of His Highness, helping him manage Zue Xianglu, so I only speak to him a few times. I don't know the details. If you're curious, you can ask the Empress later. They weren't that foolish. They wouldn't ask the Empress directly about this. Seeing Fu Shiwan's cold attitude, they all left disappointed. Fu Shiwan was pleased and felt free. Outside in winter, everyone waited briefly in the courtyard. Inside the house, preparations were quickly made, and everyone took their seats. Fu Shiwan still sat at a high position, very close to the Empress, even higher than the other noblewomen. She was just an ordinary commoner, so no one understood why she could sit so high. They all wondered in their hearts, but didn't dare to say anything. The banquet was hurriedly arranged and ended just as quickly. The Empress didn't have much to say, just like a normal gathering. Everyone ate together, and then it was over. There were no special activities or announcements. They happily dressed up and came to the palace expecting something wonderful, but there was nothing, just a simple banquet, hosted on a whim by the Empress. All their efforts and plans were useless. After the meal, the Empress said a few polite words, and everyone left. They walked home confused, not understanding what it all meant. Only Fu Shiwan knew, because as soon as the banquet ended, she was kept behind by the Empress's attendants. In her palace, she couldn't escape. The Empress pulled her into her room and gave her many gifts. Politely, she said, "We had a good chat last time, but you left so quickly before we finished. I've asked people to invite you to the palace several times, but you kept making excuses. Now that there's a palace banquet, I want you to come and stay. We can finish what we didn't get to say last time." Fu Shiwan guessed what the Empress wanted to say, and she knew too. But she had to pretend to follow Shinzurui's instructions. She returned the items the Empress had given her, exactly as they were. "Your Majesty, if you have anything else to say, please tell me. I will do my best to help if I can, but please don't joke about such matters." With my position, how can I be suitable for His Highness? Haven't I already heard enough gossip about marrying General Gu before? If I marry His Highness, wouldn't that also bring trouble to him with these rumors? I only have some business dealings with His Highness, so I consider us friends. That's why His Highness has taken care of me many times. I mean no other intentions. I am just friends with His Highness. I have never had any improper thoughts about him. Please don't spread false rumors about me. Many noble ladies look good and have good character. Why not choose one of them for marriage with His Highness? Why pick me? Because you're better than them. Don't worry about your status. I will issue an imperial decree to make you a county mistress. That will make you more noble than many others and more suitable to marry Roar. Those other women are pretty and well-born, but Roar doesn't like them. I see that Roar is interested in you. He rarely meets ordinary people, but he is willing to see you, talk to you, and help you. He clearly likes you. If you like Roar too, you don't need to worry about your status or rank. Leave it to me and the Emperor. Rest assured, no one will gossip behind your back. As long as you help Roar come out of that temple and take charge of the court again, you'll be rewarded generously, and your wedding will be grand and beautiful. You are already divorced, so marrying again will be very difficult. Only ordinary people are available now. Marrying Roar again is a dream for many women. I see you keep refusing and hesitating. Is there something else you're worried about? The Empress's conditions were very tempting. She even offered to give her the title of county mistress. That way, she would become nobility and receive a monthly allowance, an almost perfect deal. Unexpectedly, the Empress was so fond of her and made such an offer. Fu Shuwan thought it was enough, but she had to accept politely. This must not happen. Your Majesty, you truly overwhelm me. Just being able to be with His Highness is already a great blessing. I dare not ask for more, no rewards or titles. Someone of my status serving as a concubine to His Highness is already a great honor. Your Majesty, you even want to give me the title of county lady. I truly don't know how I can repay Your Majesty. Seeing that Lady Fu Shiwang finally relaxed, the Empress immediately pressed on. You don't need to thank me. All I ask is that you persuade Ruer to leave the temple and give up becoming a monk. Bring him back to be his royal son. That is enough for you.
Fu Shiwang smiled bitterly.
This was an easy task. This was a play she and Shinjirue had planned. Getting him to come out isn't difficult. But she couldn't say it too openly. Your Majesty's kindness is too much. If I refuse again, it would seem ungrateful. So I will agree for now, but I can't promise anything. Even if I have feelings for His Highness, he might not truly feel the same about me. I will try my best first. If I can persuade him, that's perfect. If not, Your Majesty will have to find someone else. Of course. I won't rush you. Just bring Shunjurue back as soon as possible. The Emperor hasn't slept well over this matter. His health is not as good as before. The ministers are arguing day and night, and the court's affairs are neglected. So, please hurry. The Empress didn't press further, but hoped this matter would be resolved quickly.
Fu Shiwang nodded in agreement.
To show her sincerity, she went straight to the temple on the mountaintop. Because the Empress had mentioned this matter to her before, she hadn't come here during these days. This time, Shinjirue was very happy to see her. He quickly grabbed her hand and led her inside, eagerly asking about what had happened during her absence. Fu Shiwang hadn't come for several days, and he was very anxious. When he finally saw her again, he hurriedly asked about the progress. He had no news from the mountaintop every day and didn't know what was happening. He relied entirely on Fu Shiwang to pass him information. How is it? You haven't come these days. I was starting to get worried. What did mother and father say? Fu Shiwang smiled and replied, Indeed, as you said, as you thought, the Empress and the Emperor have reached an agreement. They asked me if I have feelings for you. They believe I am a special person in your heart, so they want to see if we are interested in each other. The Empress has already agreed and asked me to become your woman, willing to give me the title of County Lord, along with some gold, silver, and jewelry, just to persuade you to leave. Since the Empress can say this, it's likely the Emperor also approves, so we can almost go out now. Fu Shiwan happily shared this good news with him, but Shen Zirui felt it was not that simple. He knew his parents very well, his father and mother, the Emperor and Empress. If they agreed so easily, there might be other hidden reasons behind their words. They only said to let you marry me as your woman, but didn't mention making me the official wife. Just a county lord's title is easy for them. They never care much about gold, silver, or jewelry. When they say I should be your woman, whether as a concubine or a side consort, it's still being your woman. They didn't mention the title of wife, so it's not guaranteed. We still need to keep working hard and not go out yet, or we might fall into a trap. All our efforts these days might be in vain. Fu Shiwan was not greedy. She thought that being a side consort for Shinzurui was already very good. It was a great honor for her. She couldn't even imagine being the official wife. Being with Shinzurui was enough, especially since she was already married before. Being a side consort was already very good. If she married him as the official wife, she might be ridiculed by others for marrying someone who was rejected by others. Fu Shiwan was aware of her situation. Forget it. A side consort is fine. It's okay to be a side consort. The Empress has already given me many things I never dared to imagine. How can I ask for more? A side consort is enough, she said. Being his side consort was already very good. To be able to stay by his side openly, to be his woman, recognized by the Emperor and Empress, was quite good. Fu Shiwan didn't think there was anything wrong with being a side consort, but Shinzurui looked serious and stern. He looked at Fu Shiwan, not allowing her to give up so easily. I promised you I would make you my official wife. I will definitely make you my wife, not just a side consort. If I change my mind halfway, then why would I suffer so much here, endure so many hardships? I told you that you could be the official wife, so I will keep my promise. I love you and like you, so you deserve the best. If I let you be a concubine, then I wouldn't have the position of the main wife, and it would always be empty. You are my only woman, the one I love the most. I won't regret this. Everything I do is for you, and it has nothing to do with you. Just trust me and believe in me. Fu Shiwan was deeply moved. No one had ever said these things to her before. She had never felt these feelings from Gu Chongfeng either. Such a man like this was rare, even in later generations, to find someone like him in a feudal era. Maybe the hardships she faced early on were a test from heaven, so she could meet such a good person.
傅习万主动抱住沈泽瑞，把脸贴在他的脸上，感受彼此的温度。他非常喜欢他，更加喜欢他了。
Repeatedly being chosen firmly was the greatest healing for her. Someone like her, sensitive and unsure inside, needed someone like Shin Zirui to heal her. Repeatedly making firm choices, saying these words, if she also hesitated, and he hesitated too, it would only cause more doubt. But someone as firm as Shin Zirui was perfect for her. Shin Zirui held her face carefully and said seriously, from now on, don't doubt yourself or lose confidence, okay? With me, you are the best. I like you very much and won't regret this. I won't regret it now, and I never will in the future. I like you very, very much. Don't doubt me, and don't doubt yourself, okay?
Fu Shiwan nodded strongly.
She really liked Shin Zirui and wanted to be with him as soon as possible. So, what should I do? She didn't know what to do next. Shin Zirui handed her a letter. Give this to your mother. Once she reads it, she will understand what I mean. The rest is up to me. You can't negotiate with them anymore. I will handle everything. Fu Shiwan held the letter and nodded. After talking with Shin Zirui for a while, she was reluctant to leave. She really didn't want to go. She wanted to enjoy every moment with Shin Zirui. The more she was with him, the more attached she became. Once, she experienced a few innocent and shy romances, but nothing truly happened, so they couldn't really be called love. They were just relationships that she confirmed, but she didn't really like anyone. Usually, after a few days or a week or a month, she would regret it. She didn't feel the same emotions she saw in novels and TV dramas, so she didn't consider it real love. But this time was different. She could feel someone loving her sincerely and choosing her confidently. So, Fu Shiwan was very happy and liked Shen Zhiwei more and more. Fu Shiwan didn't go to the palace herself. Instead, she handed the letter to Shiryu. Shiryu had served the empress before, so he had the chance to go into the palace and deliver the letter. She chose not to go herself. After reading the letter, the empress immediately went to see the emperor. She handed him the same letter. The emperor read it and frowned. This kid is actually negotiating with us. Look at what he means in this letter. Does he have feelings for that girl? If he doesn't, why is he asking for her to be the main consort? If he does, his tone isn't very strong. He still wants to stay at that Buddhist temple. So, what should we do? This woman's status is absolutely not suitable for her to become the future empress. But if we don't let her have that position, this brat refuses to come back. What can we do? Now, he's using this to threaten us. I think we should just tie him up and keep him for a few days.
He'll be obedient then.
We can't let him do whatever he wants, acting like he's our father. The emperor spoke very directly, angrily slamming the letter onto the table. But the empress, being a woman and more thoughtful, said carefully, I think he probably likes Miss Fu. Otherwise, why would he ask for her to be the main consort? Our son is very loyal and passionate, just like you. I know you put a lot of thought into us, even though you have many women. Our son inherited our good qualities, including in matters of love. He probably has feelings for Miss Fu. He doesn't mind if she was married before or if she comes from an ordinary background. He just wants her to be the main consort. If that's the case, then perhaps we should just let it happen. He doesn't want his beloved woman to be wronged. If he can't marry her, or if he can only marry her as the main consort, then we should just support him. After all, he's living his own life and making his own choices. If he regrets it later, he shouldn't come to us. Whatever makes him happy, let him do it. The empress has given up trying. She thinks that if Shun Ziyu can agree easily, that's good enough. The main wife and the concubine can discuss it later. However, the emperor is still hesitant and unsure. This is not a trivial matter. He is the king for now. His first relationship with Shun Ziyu is that of ruler and minister, and only afterward is it a father and son. He needs to carefully consider the pros and cons. Having such a woman as the queen for a short time might cause others to laugh. She is married before, and her background is quite ordinary. In the future, some people with bad intentions might use this against her. As a father, since he has decided to pass the throne to Shinziyu, he must settle everything for him so he can inherit smoothly. He wants Shinziyu to face fewer difficulties in the future. It's not good to say this out loud. This woman's background is so ordinary, and she's been married before. If she becomes queen, it might cause chaos. He's using this to threaten us, clearly holding us in his grasp. This young man is probably trying to trick us. If I'm afraid of him, at worst, he can stay in the Buddhist temple forever. I have other sons. If I decide to pass the throne to someone else, that's fine. If he doesn't want to take over and prefers to stay in the temple, let him stay there. The emperor is just angry and speaking out of frustration. There are no other suitable candidates. The other children are all born from concubines, and they're still young with less experience than Shinziyu. Now that he is older, he can't wait any longer. Shinziyu is the most suitable choice. The empress also knows he's just angry. She actually quite likes Fu Shiwan. As women, she understands how hard it is for women. One failed marriage doesn't mean everything. As long as her son likes her, her background doesn't matter. If His Majesty likes Ru'er, then we might as well agree. What's the harm in saying yes? If we refuse, he might stay in that temple forever. Forcing him back won't work. His mind isn't on these matters anyway. It's better to support him. If we go along with him now, he'll follow our wishes in the future. He won't cause trouble anymore. Once he's married and has a family, he can focus on the court affairs and give us grandchildren sooner. Young girls are hard to bear children. I've noticed that Fu Shiwan is quite healthy. She should be able to have grandchildren quickly. As long as our son likes her, we'll have grandchildren soon. If he doesn't like other women, and we force them on him, it won't work. It's only about looks. In the end, it's about continuing the family line, isn't it? The Empress carefully pinpointed his weakness, and the Emperor was left speechless upon hearing this. He was also a man. If someone forced a woman he disliked upon him, no matter how beautiful or noble she was, he wouldn't be interested in her. Since Shunzurui was their child, he probably shared the same personality. This made things difficult. He didn't want her to be a concubine, so the only option was to make her his main wife. The Emperor thought for a long time and finally relaxed.
Fine, fine.
We can only go along with this young man's wishes. But this woman can't marry into our family with such a simple background. We should find a reason to honor her, give her a noble title, and raise her status. Then, when she marries Shunzurui, it will seem more appropriate. Since her family was ordinary, they would give her a noble lineage. Since she was average, they would train her well and shape her into a proper empress. Finally, the Emperor relaxed, and the Empress also let out a deep breath. Now that this matter was settled, Shunzurui could return home, and she could also have her grandson sooner. She quickly wrote a letter and sent someone to give it to Shunzurui. After reading it, Shunzurui packed his bags and returned to his house the next day. His first action was to find Fu Shirwan and show her the letter. After reading it, Fu Shirwan felt like she was dreaming. It was incredible that someone could fight for these things. If you persisted, you could succeed. She almost let go of hope. It was like bargaining. When facing a strong opponent, she could only retreat step by step. But if she persisted a little longer, the other side would back down because they saw her as strong. That was the truth. The Empress and the Emperor had now backed down, and Shunzurui truly had some skill. Seeing Shunzurui so proud, she couldn't help but hug him tightly. You really did it. I thought I would never marry again, or meet someone who treats me well. Maybe I'm not worth being loved, but what you've done makes me feel that everyone's existence is meaningful. It's not that no one loves you, it's just that you haven't met the right person yet. Thank you for making me feel less lonely in this world. Fu Shirwan wanted to express that she felt lonely. She had no one she trusted here, no close family. Even though her biological parents were alive, she was not close to them. They were only her physical parents, not her spiritual ones. She had always been lonely in this world. But Shunzurui was like sunlight shining in her darkness, giving her endless warmth and making her feel very safe. However, Shunzurui didn't know her true identity. He thought that because she had lost her biological parents, the only close person was himself. He believed this and tightly hugged Fu Shirwan to comfort her. It's okay, you don't have to pretend to be strong anymore. I know that your so-called strength is just an act. Every woman likes to feel protected and cared for. Your strength is just a disguise. From now on, you don't need to act tough. With me, you can leave all difficult problems to me. I will help you tirelessly because you are the person I chose, and I have made up my mind about you. Fu Shirwan really didn't know what to say. Shunzurui's return was a happy event for her and everyone else. The Empress and the Emperor truly issued a decree as they had promised, appointing her as county mistress and granting her a fief. This was unprecedented. Most county mistresses and district ladies only held a title without their own land. Having a fief means that within that small piece of land, she is like a local ruler. She can raise her own soldiers there. The land is given to her. It's that simple. So she was more prominent than an ordinary county mistress. The Emperor and Empress's actions puzzled some officials in the court who were well informed, but others who were less aware couldn't understand the reason behind it. Even the common people couldn't understand. The most surprised was Gu Chongfeng. He simply couldn't understand why Fu Shirwan's life had only gotten better after leaving the Gu family. Not only did she gain favor with the Empress and Emperor, but she also became a county mistress with her own land, and she was often seen close to the Empress's legitimate son. Their relationship was very ambiguous, which he found hard to accept. He thought that Fu Shirwan would regret her decision someday and come back to him when she couldn't handle it anymore. But to his surprise, she left decisively without hesitation or looking back. Was this the reason she was so determined from the start? Did she climb to a high position and therefore no longer care about staying in the Gu family? After hearing this news, Gu Changfeng returned to his residence. Now, since there was no official lady of the house, Song Jiangma was naturally responsible for managing the household affairs. She handled everything skillfully, and everyone below her listened to her. But gaining something often means losing something else. She earned respect and the position she wanted, but she lost her husband's love. Gu Changfeng treated her almost the same way he used to treat Fu Shiwang, as if he didn't love anyone who held the position of the main wife. Even Zirwei's concern for her had decreased. Among the 3 concubines in the household, only Wu Ruzhou was not pregnant, so Gu Changfeng no longer placed all his hopes on Zirwei. Now, Song Jiangma no longer appears as gentle and patient as before. Instead, she looks a bit older and somewhat stern. The old lady noticed her efforts for the family, but someone of her status could never take over the household affairs for long. The position of the main wife in the house had always been vacant, which was not ideal. The old lady advised Gu Changfeng, you and Li have been apart for a while now, and the officials in the court mostly know about this. How do you plan to handle it? Looking at the current situation, both concubines are pregnant, and Song Jiangma manages the household, but she can't keep doing that forever. It wouldn't be proper. You should marry a formal wife again. After all, these children are illegitimate, and you need your own legitimate son and daughter. Our family is struggling in court, so you should find a good girl, discuss the marriage, and settle it soon. The household can't be without a main wife forever, and these little concubines can't run the house. The old lady was anxious about this matter. She was happy that now, with Zirwei and 2 children in her belly, there were 3 children in total. But they were all illegitimate, unlikely to make a big impact. It would be better to have a legitimate heir and daughter. Every household has a main wife to manage things. It's not proper to let a concubine do so. From Song Jiangma's recent attitude, she seemed to consider herself the lady of the house. She couldn't allow that anymore. She needed to remind her that her son should marry a proper wife soon to control these concubines. Otherwise, they might all rebel. Gu Changfeng, however, had no such thoughts. Recently, he had been overwhelmed by changes in the court. First, he was inexplicably marginalized by officials. The emperor no longer valued him as before, leaving him aside. Major border affairs or military matters were no longer handled by him. He was only given minor tasks. He used to be highly regarded, but somehow, later on, all these responsibilities were handed over to others. He was confused and didn't dare refuse. After all, it was the emperor's order. Every day, he handled trivial official matters, and whether he was there or not made little difference. Gradually, those around him became more self-interested. When he gained power, everyone flocked to him. When he lost the emperor's favor, they started to distance themselves from him. All of this seemed to begin after he separated from Fu Shiwan. He didn't want to return to the mansion. Every day felt like he was a walking corpse, full of gloom and frustration. The old lady still brought up these matters, but Gu Changfeng had no interest in them. Mother, please stop talking.
I don't want to marry now.
Aren't there enough women in the house? How many more do I need to marry to satisfy you? His tone was a bit impatient. The old lady didn't expect Gu Changfeng to speak to her like that. He had never spoken to her in such a way before. What do you mean? Do you plan to pick one of your concubines to be the main wife? Your current position isn't low, and none of them are suitable for that role. You could marry again. Are you really thinking of making Song Jiangma the main wife? Putting her in that position? She's the daughter of a disgraced official. Can she really hold that role? Anyone with a bit of sense would be worried if they knew. Think carefully before you act. The old lady was afraid Gu Changfeng might favor Song Jiangma too much and make a foolish decision. But Gu Changfeng no longer had the same feelings for Song Jiangma. There was no passion anymore. She was very different from the woman he remembered. If she had given birth to her second child or died in childbirth, she would have remained a beautiful memory in his heart. But she lost the child, survived herself, and gradually became suspicious and jealous. She was no longer gentle and caring but became spiteful and hateful. Gu Changfeng no longer loved her. He saw her only as the mother of Ziyu, with familial affection but no love. Mother, don't worry. I won't let her become the main wife. Since she is now a concubine, that's enough. I have no plans to marry anyone else for now, nor to promote anyone. Isn't life like this quite good? Now, the two wives have become pregnant, but one wife remains unwell and shows no signs of pregnancy. Song Jungma handles all the affairs in the house every day. You no longer go to her courtyard. Have you been waiting all these days? Every night, you don't visit either wife, but often sit or sleep in Fu Shiwan's courtyard. Don't think I don't know your thoughts. She has already divorced you and left so decisively. She won't come back. Why didn't you cherish her earlier? You only realize your mistake now, but it's too late to try to keep her. She has now moved on to a better life. How could she still look at you? The Emperor and Empress have a good impression of her. Do you really think she still cares about us? You don't understand her feelings until she's gone. She doesn't know your true thoughts. It's too late now. It's just a piece of flesh on her belly. How could the old lady not understand who Gu Changfeng truly cares about? But it's already too late. There's no more time. Fu Shiwan and he are now divorced. If they were still married, they might have been able to try to save their relationship. But both are stubborn, and now that she's gone, he realizes he can't bear to lose her. He spends every night in her courtyard, missing her. What can he do? That position is empty. No one is promoted to take it, nor does anyone else marry her. He just wants to leave it for her. But the old lady is wise. She knows that their fight was so bitter that there's no chance of reconciliation. She advises Gu Changfeng to let go. Missed opportunities are missed. Let them go. She now has a better future and won't come back to find you. You should look forward and stop looking back. Why did you act so deeply in the past? Now you're just pretending to be sentimental, but no one is paying attention. The old lady advises him, and Gu Changfeng knows he can't change anything now. Things have become this way, and they are powerless to turn back. I know. I can't keep her anymore. She is now the county master with her own land and salary. It's not that she isn't worthy of me, it's that I no longer deserve her. I thought she couldn't live without me after leaving, but it turns out her life is getting better and better. I have become a burden to her, Gu Changfeng says sadly, rubbing his face as he speaks. The old lady stays at home all day and hasn't heard about these things. Besides, it just happened recently and she doesn't know. She looks at Gu Changfeng in shock. Really? She has truly become the county mistress? What does she have that others don't? What has she done to earn the Emperor and Empress's favor? Why is she granted the title of county mistress? That young girl is quite capable. No wonder she was so determined to leave you and cause such trouble. She wasn't afraid of offending anyone. Turns out, she had powerful backing, which made her so resolute. But why can she become the county mistress? She's just a rural woman. After leaving the Gu family, she still became the county mistress. Who did she connect with to rise so high? The old lady looks down on Fu Shiwan. She can't imagine that someone she once looked down on and mistreated could become the county mistress, transforming completely. If she ever meets her again, she will have to bow and greet her.
Why?
Why is she able to reach this position now? The old lady, as Gu Changfeng's mother, has no official title herself. Fu Shiwan only left the family a few months ago and already became the county mistress. She's very jealous. She was just a rural woman. Leaving the Gu family, she had nothing. Yet, she's doing so well now. People are like that. They can't stand to see others succeed. She questions Gu Changfeng about why Fu Shiwan has achieved all this, but Gu Changfeng doesn't know. I don't know, I really don't know. All I know is that she's very close to the Empress's legitimate son, Shun Dianxia. Their families are even nearby, and it seems many problems were solved with his help, including the imperial decree for her departure. It looks like they used some tricks. I don't know how she managed to climb so high, probably because they have some kind of bond, so she wanted to leave me.
No wonder she wanted to part from me.
After leaving, she had better options and, of course, she was willing to leave me. I never expected she would connect with the prince. That's truly high status. Gu Chongfeng is furious and confused. He can't understand why Fu Shiwan is now living so well. The old lady also can't understand. In her mind, Fu Shiwan was just a lowly woman, only fit for cooking, cleaning, and being a maid. She never thought she could connect with a prince and gain the emperor and empress's favor. Why her? This woman must have secretly been sneaking around behind my back, getting close to that prince while you were away. That's why she's so confident. Otherwise, how could she have climbed so high in just a few days? She must have been in contact with him during the years you were gone. She's scheming and manipulative. She must have used tricks to attract the prince's attention. Otherwise, how could he have looked at her? She truly believed she had climbed high, thinking that with her status, she could still be married. A woman who has been married before, especially to a prince who might soon become emperor, would not be wanted by any man. Even if it sounded nice now, it was probably just for fun, to tease her, not genuine interest. How could anyone really want her? The old lady didn't believe there were such loyal and caring people in the world. Besides, their statuses were so different. Even when Fu Shiwang was pure and married Gu Chongfeng before, it was considered a high climb. Now that she was married again, and with her current status of a woman who had been married, she didn't think she was suitable for the prince. Her pure body alone wasn't enough for the prince, let alone her current status. The old lady didn't like her from the bottom of her heart. Even knowing she had become the county princess, she didn't believe she could truly win the prince's heart. The officials and nobles were very snobbish, caring most about family background and status, especially in the palace. They wouldn't look kindly on a woman from a humble family like Fu Shiwang. They would just play with her for fun, get bored, and then discard her. When that happened, she would be the laughingstock. People in the palace, especially those with high status like theirs, thought that giving her a title like county princess was just for show. It sounded impressive, but if they lost interest, there was no real loss. It was all just for entertainment. Gu Chongfeng hoped this was true. Hopefully, it's just for fun. If her previous marriage becomes known to the officials, they wouldn't allow him to marry such a woman. She's so proud and stubborn, she wouldn't willingly accept being a concubine. Anyway, the truth of what really happened still needs to be investigated. For now, she's gained fame. Everyone in the capital envies her. She's become quite the talk. The old lady briefly considered persuading Gu Chongfeng to bring Fu Shiwang back. After all, she had changed now. If she returned to be the main wife, that position rightfully belonged to her. They could just pretend there was a small disagreement or a minor incident. This way, Fu Shiwang wouldn't be seen in a bad light. She could go back to her divorce status and remarry, but people might gossip. Returning to the Gu family would make others think she was sentimental, and she wouldn't face much gossip. It would also bring honor to the Gu family. She had some ability herself. Since Fu Shiwang left, the Gu family's tavern business hadn't gone bankrupt, but it hadn't made much profit either. It just covered the household expenses. In the past, the household had little income and just enough to cover expenses. Now they have added a restaurant, but business is still just enough to break even. The old lady and Gu Chongfeng both couldn't understand why this was happening. Actually, it's because they earned some money, so they spent it freely. As a result, it seemed like they hadn't earned anything at all. Compared to when Fu Shiwan was in charge, things have fallen far behind. Gradually, most of the guests have returned to Zui Xianglu, leaving only some regular customers occasionally visiting the family's tavern to keep the business running and avoid losing money or closing down. Everyone can see Fu Shiwan's abilities. Her skills are obvious to all. Otherwise, how could she have gone from a humble, insignificant person to a powerful figure? Her sudden rise was too dramatic, too unbelievable. People are amazed by her success. However, the old lady is concerned. She thinks such a stubborn woman might be uncontrollable if she returns. She is very talented, so talented that she might become impossible to manage. Soon, she convinced herself to give up this idea. She planned to visit the temple someday to pray for Gu Chongfeng, asking for a sign about his future marriage, whether he could find a good girl, bring peace to the family, and have a harmonious marriage. The old lady was pondering this. They didn't realize that all their words were being secretly overheard by Song Gmo at the door. How could she allow Gu Chongfeng to marry someone else? Although she wasn't the main wife or the official lady of the house, she controlled everything. Everyone had to listen to her. Even the concubines, if pregnant, were still no match for her. It didn't matter whether the baby was a boy or girl. If it was a boy, he wouldn't surpass her. Zirue was already studying and writing well. Without a legitimate heir, as long as no official wife was pregnant, Zirue was the most likely to inherit Gu Chongfeng's estate. Those women couldn't compete with her, even if they tried. She wouldn't allow other women to come in and overshadow her. And she felt cold inside. She never imagined that after doing so much for the Gu family and Gu Chongfeng, he would say it was impossible for her to be the main wife. What did he say when he was at the border? He promised her personally that he would divorce Fu Shiwan and make her the official wife when he returned, promising not to mistreat her. But after returning, he only acted tough for a while, and in the end, he couldn't resist her and made her a side wife. And this side wife role has lasted for a long time. Originally, Fu Shiwan was still around, so she couldn't turn her life around. But now, Fu Shiwan has already left, and the position of the main wife has been vacant for a long time. Yet, she is still in charge of household chores, and they refuse to let her take that position. It turns out they're using her. She leaned against the door, smiling bitterly at herself, feeling foolish for believing the foolish words of a man. She was truly caught by Fu Shiwan's words. She has now become a county master. In the past, she laughed at her for being silly, for being naive, for not knowing how to cherish what she had, or how to hold on to what was hers. Now, it seems Fu Shiwan is the one laughing at her confidence, only to end up with nothing. She gave everything for him, believed all his promises, and in the end, lost everything, her money and her dignity. Song Jiangma didn't know what to do. She wanted to see Fu Shiwan, even if she would be laughed at. She really wanted to see her because she was so successful. She managed to leave her marriage and even became a princess. She had so many qualities worth learning from. Looking at herself, she worked hard every day, but didn't know for whom she was working. It was all pointless. Because she was busy with household matters, Zero mostly stayed with the old lady, who took care of him. For Gu Chongfeng and this family, she even stopped caring for her own children. What did she get in return? Gu Chongfeng told her he would never make her his wife. What a big joke. Her eyes hardened, and she quietly left. Since Gu Chongfeng betrayed her, she wouldn't let the Gu family be happy. He deceived her and played with her. He didn't keep his promises, so she wanted him to see the consequences of deceiving a woman. Although Gu Chongfeng wasn't in a rush to marry, that was what he said. The old lady was very anxious. She attended every banquet and temple fair she could find, just to find a suitable wife for Gu Chongfeng. The previous Fu Shiwan was chosen by both mother and son. They had no say. But Song Jiangma was chosen by Gu Chongfeng himself. This time, she would pick someone she liked herself and make Gu Chongfeng marry her. Only then could the family be at peace. She didn't like any of the previous Fu Shiwan or Song Jiangma. She wanted to choose someone she truly liked. The old lady had been fasting and bathing for 3 days, preparing to visit the temple and pray sincerely. Please ask Gu Chongfeng for a fortune slip. After all, they cannot decide who he likes better. The most important thing is to follow fate. If the heavens say which girl is suitable for Gu Chongfeng and can help his future career, that is what matters most. Therefore, the old lady attached great importance to this Buddhist ceremony. She prepared vegetarian meals for 3 days and stayed at home sincerely, not going out. She bathed, changed clothes, and tidied herself up carefully. When she was about to leave, she met Song Jiangma at the door. The old lady wanted to be angry, but since today was the day for the Buddha ceremony, she tried to stay calm. She asked patiently, "Why are you here? Not taking care of household chores? Are you preparing to go out?" "No, madam. I heard you are going to the Buddha ceremony today, so I plan to go with you. The household affairs are almost done. Whether 1 or 2 of us go, it's the same." It's better to go together. The old lady had disliked Fu Shuan very much in the past. It was okay when she managed the house, even if there was no money, because the family had no business. But Song Jiangma also had no money to show respect to her. She had a brewery business, but her monthly account balance was always the same, neither much nor little. She suspected that Song Jiangma was secretly embezzling it, so she didn't like her and thought she lacked managerial skills. Seeing her made her angry inside. However, she had to suppress her anger today. She must go to the Buddha ceremony clean and calm inside and out. If you want to go, go. Finish handling the household affairs first. I've prepared everything. You're not in the plan, and if you suddenly want to come along, I'd have to prepare again. Also, going to the temple isn't just about talking. You need to be sincere. I understand. I heard early that the old lady was going, so I also ate vegetarian meals for 3 days and bathed and changed clothes.
So, I am just like you, madam.
I believe the Buddha won't blame me for going to the temple. It's not a trivial matter. Zero has started learning to read. I want to ask the Buddha for a fortune slip for him to see his future career, whether he should pursue literature or martial arts. I also hope the Buddha and Bodhisattvas will bless him to succeed in his studies and become a top scholar someday, bringing honor to our Gu family. That's why I am going with great sincerity. She smiled boldly, but the old lady felt uncomfortable watching her. In the past, Song Jiangma also loved to smile, but her smiles were gentle and soft. Now, she doesn't know why, maybe because she had been watching her for a long time, or because she had been in the big estate for too long. Her smile seemed to hide many unclear and confusing things, making it hard to understand her. The old lady felt a faint dislike in her heart. She wasn't sure if it was because she secretly disliked her or if her smile was just too awkward. However, since she had a reasonable reason, the old lady couldn't refuse. As a mother, it was natural for her to pray for her son's success. She had also prepared herself, just like she had prepared in advance for her own sake and for her son. Since that was the case, the old lady agreed to let her come along. Because Song Jiangma suddenly wanted to join, there was no extra carriage prepared for her. She could only squeeze into the same carriage with the old lady. Their relationship was already bad. The old lady didn't like Song Jiangma, and now they had to share a carriage. Half of her personal space was suddenly taken away, which anyone would find upsetting. She silently glanced at Song Jiangma, then closed her eyes and recited a Buddhist scripture. But Song Jiangma didn't bother to look at her. She had her own thoughts. She knew what the old lady was doing at the temple. She just wanted to interfere and ruin everything. The old lady didn't like her, and she didn't like the old lady either. She was always mumbling and complaining, looking down on everything. In reality, she was just a country woman pretending to be a noble lady. Gu Chongfeng's military achievements should have earned his mother a noble title, but he didn't ask for one, and the emperor didn't grant it. They both looked down on her. She thought she was special, but she was just a son who acted like he was very promising. She finally understood that Gu Chongfeng was very fake with everyone, pretending to be filial and loving. In fact, he didn't love anyone. If he were a true filial son, he would have asked for a noble title for his mother. The old lady was already quite old and still had no noble title. She was just like ordinary people pretending to be something she wasn't. Seeing her pretend so obviously, Song Jiangma didn't want her to feel comfortable. Since she didn't like sharing the carriage with her, she decided to disturb her peace on purpose. Old lady, what are you praying for at the temple? Are you hoping for the general's smooth career in the future or for your family's peace? The old lady slightly frowned but did not open her eyes or respond to her words. Song Jiangma did not feel awkward. No one paid attention to her. Normally, this should have been the end of the conversation, but since the old lady ignored her, she continued speaking clearly and confidently. I think she's probably praying for peace at home and also asking for good business at the restaurant. I will help the old lady pray for that too. When her wishes come true, the old lady will be happy. The old lady is so kind, and General is very filial. Plus, the other two ladies are now pregnant. It's best if they both have sons to bring prosperity to our family and have smooth deliveries. Seeing her considerate attitude, the old lady finally opened her eyes slowly and faintly nodded. It's good that you think so. But no matter how many children there are, they will be illegitimate children. Changfeng manages such a big family, but he must have a legitimate heir. Otherwise, he will be laughed at by his colleagues. Although now you handle all the affairs of the household, there can't always be no main wife. Eventually, he will marry a main wife. You should hand over all your responsibilities to her. In the future, Changfeng will have his own legitimate son and daughter. You just need to stay out of trouble and not cause any chaos. The old lady still looked down on her and didn't even look at Song Jiangma directly. Song Jiangma's hand quietly clenched inside her sleeve. She watched the old lady and felt a surge of anger. Marry?
Dream on. Why should he marry a wife?
No matter how she cued, she couldn't be replaced. Fu Shuwan had left, and it was her turn now. What does her background matter? If her family hadn't had problems, she wouldn't be the daughter of a disgraced official. Her family was quite noble, and marrying Gu Changfeng was more than enough. Her manners and speech were just as good as Fu Shuwan's. Why not? Why couldn't she be the main wife? Fu Shuwan could hold that position. Why not her? Song Jiangma's mind was starting to twist. She hated everyone who lied to her and anyone who was unreasonable. When she first returned with Gu Changfeng, they were so in love. Zirue was very fond of the old lady, and the old lady was very polite to her. She was also pregnant, and Gu Changfeng took good care of her. She had repeatedly embarrassed Fu Shuwan, making her lose face. At that time, she was like a great Buddha in the Gu household, and everyone had to serve and flatter her.
But now?
Everyone could bully her and boss her around. She couldn't accept this gap. Because she couldn't be the main wife, her children could only be illegitimate children. The old lady has now become more open-minded. She used to like Zero very much, but now she doesn't like him as much. Instead, she is focused on wanting a legitimate heir. However, once she becomes the main wife, Zero will be the heir. Why would she want to marry someone else? Song Jiangma is not willing. Old lady, which young lady from which family are you interested in? The general is so brave and handsome. I wonder what answer Buddha will give to you. I also wonder if the lady who is about to join the family will be liked by you, and whether the general will like her. The household is becoming more lively. Once the children of those two sisters are born, the house will be even more lively. Our household has never been this lively before. But now, because of financial difficulties, if we want to marry a noble daughter from a wealthy family, the bride price will have to be quite high. As far as I know, our household's expenses are just enough to get by. We can only save a little each month. It might be impossible to gather enough for the bride price. We are so poor, yet still thinking about having more children and good fortune. The household has many people, but it's not enough to cover expenses. After the children are born, we need to pay for nannies, supplements, and daily supplies, which is quite costly. They only think about increasing the family size but never consider the expenses. She doesn't understand what the old lady is thinking. She just wants to give her some advice, including the idea of marrying a daughter from a noble family. The bride price must be substantial, or else why would they marry her? In the past, Fu Sherwan thought that the Gu family was just a paper tiger, strong on the outside but weak inside, completely empty. They couldn't even gather a penny. Now that she has stepped out of that trap, Song Jiangmo realizes how poor the household really is. Just asking for some silver could drain the entire Gu family. She finally understands what it means to pretend to be rich. When the old lady mentions this, she feels very unhappy inside. It doesn't matter. As long as it brings more children and good fortune to the Gu family and helps Longfeng's future career, I, the old lady, am willing to take out my dowry to serve as the bride price for Longfeng's marriage. I still have some savings. As long as it's good for the family and for Longfeng. Song Jiangma snorts coldly. How much could the old lady's dowry really be? She used to be from a noble family herself. To marry off a daughter, she would need more than just silver. Rare items are also necessary. But those things can't be bought with money. The Gu family storeroom doesn't have many treasures. What they do have has been given away, so there's really nothing valuable left to impress others. There was nothing more for Song Jiangma to say. She was determined that no other woman could interfere with the Gu family. This was her family, and no one could take it away from her. Even if the old lady had such thoughts, it was unlikely to happen. Moreover, all of this was owed to Gu Changfeng. The dowries he promised her long ago had disappeared. She had sacrificed everything for this family. Even the few decorations in the room she had given selflessly. Now, the two of them acted as if they were deaf and mute, neither mentioning this matter. Since the old lady had it, why was she pretending to be poor and refusing to share anything? If her wife was willing to give, why couldn't she, who bore children for the Gu family, get even a little? Song Jiangma felt extremely unbalanced. She was determined to take back everything that belonged to her. When the old lady spoke, she followed her words and continued. The old lady and the general are truly mother and son, loving and respectful. If the old lady has this intention, I believe the general will be very happy and touched. I hope today we can visit the temple and fulfill our wishes. Song Jiangma accompanied the old lady to the temple. Since the old lady had prepared in advance, the priest specifically came to greet her at the door. Seeing Song Jiangma following behind the old lady, the priest naturally thought she was the old lady's daughter-in-law. So he said, "Madam Gu, please proceed to the hall. You must be tired from the journey, so rest for a moment." The old lady was eager and corrected the priest. "Sorry, master. We are in a bit of a hurry. Is it possible to burn incense and pray now? Also, she is not my daughter-in-law, just a concubine of my son, so there's no need to call her madam." If there was a mistake, it wasn't a big one. But the old lady insisted on correcting him. The priest looked at Song Jiangma, who then put on a pitiful expression. The priest understood why she acted this way, so he said nothing. However, they couldn't go to worship the Buddha just yet. "It's not that the timing is wrong, Madam Gu. It's just that you've traveled a long way and are dusty. It's better to rest for a while in the side hall, dust off, and calm your mind before going to see the Buddha. When your mind is peaceful and clear, then you can meet the Buddha and decide what to ask for." So that's how it was. The old lady nodded repeatedly and followed the priest's advice to rest in the side hall. Song Jiangma closely followed her. Because there were no extra rooms in the temple, she arranged a room for the two of them to share. They sat together inside. The old lady looked at Song Jiangma, who followed her everywhere like a tail, and it was an annoying one. After riding in the carriage all the way, she felt sore and tired. Seeing Song Jiangma sitting there without any awareness, she couldn't help but complain, "You have no sense at all. Don't you see how sore my back and waist are after the ride? You're just enjoying yourself and resting, not caring to serve me, your old wife. Usually you serve Changfeng, so why can't you serve me now? You're supposed to manage the whole household, yet you have no sense at all. When the new mistress comes, you'll have to serve her like this too. Do you have no awareness at all?" The old lady also treated Song Jiangma like her personal maid. Even though there was a maid present, she didn't bring her along and kept ordering Song Jiangma around. Just as Song Jiangma sat down and picked up her teacup to drink, she was scolded harshly by the old lady. She had to put down the cup and, feeling unhappy, moved behind her to give her a firm shoulder massage. She didn't know how to do these things properly. Her first attempt was so rough that it made the old lady cry out in pain. "Oh, ouch, oh my. Are you trying to strangle me, my wife? How much hatred do you have for me? Do you want to kill me with such force?" Song Jiangma eased her grip a little, but it seemed no matter what she did, the old lady was never satisfied. "Be gentle. You know I'm just getting a back massage, not scratching me. Someone who doesn't know might think you're tickling me. Can you even serve people properly? Changfeng always praises you in front of me, saying you're caring and attentive, so I trusted you to be by his side. You served Changfeng at the border for years. You didn't have merit, but you endured hardships. Is that how you served him?" The old lady kept criticizing her, unaware that behind her, Song Jiangma's eyes already held killing intent. Her hands gripped her shoulders tightly, squeezing again and again, wishing she could strangle her to death. If they weren't inside a Buddhist temple, she might have already attacked. This old, useless woman kept demanding things, making things difficult for her everywhere, constantly opposing her. It turned out she didn't dislike Fu Shiwan but all the women around Gu Changfeng. She hated her, despised her, and wished she would die quickly. She couldn't bear to squeeze the old lady anymore, so she stopped. All right, sit down. You don't know how to serve people at all. While managing the household, you should also learn. You're not the head lady of this house, and you won't have to worry about these things forever. Your main concern should be how to serve well, how to take care of Changfeng, and how to serve the future mistress. Even if you're a secondary wife, you still need to serve her. You don't need to work managing the household, but you should learn the skills of serving others. Study well with the others. Li Chuan is much better at this than you. I really don't understand what Changfeng sees in you. The old lady scolded her harshly from top to bottom. Song Jiangma felt wronged inside, but dared not speak out. She sat quietly without arguing, only remaining silent. Even if the old lady was angry and disliked everything about her, she couldn't find any fault in her, so she couldn't keep scolding her endlessly. The host said that to pray and ask for a blessing, one must stay calm. She withdrew her gaze, not looking at Song Jiangma, but closed her eyes to recite Buddhist scriptures, calming her mind. She then changed into a new outfit. After preparing, a young monk led the two to pray and ask for blessings. The old lady, wanting to pray for Gu Changfeng's marriage, finally separated from Song Jiangma. Song Jiangma was going to ask for blessings for her son's future studies and career. They were on different paths, so they parted ways. However, Song Jiangma was not really there for that. It was just a cover, because she knew that no matter how successful Zira might become in the future, in the old lady's eyes, a son born from a concubine would always be a concubine. He would never be able to stand on his own and inherit everything from Gu Changfeng. Even if the legitimate son was not outstanding, as long as he was the legitimate heir, he would already be considered the winner. This was what Song Jiangma disliked most. She casually drew a lot, looking toward the old lady. She threw the slip of paper to the fortune teller, but seeing Song Jiangma so distracted, the fortune teller smiled and pushed the slip back. Lady, your sincerity is not enough, and your mind is distracted. This slip may not give an accurate answer. Please wait until your mind is free of distractions, or until you are calm, then come to ask again. Perhaps Buddha will give you a satisfactory answer. Today may not be the right time. Why not wait a bit longer and come back another day? Song Jiangma's attention was drawn back. No, I'll draw again. I'm ready now. I was distracted earlier by something else. I'll draw again. I am a woman living in a big, quiet household, and going out is not easy. I cherish this rare chance to leave. Please, Buddha, give me one more opportunity. She closed her eyes, shook the stick again, and handed it to the monk who interpreted the fortune. The monk looked at it, then handed it back to her. Song Jiangma glanced at it and saw it was a bad fortune. Although she didn't understand the meaning of the poem written on it, these 3 words already made her heart sink. She wasn't asking whether Ziru would inherit the family business or succeed in life. She was asking herself if she could get what she wanted. But she drew a bad fortune. This made her feel very hopeless.
Why?
Why couldn't she be happy and carefree? She looked at the stick, her hope fading into doubt, and then into denial. She believed her life was in her own hands. Fu Shiwan once said, "My fate is mine, not heaven's." She had already been in a tough situation and fought her way out, becoming a county lord. Why was she now trapped by this broken bamboo stick? Does one bad fortune mean her life should be denied? Suddenly, she lost faith. She threw the bamboo stick back and walked away. Meanwhile, the old lady was quite sincere. She held the fortune-telling box, closed her eyes, and sincerely thought about Gu Changfeng's future. Carefully, she shook out another stick. She eagerly handed it to the monk. This time, it wasn't a bad fortune, but it wasn't the best either. It was a fair and honest fortune. The monk looked at it, then at the old lady, and asked, "What is the old lady asking for?" I want to ask Buddha about my son's future marriage and career, the old lady said expectantly, waiting for the monk to speak. The monk looked at the poem on the stick but said nothing. Instead, he advised her, what will happen in the future isn't important. What matters is the present. The old lady has worked hard for her son's marriage, and her son must be very talented. But today, it's going to rain heavily. You might want to stay overnight. Tomorrow, when the sky clears, hang a prayer banner high up as a wish. Maybe then, your wish will come true. The old lady didn't understand. Why did the monk insist she stay overnight? She hurried here today and will leave just as quickly, as she has another banquet to attend tomorrow. Many young ladies from noble families will be there. She has already received the invitation and prepared her clothes, so she must return tonight. She looks up at the clear sky, which is bright and sunny. There's no sign of rain. She suspects that these monks are probably just interested in her wealth, hoping to collect her offerings or get some silver from her. That's why they are trying to persuade her to stay. Her elderly father feels a bit annoyed, but still hands over a silver ingot to the monk. Thank you, young monk. Can I tie this blessing string today? I am in a hurry and must go home tonight. I can't stay here any longer. Do you know what response Buddha has given regarding my request? The monk shakes his head and only says that secrets of heaven cannot be revealed, that the fate has run its course, and then he says nothing more. She is just waiting for them to interpret her fortune. Since his job is to interpret, why does he say that secrets of heaven cannot be revealed? The old lady is full of frustration but can't cause trouble at the temple for a monk. She came all this way just to get a fortune, heard this place is very spiritual, but the meaning of her fortune is not told to her. Isn't that a waste of her trip? At first, she was so serious about the ritual, fasting for 3 days, bathing, changing clothes, and even staying in the guest room to calm her mind. It all felt so ceremonial and secretive. But in the end, they didn't tell her what her fortune said. She should have left with clarity, but she still leaves full of questions. The old lady feels this trip was not worth it. She especially can't find Song Jiangma. She wants to leave immediately, but since she came with Song Jiangma, she can't just abandon her. It's getting late. She is still searching for her fortune, and the old lady asks the monk to help find her quickly, so they can go back together. Her messenger searches for a while, and Song Jiangma returns alone, sweating profusely. The old lady looks at her sweat-drenched face, unsure what happened. Where have you been? I haven't seen you all afternoon. Why are you so sweaty in the middle of winter? What did you do? The old lady frowns and looks at her with suspicion. Song Jiangma certainly didn't say what she was going to do. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and smiled, saying, "It's nothing much. I just tied a blessing ribbon for Jirue, and also tied a charm for the general. I heard that there's a tree in the backyard with very powerful blessing ribbons, and the higher they are hung, the easier the wishes are to come true. So I threw a few more, trying to hang it higher so that heaven can see it and grant my wish sooner. I hope the general and Jirue get better and better."
Don't worry, madam.
Her words silenced the old lady, who had nothing to say. For once, she showed some patience and kindness. Let's go. It's getting late. Hurry back, or it will be hard to travel once it's dark. Song Jiangma agreed and stepped forward to help the old lady. She led her to the carriage at the door, helped her aboard, and then followed to get in herself. The carriage came and went the same way. Since the temple was on a mountain, they were descending when returning. Halfway down, as the monk predicted, the clear sky suddenly darkened, and then a heavy rain started. The rain hit the roof of the carriage, making everyone feel uneasy. Song Jiangma wanted to open the curtain to see how heavy the rain was, but as soon as she lifted a corner, a cold wave swept in, frightening her, and she quickly lowered the curtain again. The old lady also felt a sudden chill. She quickly wrapped her cloak tighter and scolded Song Jiangma, "Hurry," and put the curtain down. "There's nothing to see, just rain. Why are you so scared?" The old lady pretended to be calm, but she was actually quite frightened. It was mountain road, and such heavy rain in winter was unusual. No snow, just rain. When the rain hit the ground, It could freeze, making the road slippery and dangerous. She felt a faint panic, her heart pounding fast, but she had to pretend to be calm and scold Song Jiangma. Obediently, Song Jiangma sat quietly in the carriage, not making any more noise. But outside, the rain showed no sign of easing. It only grew heavier. The carriage was on the steepest part of the mountain, a winding mountain road. The rain was so heavy that it splashed on the ground and in front of the driver, making it hard to see the road clearly. Song Jiangma's heart was very anxious, and her heartbeat kept pounding. She was very nervous and felt deeply uneasy inside. Finally, she looked at the old lady and spoke. Maybe we should not continue traveling. Let's turn back the way we came. Returning to that temple now is safer. The rain is so heavy, and if the roads freeze, it will be even harder and more dangerous for the carriage. Perhaps we should go back the same way. Turn back? We've already come this far, and you want to go back? Isn't that risky enough? Besides, how can we turn around? The road is so narrow, only one way up or down. How can we turn around and go back? If we don't leave the mountain today, tomorrow the rain will have cooled the air, and at night it might freeze. That will make travel even harder. Do you want me to stay here with you and walk down the mountain? Right now, the ground hasn't frozen yet, and we've already traveled halfway. Soon, we'll reach the foot of the mountain. Although the old lady was also scared inside, she didn't want to give up. They had already come this far. It was dangerous, but she knew there was no turning back now. If they waited until tomorrow and it froze, the delay could be long. Better to be cautious and reach the mountain's base safely. She didn't know how heavy the rain outside was. She only heard the rhythmic pounding of rain on the carriage roof, each drop striking steadily, echoing in their hearts. Song Jiangma closed her eyes, praying silently for safety and survival, hoping nothing unexpected would happen. But because the rain was so heavy, some rocks and tree stumps on the hillside, which were already unstable in winter, were washed down by the rain. Occasionally, these would hit the ground and cause the carriage to jolt, making their hearts race and their emotions fluctuate wildly. The old lady couldn't help but worry. She was genuinely afraid something might go wrong. The sudden, intense rain and the difficult mountain road made her anxious about potential danger. She anxiously asked the coachman how much longer it would take to reach the bottom of the mountain. How much longer until we reach the foot of the mountain? Madam, we've only come halfway. The roads are slippery because of the rain, and they are very difficult to travel. I can only slow down. If we go too fast, the carriage or the horses might slip and fall off the cliff. Please sit tight and don't worry. The old lady quickly sat back in her seat. She couldn't see outside, but Song Jiangma sat by the window. Sometimes, the wind would the curtain or cause the carriage to jolt, and through the gap in the curtain, she could see the deep abyss below. Suddenly, she regretted coming along with the old lady. It was too dangerous. Whether she could survive and return safely was a big worry. She was so nervous all the way, and finally, the worst fear came true. Suddenly, loud rumbling sounds came from the hillside. The people inside the carriage didn't know, and even those outside saw it, but it was too late to react. The soil on the hillside was loose, and rainwater had washed it away, forming a mudslide that rolled down. It pushed the small carriage directly toward the cliff. Although they had already traveled most of the way and were close to the foot of the mountain, the impact of the large mudslide, combined with the fragile carriage, suddenly pushed everyone down the cliff. Song Jiangma suddenly felt her body lift into the air, and she and the carriage fell toward the cliff. She panicked immediately, not knowing what to do. Her instinct told her something was wrong, so she quickly grabbed the old lady and pulled her down to her, trying to lessen the impact. Hiding in front of the old lady, she was surprised and shocked by her action. But since one was young and the other old, she was no match for her. She let herself be used as a cushion. When they fell off the cliff, all three fainted. When she woke up, it was 2 days later. The first thing Song Jiangma thought was to be grateful she was still alive and could open her eyes again. She had returned to the Gu family. Gu Changfeng was sitting beside her bed, and Ziyu was lying with his little head on the edge of her bed, looking very tired, as if he hadn't slept for many days. Song Jiangma wanted to sit up, but her body was very heavy. She had bandages or wooden boards wrapped around her head and arms. It looked like she was badly hurt. She made a faint sound to attract attention. Gu Changfeng immediately pulled Ziyu up and said, "Quick, go get the doctor. Hurry and ask the doctor to come see her." "Mother." Ziyu rushed into Song Jiangma's arms, hurting her a little. Gu Changfeng quickly pulled Ziyu away and asked if Song Jiangma was feeling uncomfortable anywhere. Of course, she was uncomfortable. She felt like her whole body was broken and very painful. "It hurts so much, General. Are my injuries serious? Will I never be able to walk again? Did I get hurt badly? Will I never be able to stand up again?" She felt like many things were tied to her legs and she had no feeling. She couldn't lift or move them. Although she was still alive, she felt like she had lost many things. Gu Changfeng comforted her and said, "Don't think too much now. Wait until the doctor comes and examines you before making any decisions. Right now, don't overthink. The most important thing is to recover well and stay alive. Do you know how worried Zirwei and I are about you?" Song Jiangma's expression softened, showing that her injuries hadn't been in vain. She finally saw that Gu Changfeng was softening towards her and caring for her. In the past, Gu Changfeng often looked at her like this, but since returning to the capital, she rarely saw such expressions. Recently, she hadn't seen it at all. Now, it seemed like the old Gu Changfeng was beginning to return. Song Jiangma gently stroked Zirwei's head, then suddenly remembered something. "By the way, that day I fell off the cliff with the old madam and the coachman too. I was badly hurt. Are the old madam and the coachman all right?" It was fine not to mention this, but once she did, Gu Changfeng's face looked very bad. He appeared a little pale, avoiding her gaze. Tears welled up in his eyes, and Song Jiangma keenly noticed this rare expression of surprise. Could it be that the old madam? She didn't speak, quietly waiting for Gu Changfeng to tell her the answer. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Changfeng finally spoke to Song Jiangma. "Mother." She was badly hurt. When she was found, she had already lost her breath. As for the coachman, he was also seriously injured. I gave him a lot of silver to go home and recover well. It should be enough for him to get through the rest of his life. That's wonderful. Song Jiangma felt secretly pleased. That old stubborn person was finally gone. But she still had to pretend, showing a look of sadness. After all, she was a movie star, and crying was her forte. Tears came easily. How could this happen? How could it be? The three of us went out, yet I and the coachman survived, but the old madam lost her life. If only I could exchange my life for hers, I'd be willing to die in my place. If I had died instead of her, the general wouldn't be so sad. Why is heaven treating us like this? Why did it have to rain at that moment? Tears streamed down her face as she looked very distressed, seeming to have a deep bond with the old madam. Gu Changfeng's eyes also filled with tears, threatening to fall, but as a man, he wouldn't show such awkward vulnerability in front of a woman. He asked Song Jiangma what exactly had happened that day. "What exactly happened to you that day?" "I only know that you went up the mountain with your mother to pray, but you didn't come back that night. I heard from the servants that your mother planned to return that evening and attend a banquet the next day. I sent people to look for you, and even went to the temple on the mountain, only to learn that you had already left that night. So I had all my people disperse and search at the foot of the mountain. When I found you, the three of you were still sleeping deeply. You and the coachman still had a faint breath of life, but your mother had died instantly. Weren't you all sitting together in the carriage?" Of course, a trace of anger flashed in Song Jiangma's eyes. It was thanks to her blocking the old lady underneath her that she survived. Otherwise, who knows who might have died. Perhaps the old woman could have survived too, but it's uncertain. The coachman was badly hurt. If she hadn't used the old lady as a cushion, she might not have fared any better. The coachman fell outside and hit a stone or the ground. It had rained, so the ground was soft, yet he was seriously injured. Although they were inside the carriage, the sides were made of wood. If they had fallen down and broken a piece of wood that pierced their bodies, they could have died instantly. So, staying inside the carriage was much more dangerous than being outside. Fortunately, she quickly thought of a plan and used the old lady as a cushion and a shield. Without her sacrifice, her life might not have been saved. Song Jiangma secretly thought this, but she would never let Gu Changfeng know the truth. It might be that the old lady was too old and fell from such a height, which caused her death. I was with her, but failed to look after her properly. It's my fault. I deserve to die. General, why did you save me? I should have gone with the old lady. I could have served her in the afterlife and taken care of her. But you still let me come back alive. How am I supposed to live the rest of my life? I will feel guilty and blame myself forever. She was about to pretend to be very sad and grief-stricken, hoping Gu Changfeng would feel pity for her. Gu Changfeng quickly comforted her. This isn't your fault. Maybe it was fate that the old lady had to go like this. It has nothing to do with you. Natural disasters and accidents are unavoidable. At least you are alive, and so are Jirue and his mother. As for the old lady, perhaps her destiny was already set. Don't blame yourself. The funeral is being arranged. You're injured and can't get up now. Rest well, and don't feel you need to mourn in front of her spirit. Song Jiangma certainly did not want to kneel. Things were going well now. She had caused the death of that old woman and didn't need to mourn at her shrine. She could lie down comfortably and even receive Gu Changfeng's concern. This was truly wonderful. She was eager, but she also knew she couldn't show no filial piety at all, or she would be talked about. She wanted to seize this chance to firmly win Gu Changfeng's heart. Now was his most sad, fragile time, and only she could give him warmth. She aimed to use this opportunity to capture his heart again and regain his love. Currently, Gu Changfeng had no family left in this world. The person who knew him best and was closest to him was herself. They had lived together for many years, and even had a son. No other concubines could compare. Gu Changfeng now needed someone he could rely on and confide in. Song Jiangmo wanted to find her old self again. The old lady was gone, and no one could control her anymore. In this house, she was the top. As long as the old lady didn't interfere, she saw this as the best opportunity. Perhaps in the future, she would become the mistress of the Gu family. She held Gu Changfeng's hand. My leg is injured, and I can't stand or go to mourn at the old lady's shrine, but I feel very guilty inside. Maybe I could read more Buddhist scriptures in the room, recite prayers for her to be reborn into a good family. I hope she can reincarnate soon and avoid such accidents. Let her not suffer so much anymore. This is my small way of showing my heart. Song Jiangma said this, and Gu Changfeng nodded. All right, if mother knew you cared so much, she would be very touched. But your arm is also injured, so just do your best. Don't push yourself too hard. The most important thing now is to recover well. Song Jiangma obediently agreed. Gu Changfeng then left to handle the affairs at the memorial hall. Watching Zirue, she felt her good days were coming. That old woman was gone and she was still alive. That was just perfect. She was thinking about how to get rid of that old woman when it seemed the temple had some power. Heaven heard her thoughts and granted her wish. Pretending to be weak, she sent Gu Changfeng away. Because she needed to rest and recover, Gu Changfeng also took Zirue with him when he left, leaving Song Jiangma alone in the room. Finally, her eyes revealed her excitement openly, joy, happiness, delight, all her strongest feelings at the moment. Even more than the pain in her body, she felt overwhelmed. If she hadn't pressed the old lady down, who knows who might have died. After all, her body wasn't much better than the old lady's, constant exhaustion from working late and the toll of childbirth. If it weren't for her, she might really have died. There was no one in the room. Song Jiangma whispered to herself, unable to hold back her triumphant words. This old, unkillable wife of yours, you also died without regret. You've blocked it for me, so I should thank you. But I won't attend your funeral. You deserve it. You chose to go up the mountain yourself, and I warned you not to go back. If you insisted on going to your death, others can't be blamed. It's not that I want to drag you away, but besides you, I have no one else to take the blame. You've lived so long and enjoyed so much. Now it's my turn to enjoy the remaining blessings. Reincarnate well and start a new life. But next time, don't be so stubborn and mean like this life. All the trouble you caused is your own doing, and in the end, the consequences are yours. No one else is to blame. She silently clenched the corner of the quilt. Her body still felt uncomfortable, so she decided to lie down and sleep again. Reading Buddhist scriptures was just talk. Whether she would actually do it was uncertain. Moreover, Gu Changfeng had said she didn't need to copy many scriptures because she was injured. Just a few copies to show her sincerity would be enough. Right now, Song Jiangma was exhausted and very sleepy. She decided to sleep a little longer to recover her strength. In the Gu family hall, a memorial altar was set up. The old lady's coffin was placed in the center, with an incense table beside it. The door was open, and people came continuously to pay their respects. Since Gu Changfeng's official position was displayed here, his status was prominent. Hearing such tragic news, many officials and colleagues came to express their condolences, along with some who wanted to flatter him or had higher positions than him.
They all came to show their respect.
Gu Changfeng was very busy, entertaining and dealing with everyone. Although he was very sad, he had to hold back his tears. Many visitors came and said comforting words in front of Gu Changfeng. Brother Changfeng, I really don't know what to say. When I first heard this terrible news, I couldn't believe you lost your mother so suddenly. I also heard you have a concubine who is injured and is unconscious. I don't know what to say. I just hope you stay strong, grieve properly, and come out of this sadness soon. These are our feelings. In the past, we rarely visited the old madam, but now that she has passed away, we have come. It's really inappropriate. This is just a small token of our respect for her. Please don't mind it and accept our condolences. A few people spoke polite words. Gu Changfeng asked the servant to lead them to the main hall. They burned some paper offerings, knelt down to kowtow a few times, exchanged a few words, and then left. Sometimes, people in the crowd would meet someone they knew and chat for a bit, making it seem lively. However, the surroundings were draped with white silk, which looked a bit eerie. Although it was lively, there was also a sense of sadness. Fu Shiwen also heard about this matter. She hesitated whether to go or not. She could choose not to go, but now she was part of the court. Since she had once lived with the old madam for a long time, she had some feelings for her. Although she and Gu Changfeng had parted ways, she used to be a daughter-in-law of the Gu family. She wasn't sure if she should show her support. In her previous life, she wouldn't have cared about this, but now, after being here, she had learned a lot about social interactions. She felt she should go and pay her respects, both for emotional and rational reasons. But she really didn't want to see Gu Changfeng. Even if she went, he might not accept her gesture. He might mock her for just coming to watch the fun. She was worried that she might lose control and argue with him, making others laugh at her. She was no longer the person she used to be, so she had to be careful with her words and actions. She also worried she might lose her temper, but if she didn't go, people might gossip about her. She was feeling very conflicted in the courtyard. Suddenly, Shen Zirui rushed in from outside, pulling her onto a carriage. Fu Shiwen didn't know where they were headed. She looked at the direction and faintly heard funeral music. Immediately, Fu Shiwen understood where Gu Changfeng had taken her. Why did you bring me here? Of course, to pay respects. As a soldier with military achievements in the court, I have to come and show my sincerity. Whether or not he's on the same side, I need to appear respectful. And you, as the former daughter-in-law, should also come to show your respect. Aren't you most afraid of gossip behind your back? I'm helping you make a decision. Fu Shiwen saw Shen Zirui's mischievous smile. Really? Then I must thank you for bringing me to see my ex-husband. It's been a long time since I saw him. Now you're taking me to pay respects to my former mother-in-law. How generous of you, she said with a sly smile. Shen Zirui felt uncomfortable inside, but he knew he had to think of the bigger picture and protect Fu Shiwen's reputation. Even though he was upset, he couldn't ruin her image out of selfishness. He pursed his lips and showed a rare expression that only Fu Shiwan had seen before. What can I do? Anyway, those things are in the past. I don't care anymore. Besides, you don't like him either. Even if you meet again, there won't be any sparks of love. Now, you are mine. Fu Shiwan deliberately teased him. Who said I'm yours?
We're not married yet.
It's just temporary. Maybe in the future, we'll part ways. I might like someone else, so I might not be yours. Don't speak so confidently now. She said this on purpose, being quite provocative. Shun Jurue couldn't sit still. He looked at her seriously, pointed his finger at her, and didn't allow her to say such nonsense. I tell you, stop talking nonsense. You are mine. In life and in death, you are mine. Some people don't cherish you enough. Now that you're in my hands, I won't let you go. You can only be mine. Don't ever say such things again. Do you understand? Shun Jirue's bossy attitude made him frown slightly, and he looked at Fu Shiwan seriously, scolding her. His demeanor was so commanding that it touched Fu Shiwan deeply. It was like a typical overbearing CEO in a novel. Fu Shiwan looked at him silently, saying nothing. But Shun Jirue kept staring at her seriously. He needed her answer, and he wanted to hear her say she understood. But Fu Shiwan just looked at him with a silly smile, her eyes shining like stars. She was clearly enjoying his attitude. Who wouldn't like such a serious, earnest, and bossy man? But Shun Jirue was very serious. Seeing her playful expression, he warned her again. Did you hear me? Say you heard me. You can't say such things anymore. I'm serious about being with you, and there's no other possibility. Don't say such foolish things. The more you say, the more it will influence your mind. So, you're not allowed to think that way. Got it, Fu Shiwan promised with a smile. Shun Jirue finally lowered his hand and took her hand in return. As they spoke, they reached the gate of the Gu residence. Gu Changfeng was standing at the door. The carriage outside was busy, but the carriages from the palace were easy to recognize. Especially with Shun Zirue's carriage, he didn't choose a low-key way to travel, but instead used his own private carriage. It was different from others, more noble, more respectable, and more high-end. When his carriage appeared, Gu Changfeng didn't go to greet others, but instead went to wait in front of the carriage because he was someone from the palace. He only knew about a few princes, so he had to personally greet them. Sure enough, Shun Zirue got out of the carriage. Although Gu Changfeng didn't like Shun Zirue, and they weren't on the same path, he had to show respect because one was a prince and the other was a minister. Your Highness, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. It's okay. My family has just experienced a sudden change, and I was saddened by the news for a while. So, there's no need for formalities. I'll give the things I brought to my subordinates later. You can go and attend to others. I'll do as I please. Shun Zirue only spoke politely to him. If Gu Changfeng really left, it would mean he was being rude. He just took a few steps back but didn't leave. He saw that Shun Zirue didn't go into the courtyard but turned around. The carriage shook, indicating there were still people inside. He stood aside, waiting, not thinking about anything else. His heart was still filled with sadness, but then a woman stepped out of the carriage. Shun Zirue reached out to greet her, and she held his hand as they got down together. Gu Changfeng was very familiar with this person. His mood was completely overshadowed by her presence. He no longer felt sad but was only shocked as he looked at Fu Shiwan. Seeing their hands joined, he realized that all the rumors outside might actually be true. But some rumors were false. It was said that Shun Zirue was devoted to Buddhism and uninterested in women. How could they be holding hands in front of him? Although he had already divorced Fu Shiwan, a strange sense of possessiveness suddenly overwhelmed him. He felt that Fu Shiwan and Shun Zirue standing together was a mockery, a joke at his expense. He felt a green light above his head, very annoyed. Shun Zirue was deliberately showing this to him. He felt Fu Shiwan trying to pull her hand away, but Shun Zirue held it tighter, holding her hand as he looked at Gu Changfeng. Gu Changfeng was so shocked he couldn't speak. He looked at Fu Shiwan and saw a flicker of anger in her eyes. Fu Shiwan was very familiar with him and knew what he was about to say or do. Before he could speak, she wanted to remind him of their identities. General Gu looked at me with surprise, but given our past relationship and my current status, I came only to pay respects to the old lady with no other intentions. After all, I lived with her for many years, and I still have some feelings for her. The sudden death of the old lady was a shock to me. So, regardless of what happened between us before, I felt I should come to express my feelings. General Gu probably wouldn't refuse me or stop me from entering. She spoke from a guest's perspective, sounding distant and polite. Gu Changfeng wanted to speak but hesitated, unsure whether to say something or keep quiet. Just watching their hands tightly clasped, I felt uncomfortable. They should be standing with him and Fu Shiwan facing Shinzurue, but now they were side by side, facing him. It felt unreal. Although he knew what he was about to say might be unpleasant, he couldn't help but ask, "How are you two together?" Shinzurue chuckled disdainfully after hearing him. "How can we not be together? General Gu, don't forget, you and Miss Fu are already divorced, so it's none of your business. Miss Fu is now single and innocent. Why can't she be with me? You might not know, but Miss Fu and I, or rather I and the county princess, are about to get married in a few months. It's not appropriate to talk about this during the funeral, but to avoid misunderstandings, officials in the court don't know yet. The news hasn't spread. I'm only telling you now, General Gu. Please keep it secret and don't tell anyone. When the wedding happens, I hope you can come and give your blessings." He added this to make Gu Changfeng feel even more upset during this difficult time. Gu Changfeng indeed felt very upset inside. His mood was already bad, and hearing this terrible news made him feel like he might faint at any moment. He also harbored an unspoken anger. Fu Shiwan was about to marry again, and this time to someone from the royal family. If it was just rumors, it wouldn't hit him so hard. At most, he'd be shocked. However, when Shinzurue personally spoke about this matter, the significance was entirely different. As a prince, Your Highness is willing to marry a woman rejected by others as his main wife, even giving her the title of county princess. He truly intends to marry her, not just play with her. How can Fu Shiwan, with her humble status as dust, match his? Most importantly, the Emperor and Empress Dowager actually agreed. Seeing their loving expressions and Fu Shiwan's transformation, Gu Changfeng felt 1,000 unwilling feelings inside. He was unhappy, believing Fu Shiwan was not worthy of all this. He thought her life was too good and that she should be humiliated by him. Since she was expelled from the Gu family and divorced him, she should be unable to survive, begging on the streets. That's how it should be, not living so well. Gu Changfeng felt like a clown, completely seen through by the two of them from inside and out, and fully controlled by them. He also understood the purpose of Shinzurue's visit and Fu Shiwan's visit. They said it was to pay respects, but really, they came to show off and prove themselves. She has indeed succeeded. Now she lives a glorious life, while he has lost everything. Since they are guests and here to pay respects to his mother, Gu Changfeng, despite feeling angry inside, could not show it. No matter how angry he was, he couldn't scold the prince or let his anger affect him. This is the Emperor's and Empress Dowager's legitimate son, and he cannot afford to offend him. He also couldn't defend Fu Shiwan now, because she had found a strong supporter. He could only endure his anger silently, having someone them inside. He could only turn a blind eye and go outside to entertain other visitors, leaving Fu Shiwan and Shinzurue to the servants and then inviting them inside. However, Shinzurue was not happy with this arrangement. General Gu, you didn't personally lead us inside. Although Miss Fu is very familiar with this place, you didn't bring us to the Mother's Shrine. Instead, you just sent a servant to dismiss us. Is it because you look down on our status, or what? Could it be that because I am about to marry Miss Fu, and you are jealous of her past status, so you refuse to lead us in? You only sent a servant. To me, General Gu, fighting on the battlefield and guarding the borders makes you a hero. I thought you wouldn't care about such things. Could it be that your mind is so narrow? He said this intentionally to provoke Gu Changfeng into bringing them inside, Otherwise, it would be seen as admitting his narrow-mindedness and inability to accept it. Gu Chongfeng, who cares most about face and dignity, could only suppress his anger and welcome the two of them inside upon hearing this, bringing Fu Shiwan to the old lady's spirit table. Shun Zirui only needed to show his respect. He didn't have to kneel and kowtow. As a prince, only the emperor and empress could make him kneel. No one else was worthy. Even though Fu Shiwan is now the county master, she still had to bow to the original owner. Although the old lady hadn't treated her well before, they had lived together for 3 years, so there was some affection. She knelt down and bowed to the ground for the original owner, then paid her respects at the spirit table, burning some paper money and silently wishing her a quick rebirth and a smooth afterlife. Finally, she stood beside Shinzurue, chatting with officials about other matters. Gu Chongfeng could finally leave. He went to the door to greet others, no longer needing to watch Fu Shiwan and Shunzurue show affection in front of him. Fu Shiwan rarely looked around Gu's house. She hadn't been back in a long time. The layout was still the same, with some new decorations and small changes, but nothing major. She watched Shunzurue chatting happily with other officials. Since she came with him, she had to wait for him to leave together. Bored, she went to the backyard. Seeing Li Chuan pregnant, she couldn't help but approach and greet her. Long time no see. Li Chuan, being pregnant, was kept in the backyard by Gu Chongfeng, who didn't let her go to the front yard, only asking her to rest and nurture the baby. The old lady would forgive her for not going to the spirit table. She was delighted to see Fu Shiwan and took her hand. "Madam, no, Miss Fu, how come you're here? It's been a long time. Since you left the general's house, I haven't seen you. I rarely leave the yard myself, and I hardly hear any news about you. You look very well." She looked Fu Shiwan up and down. Now, Fu Shiwan was dressed properly, looking spirited and noble, giving off an air of prosperity and good health. Fu Shiwan smiled, and the two of them, like long-lost friends, shared their feelings. She noticed that Li Chuan was doing pretty well now. She had gained some weight since she first entered the house, and her belly was slightly rounded, probably because of the baby inside, and she was eating well. She is doing quite well, although Gu Chongfeng is not a good husband or a good man in front of her. However, perhaps he treats Li Chuan well, as shown by her current state. No matter what thoughts she has about Gu Chongfeng, she is still with him now, so she can't speak too harshly. "You are also doing well, pregnant now? How many months along? The doctor has mentioned when you'll give birth. When the time comes, I will prepare a generous gift to celebrate." Fu Shiwan looks at her belly and feels genuinely happy. She is glad for Li Chuan. No matter what, no matter how the Gu family is, now that the old lady has passed away, as long as she can keep Gu Chongfeng close, her life won't be bad. With the child now, her future days will be even better. No matter who the child's father is, the child is Li Chuan's. She loves her and wants to prepare a gift to congratulate her. Because of her past status, she doesn't often come to check on her or learn her news. Occasionally seeing her, she wishes she could say more. Li Chuan also treasures this chance. She genuinely treats Fu Shiwan as a very good friend, someone she can confide in, so she is very happy to see her. Recently, many things have happened at the mansion, and it's very oppressive. She can only shut the door and live her own life, or she would have to listen to the old lady constantly talking about marrying a proper wife. Meanwhile, Madame Song always seems calculating and scheming. She doesn't want to interfere with those who just want to live peacefully and have their children. She didn't expect the old lady to pass away, and Madame Song was also hurt quite badly. She must listen to Gu Chongfeng and stay quietly inside the courtyard, not going anywhere, to protect the safety of her unborn child. She gently strokes her belly, a maternal glow on her face. Although the baby hasn't been born yet, she is about to become a mother. She is different from her past self now. Looking at Fu Shiwan kindly, she says, "It's been over 4 months, almost 5 months. In a few months, you'll be able to give birth safely. When that time comes, I will send you a sealed letter. Whether it's a boy or a girl, how about making him your goddaughter?" This matches Fu Shiwan's wishes. She wanted to say something, but was afraid that if she did, the other person wouldn't have the same intention or might feel embarrassed to refuse. She didn't want to seem pushy, but what if the other person didn't want to? Unexpectedly, Li Chuan brought it up herself, which was wonderful. As Fu Shiwan spoke, she casually slid the bracelet on her wrist onto Li Chuan's wrist. This jade bracelet is rare and beautiful, mostly showing the emperor green color. Such a fine bracelet is something Li Chuan has never owned before. The bracelets in her courtyard are only worth a few dozen taels of silver, not like this one that even the wealthy can't easily buy. It looks like her life is really good now, able to have such valuable things and be so generous. Fu Shiwan gives her the bracelet and smiles casually, saying, "Keep your word. This is my gift for meeting you. It's a gift for the little baby who hasn't been born yet. Whether it's a boy or a girl, I like them both. I've decided to be the godmother. This will be a token of trust. Once you accept it, you can't change your mind." Li Chuan wants to return the bracelet, but she knows she can't. If she refuses, it would mean rejecting the gift. So she has to accept it, even though it is very valuable. She looks at the baby in her belly and says, "Baby, look how kind your godmother is to you. She hasn't even seen you yet, but she's already given you a token. You can't regret it now. Your godmother values you so much. She gave you such a beautiful bracelet. I will keep it safe for you and hope you can thank your godmother in person someday." She looks gratefully at Fu Shiwan, who is indifferent. To her, these things are just material possessions, pretty and expensive, but she doesn't care much about them. Having gone through so much before, she believes that living is the most important thing. These worldly possessions don't matter much to her. "Oh, don't be so polite," Fu Shiwan says. "Back then, everyone in this house looked down on me, pushed me around. Only you could comfort me and be on my side. Whether you helped me or not, at least your heart was with me. You kept me from going crazy or falling into despair. Whenever I felt hopeless, you were there to pull me back. So, I am truly grateful to you. Seeing you now doing well and not being bullied here makes me happy. Keep this bracelet for the baby and for you too. It's a gift from me. Keep it safe for now. If anything happens, it can be a backup for you. I hope you won't need it, but at least it gives you confidence." Fu Shiwan repays kindness with kindness. Even if it doesn't seem like much to Li Chuan, Fu Shiwan feels it is a great favor. She remembers Li Chuan's kindness and wants to repay her. Although they don't meet often, she always remembers each encounter. This time, she didn't prepare a special gift, so she casually took a bracelet from her hand to give her. Fortunately, she brought a relatively valuable bracelet today. Li Chuan accepted the bracelet gratefully and looked at Fu Shiwan. They didn't stand around for long because Li Chuan was pregnant. They sat in a pavilion nearby and talked for a while. Fu Shiwan was quite curious why the old lady suddenly passed away. The old lady was usually very healthy. She often took supplements and exercised regularly, walking around and doing things. Her health was better than most people's. She didn't seem to take medicine often, so how could she suddenly die? Fu Shiwan didn't understand the reason and asked Li Chuan about what happened. "By the way, I am very curious. Do you know why the old lady suddenly died? It was so sudden. She usually didn't have any illnesses. How could she just pass away like that? What happened?" Li Chuan also didn't know much about it. She sent someone to find out and, since she was part of the Gu family, she knew more than Fu Shiwan. She told Fu Shiwan everything she found out. The old lady didn't die from an illness. It was an accident. Our family has never had a proper official wife. Madame Song probably wanted that position. She handles all the family affairs and she might have thought she would take that role. But the old lady didn't like Madame Song very much. She wanted the general to remarry a new wife, preferably from a noble family. So, the old lady was busy trying to make this happen. I heard that there's a temple on the mountain with a lot of incense and believed to be quite lucky. She wanted to go burn incense and ask for a sign. It seems Madame Song went with her that day. Only the old lady, Madame Song, and the coachman were there. That night, a heavy rainstorm came. Because the rain was so heavy, The soil on the mountain became loose and slippery, causing a landslide that pushed their carriage off the cliff. That's how the old lady died. It sounded like an accident. Heavy rain caused a mudslide that swept the carriage down the mountain, which was normal. She was curious about the others. What happened to the coachman and Song Jiangma?
How are they?
The coachman was badly injured. The general gave his family a generous sum of silver to help him retire. His family didn't cause much trouble afterward, and they had enough money to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. However, Lady Song was also seriously hurt and only just woke up today. Because her injuries were severe and she had trouble walking, the general didn't let her go to pay respects at the memorial. Instead, she was told to recover first. This means only the old lady has passed away. Fu Shiwan felt something was wrong. Even if Song Jiangmo was young and stronger than the old lady and no accident happened to her, why was only the old lady gone? Even the coachman didn't pass away. The same few coachmen often worked for the Gu family. Fu Shiwan remembered they were about the same age as the old lady, or even a bit older. Why did all the coachmen survive, but the old lady suddenly died? Fu Shiwan was suspicious, but didn't dare think too deeply. She thought maybe she was just being overly suspicious or watching too many mystery shows. Surely, people's hearts aren't so evil. After learning what happened, Fu Shiwan didn't ask further questions. She talked with Li Chuan about other things for a while. As they chatted, she completely forgot about what was happening in the front yard. Whenever she saw Li Chuan, she had endless things to say. She initially planned to say a few words and then leave, but as they talked more, she lost track of time. They talked for a long time. Shun Zirui wanted to take Fu Shiwan away, but unexpectedly, she disappeared. He looked around but couldn't find her. He thought Gu Changfeng might have taken her aside to talk privately, maybe making things difficult for her. But after searching, he saw Gu Changfeng outside the door. Where could Fu Shiwan have gone? Gu Changfeng caught a glimpse of Shun Zirui coming out alone. He didn't see Fu Shiwan nearby. Curious, he approached Shun Zirui, who also had something to ask him. Shun Zirui asked Gu Changfeng, "Did you see the county princess?" Those two words hurt Gu Changfeng deeply. His fragile, sensitive heart couldn't stand hearing them. He didn't like hearing county princess because it constantly reminded him of how well Fu Shiwan was doing now. He didn't see her, so he shook his head. But Shun Zirui was suspicious. Where could Fu Shiwan have gone? She had been walking with him the whole time and couldn't have gone far. Seeing his reaction, Gu Changfeng couldn't help but mock him. What's wrong? Has the county princess gone missing? She wasn't with His Highness when she arrived, and since His Highness has always been close to her, how could she have disappeared right under his nose? The large mansion is very familiar to the county lord. His Highness might have waited a little longer, or perhaps she went somewhere else. Anyway, she probably wouldn't get lost here. He deliberately hinted at Shinjirui, implying that he was very close to Fu Shiwan. How could he have lost her? But he couldn't really have lost her because his relationship with Fu Shiwan was well known. He knew this Gu residence very well, so he definitely wouldn't have lost her or gone the wrong way. His words were meant to tease and boost himself. Shinjirui understood his tricks well. Even though they had parted ways, he still wanted to win against him. He wondered what made him think he could win. That's strange. You lost her in your house. If she wouldn't get lost, then why hasn't she shown up yet? She knows this house well, but I don't. So, General Gu, please lead the way and help me find her. Gu Changfeng was happy to help. He personally took Shinjirui around the front yard, but they didn't see Fu Shiwan. So, they went to the backyard. Sure enough, they saw Fu Shiwan chatting happily with Li Chuan in the pavilion. Gu Changfeng frowned, then quickly relaxed and led Shinjirui over. As they approached, Li Chuan reminded Fu Shiwan to look behind her. When Fu Shiwan turned around, she saw these two standing behind her silently, which startled her greatly. She stood up instinctively and moved to Shinjirui's side, making Gu Changfeng's expression even worse. "Why are you here?" Fu Shiwan walked over to Shinjirui and looked at the two of them. Shinjirui didn't blame her, but instead teased gently, "We finished talking, and since I didn't see you, I came to find you." It's getting late, and General Gu doesn't plan to keep us for dinner, so I thought I'd come back early. I haven't tasted your cooking in a while, and wanted you to make me a meal. So, I had to leave early. When I couldn't find you, I asked General Gu to bring me to the backyard to look for you. Their words were very intimate, as if they often did this, deliberately teasing Gu Changfeng.
Li Chuan didn't realize this.
From his chat with Fu Shiwan just now, he already knew how well Fu Shiwan was doing now. Soon, she would get engaged, which probably meant she was with the young man in front of him. Seeing how close and intimate they are, the prince also seems to have affection for Fu Shiwan. It looks like her separation from Li is the right choice. She has truly found her life's direction and a new goal. She sincerely wishes her well, saying, "The prince is really worried because he can't find the county mistress. It's not because he wants to rush back to cook. It's clear they can't be apart for a moment. So sweet." Li Chuan couldn't notice Gu Changfeng's expression. Gu Changfeng's mood is always unpredictable. He might say something that touches his sore spot and makes him angry. So she doesn't care about him and only wishes them well. She feels very happy. After talking so much with Fu Shiwan, she finally feels less suffocated. Since she got pregnant, she isn't allowed to do this or that, and she often has to lie in bed to rest peacefully. It makes her feel very bored. She often sees only a few people. In this big house, everyone keeps to themselves. No one really trusts anyone. They only chat on the surface, but secretly, everyone has different thoughts. She feels too tired and doesn't want to talk anymore. But she truly likes Fu Shiwan and enjoys talking with her. After talking so much, she feels completely relaxed and very comfortable. So she doesn't look at Gu Changfeng's expression and sincerely wishes her happiness with Shen Zirui. Shen Zirui likes to hear that. Don't say you see through everything. Saying you see through it all isn't good. This lady seems to be Wan's good friend. Looks like she will give birth in a few months. I will personally come to give a big gift to congratulate her. Shen Zirui is generous, just like Fu Shiwan. He believes in revenge for enemies and gratitude for kindness. For those who are truly destined, he also gives very generously. Li Chuan is surprised and overwhelmed. She has already received such a big gift from Fu Shiwan. She didn't expect that just a casual remark would make the prince say such things. She feels she can't handle it and politely responds a few words. The three of them are happily chatting, completely ignoring Gu Changfeng standing nearby. This is his home, his backyard, but he is treated like air and ignored. He feels very upset. He pulls Li Chuan's wrist roughly. He doesn't care about others and can't offend Shen Zirui. Although Fu Shiwan and he are not involved now, Li Chuan is his woman and is pregnant with his child. So he pulls Li Chuan roughly and domineeringly to the side. His face darkening, he issues an order to leave. Isn't the prince and the county mistress in a hurry to go back? It's getting late. Let's go to the front yard. He turned to look at Li Chuan and said, "I told you not to walk around when you're pregnant. The weather is still cold. What if you catch a cold? You've been outside for so long, and the people taking care of you haven't reminded you. Go back to your room and rest. Don't chat casually with strangers outside." He was both openly and secretly criticizing Fu Shiwan. Fu Shiwan shrugged, not caring about these words. She was just speaking quickly out of habit and despised this behavior. She was even less interested in Gu Changfeng. She used her eyes to comfort Li Chuan, who responded with the same gesture. Neither of them minded. After hearing Gu Changfeng's words, Li Chuan obediently returned to her room. Shen Zirui also took Fu Shiwan to the front yard. They left suddenly without saying goodbye to Gu Changfeng, acting as if they didn't see him at all, completely ignoring him, which made him feel very embarrassed. He was angry and had nowhere to vent. By evening, he finally directed all his frustration at Li Chuan. He had already sent away all the guests who came to pay respects before nightfall. The gate was closed. Gu Changfeng knelt in front of the old lady spirit for a while, then went to Li Chuan's courtyard. He knelt there, not thinking about his past with the old lady, but about the scenes of Fu Shiwan and Shen Zirui in front of him today. He couldn't forget these moments. When he closed his eyes, they were all he saw. They left a deep impression on him. So, he came to Li Chuan's courtyard to question her. Li Chuan had just finished her dinner and was about to go to bed after her bath when Gu Changfeng arrived. She didn't expect him to come. Normally, Gu Changfeng should be guarding the old lady's spirit, so the concubines didn't need to wait for him. 2 pregnant women, 1 injured, and another who is just a concubine, could only help manage household affairs. Gu Changfeng wouldn't come to the backyard these days. She didn't expect him tonight, which surprised her. But since he was here, she had to be careful in her service. She sat on the bed, then stood up again. In the past, when Gu Changfeng saw her like this, he would tell her to sit down quickly, lie down, and not move around, always putting the safety of the baby first. But today, Gu Changfeng came with anger. Seeing her stand up, he didn't say anything but found a place to sit himself. Why did the general come to my courtyard tonight? Is there something you want to say? She thought Gu Changfeng wouldn't stay overnight. He probably had something important to discuss or plan. So she walked over to him, gently placed her hand on his shoulder, but he immediately grabbed her hand firmly, his sharp eyes fixed on her. What did you and Fu Shiwan talk about today? Why did you spend so long talking? Why are you so happy? Li Chuan was caught off guard by Gu Changfeng's questions. She was stunned and could only answer honestly. We haven't seen each other in a while, so I asked how she has been lately. I also shared some updates about myself. We didn't talk about anything else. Are these things enough to talk about for so long? And why are you so happy? Do you like her? Are you close to her? How long have you known each other? Not long, right? Yet your relationship seems so close. Why do you think her actions are right? Do you want to imitate her? Li Chuan had never imagined Gu Changfeng would treat her this way. He tightened his grip on her wrist, causing her pain, almost feeling her bones breaking. Since she became pregnant, Gu Changfeng had never treated her like this, not even since she entered the Gu family. She wanted to pull her hand away, but Gu Changfeng, in his irrational state, refused to let go. The general believes you misunderstood. I was just talking to Miss Fu somewhere else. We got along well, and I shared a few things because we felt very connected. But you are squeezing my hand too tightly, and it hurts. Li Chuan had always been gentle. No matter how Gu Changfeng treated her, she never lost her temper or argued with him. She still regarded him as her husband. She looked at him with a slightly pained and conflicted expression. Only then did Gu Changfeng loosen his grip and withdraw his hand, realizing he had used too much force. Still, he was very angry. He hated Fu Shiwan, disliked others being close to her, hated seeing her happy, and hated anyone copying or praising her. He thought everything she did was absurd and unreasonable. He believed someone should stand up and criticize her, not admire her for doing the right thing. If what she did was right, then what he did must be wrong. Gu Changfeng couldn't accept this. Why was everyone on her side? The emperor, the empress, the crown prince. Now even the women around him were supporting her. It all meant they admired her. She clearly did many wrong things, so why did everyone still approve of her? Gu Changfeng told Li Chuan, from now on, you are not allowed to see her again, nor accept anything she gives you. You are not to have any private contact with her. Since she has left the Gu family and this residence, she is not allowed to step back in. You also cannot have any communication or interaction with her. If she likes life outside, then you must cut all ties with everyone and everything here. This is a warning for you. If I catch you again, I may not be able to punish her, but I can punish you. Do you understand? His scolding of Li Chuan was mainly out of helpless anger. He couldn't scold others, so he took it out on Li Chuan. Li Chuan knew very well what kind of person Gu Changfeng was, and what his personality was like. She understood him completely. In recent days, she had been trying to please him. He only treated her well when he was happy. He had never spoken to her harshly like this before, but she had seen how he treated Fu Shiwan and Madame Song. Now, was it her turn? However, Li Chuan was pregnant with Gu Changfeng's child. She didn't have Fu Shiwan's ability, and she knew she wasn't as capable as her. She had the ability, which allowed her to carve out a new path for herself. She had no way back now. She was still bound by the child. For the child's sake, She had to win Gu Chongfeng's favor first, so she could stand firm in this residence. She obediently nodded and promised, "I understand." Li Chuan was very clever. Unlike Fu Shiwan and Song Jiangma, who would argue and fight with Gu Chongfeng when he was angry, trying to prove they were right or that they were innocent, she was different. She would apologize and admit her mistake at the right time and obediently listen to him. Because of this, Gu Chongfeng liked her very much. It was rare for him to get angry with her. Seeing her so obedient, his anger naturally faded. His anger came quickly and went just as fast. He gently pulled Li Chuan closer and softly stroked her belly. "You understand, that's good. The most important thing now is to stay safe and have the baby. Focus on taking care of the child. Among so many people, I am most looking forward to your baby. If it's a boy, he will surely be as smart, obedient, and sensible as you. Zero can now read and write, but he's having trouble memorizing and recognizing characters. You are very smart and sensible. Our child will definitely be very clever. It would be best if it's a boy. You should rest peacefully in your room and take good care of the pregnancy. Have a safe and smooth delivery. Don't worry about other things and don't get involved." Guan Chongfeng's words became gentle again, as if he had returned to the person he used to be. Li Chuan was already used to this. She still nodded obediently and kept all her thoughts to herself. In the past, at home, she had to act as a puppet for her father and parents. She was always obedient. Now that she is here, she can continue to pretend. It feels like she has been pretending for so long that this is just who she is, so she no longer argues or fights. She doesn't have the high ambitions like Fu Shiwan, nor does she have bold ideas. A husband like Guan Chongfeng is already very good to her, so she treasures him deeply. As long as she softens her attitude, she can gain his love and affection. She is willing to do this. Guan Chongfeng still needs to stay in mourning, so he returned to pay respects at the old lady's altar. Usually, the Gu family is lively. Since he married so many wives and concubines, and they gradually became pregnant, the family has been bustling. But the death of an old lady makes everything seem so cold. Only he is there. The others are either injured or pregnant and can't come, which makes it feel lonely. Guan Chongfeng thought to himself that the old lady had passed away. The Gu family was no longer what it used to be. His feud with Fu Shiwan was settled. Now that she had married a prince, it seemed she wouldn't be loyal to him. He wanted to choose a prince's team, but choosing Shinzuerwei was impossible. Even if he chose him, he might not accept him. He and Fu Shiwan were destined not to be on the same side. Since that's the case, he needed to quickly decide which side to support. The situation at court was gradually becoming clear. If Shun Zuerwei married Fu Shiwan, he would have a family, and it might be more legitimate. At this critical moment, the only person who could speak for him, the old lady, had also passed away. He now begins to understand why the old lady kept insisting he find a proper wife before she passed away. That wife would be someone by his side, someone they could discuss things with. However, Song Jiangma in the household he didn't talk much about, and the others hadn't read many books. Only Li Chuan could speak with him, but he was still a concubine, not his main wife. Gu Chongfeng calculated that this position couldn't remain empty forever. He finally realized that since Fu Shiwan could marry Shinjiruwei, he could also marry again. Their Gu family was no longer as strong as before. Now that the old lady had passed, he saw the situation more clearly and thought more openly about some things. He needed to marry a wife who could help him and the family rise higher. Then he would choose a powerful prince to support him and assist him as much as possible. Otherwise, when the political situation became clear and everyone had chosen sides, he would arrive late and no one would accept him. He would end up being like an unwanted child. He had to make a quick decision. The sooner, the better. Gu Chongfeng knelt in front of the old lady's spirit, continuously burning paper offerings for her. There were many things he wanted to say, but hadn't yet. He always thought they were mother and son, and they would have many more years together. Sometimes, he didn't like what the old lady said, but she was still his mother. Now that everyone else had left, No one was around to comfort him with meaningless words. It was a rare moment of true solitude with her. He burned the paper in front of her spirit, one sheet at a time. Finally, Gu Changfeng cried like a child. People are often like that. When they have something, they don't cherish it. Only after losing it do they realize how sad it is. Usually, they only think about the good parts when it's gone. All the bad memories fade away. He remembered how the old lady treated him when he was young, how she patiently taught him. Sometimes, his father was stricter with him, but the old lady secretly gave him treats or showed him kindness. This was love from a mother for her child. But when he grew up and developed his own thoughts, he stopped listening to her. He even sometimes scowled at her. The old lady raised him and taught him these principles, but once he learned them and his wings grew stronger, he turned his back on her. Gu Changfeng felt he was a terrible person, especially after the recent unpleasant talks with her. He deeply regretted everything. Gu Changfeng was alone and muttering to himself, "Mother, I'm sorry. I didn't show you enough respect. You left so suddenly. I always thought we had many years to spend together. I kept thinking about how I would earn money and gain power someday to take better care of you. But I only focused on my future and rarely thought about you. Until you suddenly left me, I would have preferred if you had fallen ill and slowly passed away, rather than being taken from me so suddenly by an accident. I'm sorry I didn't serve you well in this life. In the next life, let you be my child, and I will treat you well." Gu Changfeng still felt regret in his heart. He had never treated the old lady properly. Now there were 2 pregnant concubines in the house. If the old lady felt her life had been too hard and wanted to try again, she could be reborn into one of their wombs. He would definitely treat her even better in the next life to make up for his regrets now. But this was just a wish. It was unrealistic. Gu Changfeng kept crying alone, pouring out all his longing and sorrow to the old lady in this lonely night. Now, no matter how much he spoke, the old lady wouldn't reply. Meanwhile, after Fu Shiwan and Shen Zuerwei returned to the courtyard, Shen Zuerwei happily took charge of the cooking, and Fu Shiwan helped prepare a rich dinner. After eating, they enjoyed the moon together. Only then did Shen Zuerwei return to his own courtyard. The next morning, Shen Zuerwei and Fu Shiwan were summoned to the palace. The empress wanted to see them. When they arrived sitting so close and together, the empress felt less awkward. She had previously thought that Fu Shiwan's background didn't quite match Shen Zuerwei's. Although Fu Shiwan was kind and good-hearted, and her age was suitable, her humble origins and past marriage still made the empress feel a bit uncomfortable. She didn't say it aloud, but she felt it in her heart. However, now seeing them sitting face to face, they looked very well matched, like a perfect couple. Fu Shiwan sat beside Shen Zuerwei, looking confident and not small. The 2 of them looked very suitable together. The empress's worries finally eased. She looked at them like a caring mother, then turned her gaze to Shen Zuerwei. She moved closer to Fu Shiwan, clearly showing that their relationship was very good. She smiled kindly and said, "Yes, yes. It seems I made the right decision, and I didn't even need to arrange a matchmaker. I already said you 2 are very suitable for each other." Fu Shiwan lowered her head with a smile. They are indeed a good match, but in terms of status and rank, they are not quite suitable. In modern times, everyone is equal, and she thinks they are a good match. However, Fu Shiwan always feels a little bit insecure. If it weren't for Shen Zuerwei constantly giving her confidence and strength, she wouldn't dare stand beside him or even dream of being worthy of him. Although she was raised with the idea of equality for over 20 years, she still feels a bit inferior here. She can truly sense the grandeur of imperial power. She kept quiet with a smile. Shen Zuerwei took the initiative to speak for her. "Mother, you're joking. This is not a random match. It's my own choice. You can rest assured about my judgment." "Your judgment? Now you're starting to defend yourself? Didn't you say you wanted to become a monk? If I hadn't told Shiwan to visit you every day, would you have understood your feelings? Didn't you already see through worldly attachments? Why have you turned back? It's because you like Shiwan, and you've kept it inside without saying. Such a good girl, it's a good thing that we called you back. Otherwise, you might have spent your days in a monastery eating vegetarian and chanting. How could you marry
and have children then.
The officials still know little about this matter. The emperor, and I want you to settle the marriage quickly. It's best if Shirwan gets pregnant first, so the officials will shut their mouths. Right now, your priority is to have a child soon. Once you have a child, some meddlesome ministers will be silenced. Your father, and I can also help you argue a little. The empress looked at Fu Shirwan. At her age, she is in the best period for childbirth. She's not too old and should recover well, but she's not very young either, so she can get pregnant quickly. It's the best time to conceive, especially since she gave birth to Shen Zuerwei around this age. She told them that since their feelings are already mutual and clear, they should quickly have a child. If they decide to marry, they should have a child to silence those gossiping officials. Fu Shirwan didn't expect this. She hadn't even married Shen Zuerwei yet, and the empress already wanted them to take this step. The idea of rushing to have a child so soon was too sudden. She is clearly a person from a later time, but her thoughts are not very open. She is so open-minded that she can accept what the empress says. She feels a bit embarrassed, and her face turns red. Of course, she plans to marry Shinjuruwei and grow old with him, but she believes things should happen gradually, step by step. She still finds it hard to accept the idea of getting pregnant before marriage. Shinjuruwei doesn't mind, but from his expression, he seems somewhat reluctant. Regardless, he will respect her opinion in everything. Mother, why are you so worried about this? I already consider her my choice. No matter what the officials say, they can't interfere with my lifelong decision. This is my life, not theirs. If they disagree, does that mean I won't marry? Do I have to choose someone they all approve of before I marry? No woman can satisfy everyone, especially those with daughters at home. They wish I would marry their daughter. But whether I marry anyone or not, they will always be unhappy. If they are never satisfied, why should I rush to have children? Let things happen naturally, and see if Wanwan is willing. If she is, I will support her. But if she has concerns, I will respect her wishes. Mother, you shouldn't worry so much about this. You've been urging me for years, but I know I won't do things I don't want to. So, being able to marry now is already good enough. As for children, we can discuss that after the marriage. The empress looked at Shinjuruwei. That boy is so stubborn and rigid, unlike other men. Other men spend their days drinking and dining in lively places, but her son is different. He is at the age to learn and grow, yet the people she arranged for him to meet, he simply drove away. The maids serving him are carefully chosen by her, meant to help him understand these things early. But he prefers reading and refuses to associate with women. She once doubted Shinjuruwei's sexuality, but it seemed normal, so maybe he is just different from most men. This could mean he is chaste and reserved. His father, the emperor, had several children by the time he was Shinjuruwei's age. The oldest could already run around. Most of these children were born to concubines or unofficial women, later promoted to concubines. He is quite principled and insists on getting married before having children. It's also acceptable to get pregnant first and then marry. I didn't expect him to be so stubborn and rigid. The empress, seeing that she couldn't influence Shen Zuerwei on this matter, turned her attention to Fu Shirwan. Ultimately, it still depends on the woman. Since Shen Zuerwei likes Fu Shirwan, it means he is willing to have children with her. She still needs to do more to persuade Fu Shirwan. Shen Zuerwei always protects her here. Although she doesn't intentionally make things difficult for Fu Shirwan, she can see the young man's intentions. Even before they are married, his protectiveness is so obvious. He is already showing favoritism, which proves he truly likes someone else. It seems Fu Shirwan is really a special person in his heart. The empress looked thoughtful and smiled, planning to have Shen Zuerwei leave first, so he wouldn't say too much. He's already blocked all the sharp words, so her plans are all thwarted. Shen Zuerwei is naive, but Fu Shirwan is sensible. She still enjoys talking to the young girl. All right, it's all up to you. Your ideas mostly follow your wishes. As long as you can manage the court affairs for your father, you can do whatever you want, as long as it's not murder, arson, or shocking acts. Don't do what you did last time. If you do it again, your father and I won't be able to handle it. Since it's rare to come to the palace, Go pay your respects to your father and learn how to handle court affairs. You've been lazy these days, so it's time to get back to work. She hurried Shinzuere away to handle official matters. All right, she keeps her word. He's not completely clueless about right and wrong. He will learn how to handle court affairs. But when he stood up, he still pulled Fu Shiwan along. The Empress was not happy about this. Her original intention was just to have Shinzuere leave, so she could talk to Fu Shiwan. Why are these two inseparable now? She kindly reminded him, you need to handle court affairs and still bring a woman with you? Your relationship has become so close? Always together? But according to the old rules, the harem shouldn't interfere, and even I am not allowed to intervene. Bringing her to your father might not be appropriate. She was warning Shinzuere to leave Fu Shiwan with her here, but Shinzuere held her hand tightly and refused to let go. Then I will send her back. Rest assured, mother. I understand these matters. Since I am going to learn how to handle government affairs from the emperor, it's better for her to stay in the palace where she's unfamiliar with everything. I will send her back first.
Ah, no.
The empress hurriedly stopped him. Who says she's unfamiliar? She's familiar with me. Shirwang and I are close. It's rare to visit the palace, and I like her. You go to your father to handle government affairs. Let Shirwang stay here and chat with me. I'm tired of these palace people. Their faces annoy me. I want to talk with people outside the palace. It's not easy to see each other often. Since you're going to learn from your father, I'll teach her palace rules and etiquette so she won't be embarrassed when she becomes your main wife. If her manners aren't good, others might laugh at her. I'll chat with her and teach her some things about the palace and outside. It's a good chance for her to learn while you're busy with your studies. After you're done, we can have dinner together, and then you can all go back. Isn't that nice? Shinzuere listened and thought it was good. He looked at Fu Shiwang and decided to follow her advice. Fu Shiwang saw Shinzuere caring for her and kept thinking about her. Because these were his parents, Fu Shiwang was still an outsider. Although the emperor and empress treated her well, it was all because of Shinzuere. She was just an outsider. Even if they married later, they wouldn't be her real parents. So she could only be polite and not offend them, but she couldn't act unruly like she would with her own parents, like Shinzuere. As the middle person, Shinzuere did a good job. He carefully observed Fu Shiwang's situation. Seeing this, Fu Shiwang didn't want to make things difficult for him anymore. The empress was right, and she didn't mind spending time with her. She gave Shinzuere a reassuring look. You're right. Go handle the government affairs. Later, I can use the small kitchen in the empress's palace to prepare some dishes. After you and the emperor finish your work, come over, and we can have a family meal. Since that was the case, Shinzuere happily handed Fu Shiwang over to the empress. Before leaving, he reminded her a few words. The empress couldn't help but feel annoyed. That reckless boy. Once, she had no women around her and was not interested in women at all. Surprisingly, she was moved and quite caring and thoughtful. She protected her so much that even her mother felt a bit jealous. When did he become so attentive and caring to her mother, taking care of her in every way? All right, you can leave now. How many times do I have to remind you? I could still bully her, or even eat her. Just go and focus on your government affairs. When you come back this afternoon and tonight, I will return her to you completely, without losing a single piece of meat or a strand of hair. You can rest assured. The empress smiled playfully, and Fu Shiwan also waved her hand gently, reassuring Shinzuere to leave confidently. Only then did Shinzuere feel at ease and depart. After he left, the empress called the maids to leave and closed the door. She looked at Fu Shiwan, who was slightly nervous, and comforted her, saying, This Shinzuere, my son, I've put so much effort into raising him, and in the end, this brat never showed such care for his mother. You really have some skills. In the past, he didn't even glance at the women around him. I was worried he didn't like women or had other strange habits. Luckily, your appearance dispelled that doubt. It's because of your ability. The empress spoke sincerely and wholeheartedly, with no other meaning. As Fu Shiwan listened, her nervousness eased away. Your Majesty, Don't overthink. He's doing very well, and he's not disrespectful to you. He understands what he should do and has told me so. He knows the thoughts you and the emperor have placed on him. He understands his responsibilities, so he's a thoughtful person. You've raised him well, so there's no need to worry. His respect for me is also because of your good teaching. He's very different, he's a responsible person, and I like him very much. For the first time, Fu Shiruan dared to express her love boldly, just like Shen Zuerui. She spoke in front of the Empress with some nervousness, looking up shyly. But the Empress smiled kindly, like a caring mother, and looked at her warmly. It's said that since ancient times, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are the greatest enemies because they both compete for the same man. The mother-in-law dislikes that her hard-earned son ends up favoring another woman. Although this woman is important for their family's lineage and plays a crucial role, some people just cannot understand that boundary. They want to compete and cause trouble, even though the two are unrelated and have no reason to fight. Yet, they deliberately make things difficult, not understanding why they have upset each other. At first, the wife respected her mother-in-law. However, after being repeatedly mistreated, she gradually built her own defenses and started to stand up for herself, all just to compete for the man's affection. But if the mediator does their job well, delivering messages properly, calming emotions, and managing both sides, the conflict can be avoided. Shen Zuerui did this very well, and Fu Shiruan was also caring, filial, and sensible. The Empress also wouldn't make things difficult for anyone, so their relationship was very harmonious. The Empress saw that Fu Shiruan was thoughtful and kind, and felt reassured. Just as long as you like each other, many problems can be solved. It's rare to find two people who like each other in this dynasty. Historically, marriages were often arranged blindly, and many people only learned about their spouse's personality and appearance on the wedding night. You are quite lucky. You can choose for yourselves and still like each other. The Empress was truly jealous and spoke honestly. Such a relationship was rare, so they should cherish each other even more. But for someone like Fu Shiruan, it was very difficult to stay close to Shen Zuerui. Actually, the Empress suggested that Fu Shiruan should get pregnant first before officially being together, so they could explain their relationship better to the officials. She told Shen Zuerui that he disagreed with this idea. She explained to Fu Shiruan, "You heard what I just said. I didn't mean to make things difficult for you, or to pressure you into agreeing when he's not around. I respect your decision. But I also want to clarify the situation at court. You might not know this, but the emperor has more than one son, and several are quite capable. Because he is older and my biological son, his status naturally surpasses that of other princes. The officials pay close attention to him, and his marriage is highly watched. If news of your upcoming marriage gets out, even though the emperor and I recently made you a county princess, everyone will know the truth about your identity." They wouldn't agree. It could cause a lot of controversy. He's not young anymore, and after careful selection, he chose someone he liked. I want him to settle down and start a family as soon as possible. If you can become pregnant, speaking about it openly might reduce the gossip among officials. Although he is right, it's his life and his marriage. Those ministers can't interfere too much, even if they try. As the emperor's son, every move he makes is watched closely. Since birth, this has been inevitable. He has no choice. While enjoying wealth and honor, he must also listen to their opinions. If the gossip gets worse, he might lose his chance to be the future ruler. Many people are eager for this position, so he needs to be careful with his words and actions. I think we've already helped you a lot. You also need to work hard. Ultimately, this matter depends on you. I can see you're feeling conflicted. But if you get pregnant early and marry with a child on the way, the officials won't say much anymore. Even if they have doubts, your pregnancy and the fact that you can have an heir show that the next generation is secure. This will also silence many rumors. Do you understand what I mean? The Empress Dowager explained this to her patiently. At first, Fu Shiruan was very resistant, but gradually she began to accept it. Indeed, her status matches Shen Zuerui. She never dared to imagine this before. The Empress Dowager and the Emperor made this decision because Shen Zuerui worked hard. He pretended to become a monk, facing great pressure, and came up with this plan. He endured hardships alone on the mountain, waking early, sleeping early, living with monks, and eating vegetarian food and chanting. The Emperor and Empress Dowager also struggled deeply inside, but decided to give her a special title, County Princess, despite doubts among officials who didn't understand the reason behind it. Everyone is paving the way for their future. Maybe she should understand this too. After all, she is already a married woman. Whether in her past or present life, she was not favored. She married again, and besides getting pregnant first, there seemed to be no other way. Her reputation is already affected, so worrying about losing face from an early pregnancy isn't necessary. Actually, this isn't a big issue. She has already decided to be with Shen Zuerui and believes he truly likes her. He is someone she can trust with her life. Since she has made up her mind, why not go ahead with it? This was not called taking a risk. She was persuaded by the Empress and gradually started to have such thoughts in her heart. I know that the Emperor and the Empress have made efforts for our future. I keep this in mind and appreciate their kindness. I understand what the Empress has said. I also think about how happy I am when I am with him, but when we are apart, I always blame myself because I know I am not worthy of him. The Empress and the Emperor have also made an exception and allowed us to marry, letting me become his main consort. This already puts me under great pressure. The Empress gave me such a good opportunity, and I will do my best to make it happen. Rest assured, Empress. The Empress was truly happy. She was glad that Fu Shiwan was so sensible and such a good girl. She had indeed chosen well. She excitedly held her hand and plucked a golden hairpin from her own hair, pinning it into Fu Shiwan's hair, symbolizing her genuine approval. She said happily, "That's wonderful. I knew you were a sensible girl. But I won't force you to do anything you don't want to. Shen Zuerui and I both agree on that. It's best if you can think things through on your own. Since you are so thoughtful, and I plan to send a few palace maids to teach you etiquette, I think you already have a good foundation. I just need to give you a few pointers. When you sit in my position in the future, you probably won't be any worse than I am." She continued, "Past experiences don't matter much. Even if people who don't know you might have preconceived notions, the more I get to know you, the more I like you. Such a good girl. She completely deserves Shen Zuerui. In fact, you might even be a step above him." Fu Shiwan was genuinely happy from the bottom of her heart. She was glad to meet such a good man and a kind mother with a family that was so good. She had already seen families like Gu Chongfeng's, which were top tier, so she thought the Emperor and Empress were surprisingly approachable and easy to talk to. Even Shen Zuerui, who seemed so noble and aloof, was very down-to-earth. In contrast, Gu Chongfeng's family, though ordinary, acted as if they were aristocrats from a palace. This stark comparison was very striking. Fu Shiwan was not as generous as she appeared. She was also a bit petty. She just needed to judge people carefully. If someone was kind to her, she would be easy to get along with and willing to discuss. But if someone was rude and ungrateful, then she wouldn't be easy to deal with, and there would be no room for negotiation. She agreed only because the Empress was easy to talk to. She felt hopeful about the future and believed there was something to look forward to. She needed to think about how to persuade Shen Zuerui. She planned to have this child, but it wasn't enough for her to figure it out alone. Shen Zuerui also had to cooperate. Since the matter had been settled, the Empress had no other demands or worries. She and Fu Shiwan talked for a long time, helping her adjust her usual clothing and accessories. They also gave her many pieces of jewelry and clothes. As an empress, she didn't lack these things. All the new items sent from outside were first given to her. Since she didn't leave the palace and only stayed inside, dressing beautifully was mostly for special occasions. But there weren't many such occasions in a year, and she didn't really like these events. She was already quite old for that, and many of those things didn't suit her anymore. This time, she could also clear out her storeroom and show her care for Fu Shiwan. She gave all her expensive, youthful fabrics that she couldn't wear to Fu Shiwan. Fu Shiwan arrived empty-handed, but left with many treasures. They shopped together for a while, and by the afternoon, Fu Shiwan and the Empress went to the small kitchen to prepare dinner. The Empress knew some cooking, but she wasn't very skilled. She learned some simple dishes and snacks from her family before she married, mainly for her parents. After marriage, she was served by others and gradually forgot how to cook. She wanted Fu Shiwan to teach her a couple of easy recipes so she could learn quickly. That way, when she craved certain foods, she could enjoy them herself. Fu Shiwan was very generous. Since the Empress was so kind, she gave her all her best things without hesitation or reluctance. She chose what she liked and gave it to her, not because she disliked anything. Fu Shiwan also shared her own skills and knowledge with the Empress. They had a wonderful day together. Since leaving the Gu residence, Fu Shiwan's mood had changed. She was no longer like other young girls who loved to cause trouble. She was calm and steady, able to chat easily with people a few years older than her. Plus, with her past life memories, she had a lot of life experience. The Empress is quite young and not bound by many rules. When no one is around and she is alone with Fu Shiwan, she seems to prefer freedom. They get along like close friends, with no generation gap, and they talk and act very happily and easily. Fu Shiwan personally made snacks and cooked meals for her. By evening, when the Emperor and Shun Zirui finished their work and came over, the table was already full of dishes. Thoughtfully, Fu Shiwan reminded the Emperor, "Your Majesty, all these dishes are made by the Empress herself. Please don't let her efforts go to waste. Try some and enjoy her kindness." The Emperor smiled and looked at the Empress. They are young newlyweds, but they have been served by others for a long time, so he hasn't tasted the Empress's cooking in a while. Seeing the table full of food, he knew they made it together, and it must be very delicious. He sat down with Shinzurue, inviting Fu Shiwan and the Empress to sit with them. The four of them looked like a happy family, enjoying the meal together peacefully. Shinzurue could tell at a glance that most of the food was made by Fu Shiwan. But since she said otherwise, she probably had her reasons. He silently ate, knowing it was best to keep quiet. The Emperor was very pleased. The dishes were simple and suited most people's tastes. Seeing the Emperor happy, the Empress was also happy. It was rare for her to cook and eat someone else's food, and it felt different from eating her own. When others cook, she might eat a few bites if she liked it, but if it didn't taste good, she wouldn't want to eat more. But her own cooking made every dish taste wonderful, and she liked eating them all. For the first time, she even served herself a second bowl of rice. Usually, she only ate one bowl, but today, she unexpectedly filled a second one. The Emperor did the same. In their big family, sitting together, there were no strict rules like the old traditions, no limit of 3 bites per dish or dishes being taken away if overdone. Such rules didn't exist here. The four of them sat at the table without many rules or restrictions. Fu Shiwan felt that life in the palace wasn't as hard to fit into as she thought. They happily finished their dinner. The Emperor stayed in the Empress's palace, but Shinzurue and Fu Shiwan couldn't stay long. They left the palace before the gates closed. Sitting in the carriage, Fu Shiwan still felt like she was dreaming. She came to this world without parents, but the Empress and Emperor made her feel like she belonged. Just now, it felt like a complete family of 4, and she felt very nostalgic. She didn't speak when she saw her. Shun Zuerue asked her, "When I was not here this afternoon, what did you do with Mother Empress? Besides cooking, did you do anything else? Did Mother cause you any trouble?" Fu Shiwan shook her head. "What are you thinking? Queen Mother would never trouble me. She is the best. We had a lot of fun this afternoon. Look at how many nice things she gave me. Those are things others would never be able to get. The Queen Mother is so generous. She gave everything to me without hesitation. She looked so relieved when she gave them to me. The Queen Mother is truly kind." Shinzuerue was not convinced. That's natural. Mother Empress never cares about such material things. She keeps them in the storeroom, collecting over time. When I was young, I remember she hated that I wasn't a girl. She always dreamed of having a daughter to dress up beautifully, like a little princess. Her headpieces and fabrics could be passed down. But I am a boy and don't like dressing up. The bright-colored ones are not for me. Father also doesn't have a daughter's fate. The palace is full of sons. so mother's things just stay in the storeroom. But since I met you, she decided to give everything to you quickly. Please don't be reluctant. Although they are precious fabrics and gold, silver, and jade, if they just stay in the storeroom, mother would be very sad.
Just use them.
Don't be afraid of luxury. Since they are gifts from mother, who dares to gossip about it? Just wear them proudly and dress up yourself. Mother would be very happy to see that. The value of these things will then be realized. So, don't hold back from wearing them. Shinzuerue told Fu Shiwan not to feel pressured. This was just Queen Mother's normal way of doing things. After she said this, Fu Shiwan finally understood why the Queen Mother was so generous. Fu Shiwan realized that she and the Queen Mother had some similarities. She also thought these things were just material possessions and had no attachment to them. Since the Queen Mother was so generous and gave her so many things, she didn't need to be overly sentimental or reluctant. She immediately asked someone to turn these items into ready-to-wear clothes. Some could be given to others, and some she could keep herself. In any case, she would not disappoint the Queen Mother's kind intentions. Moreover, given how generous the Queen Mother was, she could guess some reasons behind her kindness. Fu Shiwan watched as the carriage arrived at their doorstep. The sky was getting dark, and Shinzuerue, who had just finished handling official affairs for the day, escorted Fu Shiwan to the door. He turned to leave and head back to his own residence. However, Fu Shiwan awkwardly tugged at his sleeve. I have something I'd like to ask for your help with. Maybe you shouldn't go back yet.
Come inside and sit with me.
It was rare for Fu Shiwan to ask Shinzuerue for help, so he naturally had nothing to refuse. He told the carriage and the others to return to his residence, then entered her courtyard with her. She led him into the house, and Shinzuerue felt a slight surprise, but thought he might be overthinking it. He believed the sudden idea that flashed through his mind earlier was inappropriate, so he shook his head, convinced that Fu Shiwan wasn't calling him for those reasons. They entered the room together. Fu Shiwan didn't let Shiriwa and Xia come in with them, telling them to do their own things and not stand at the door. She closed the door behind them, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Neither of them knew what to say or do. Shinzuerue also felt a little uncomfortable, mainly because he couldn't stop his mind from wandering to strange thoughts. He took the initiative to ask Fu Shiwan, "Why is this so secretive? Why not talk about it in the open?" He thought Fu Shiwan might have some difficult secret or a matter she was embarrassed to ask for help with, which was why she asked the servants to leave and wanted to speak with him alone. He could only think of this possibility. But Fu Shiwan sat silently across from him, looking hesitant, her head lowered and unable to speak. The more she behaved this way, the more Shinzuerue believed his guess was right. There must be some urgent reason she wanted to ask for help. He then moved closer to her and gently put an arm around her shoulder to comfort her. "It's okay. If you're feeling embarrassed or troubled by something, just tell me. As long as I can help, I will. Don't be afraid or feel awkward. Our relationship is already like this. There's nothing you can't say." "Really?" Fu Shiwan's heart was beating very fast, especially since Shinzuerue was leaning close to her, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. She could feel the man's warmth and broad arms. She was small and fragile, trembling with fear, curling up together. But her mind kept replaying the task given to her by the Empress, all for their future happiness. She thought that waiting was not necessary. Now was the best time. Her mind was full of this idea. She disliked delaying things and just wanted to solve them quickly. Since the Empress mentioned this today, she wanted to get it done as soon as possible. Such matters couldn't be completed in a day or two. They needed time to build up. Fu Shiwan gathered her courage, sitting on the carriage, caught in a mental struggle. Finally, she spoke, asking Shinzuerue to come with her to the room. Everything was ready, only waiting for the right moment. She looked up slowly at Shinzuerue, then suddenly grabbed his collar and gently kissed his lips unexpectedly. Shinzuerue was startled and instinctively leaned back, looking at Fu Shiwan with shock, not understanding her intentions. Their eyes met. Shinzuerue looked surprised, while Fu Shiwan dared not look directly into his eyes, but forced herself to do so. Seeing that he only slightly moved back, perhaps unprepared, Fu Shiwan didn't want to stop. Instead, she slowly moved her head closer, ready to leave another gentle kiss. Shen Zirui sensed something was wrong. He grabbed her shoulders to stop her. "What are you doing? Can't you tell what I want?" Fu Shiwan said bravely. Shen Zirui's mind was in chaos, or rather, it was blank. He couldn't think clearly. He didn't understand why Fu Shiwan suddenly did this. Reflecting on everything that had happened today, he seemed to have a sudden realization. "Is it because after I left, Mother said something to you?" He was clever and quickly guessed the key point. But Fu Shiwan shook her head, indicating she was not being forced. "No, no one forced me. It's all my own idea. Indeed, if I have a child, the Empress's status will rise, and officials will be more willing to accept me. They won't stop us from being together. I think it's right. Anyway, we will be together sooner or later. Since we've already committed to each other, when to have a child doesn't matter." As she spoke, Fu Shiwan moved closer again, but she didn't know which words angered Shen Zirui. He continued to push her away. "So you also agree with this idea, wanting to have a child with me? Do you want to have a child with me because you love me, or because you want to silence the gossip outside? Throughout this whole process, what do you see me as?" Fu Shiwan didn't understand the difference between these two choices. Isn't it just because she loves him that she wants to be with him? Or is it because she wants to stop the rumors outside and make their relationship official by having a child? To connect them, why does it matter whether they are together for love or for other reasons? She simply couldn't understand. "Of course, I want to be with you. But to make everything proper, we need a child. You and I are the father and mother of that child. I don't care what else you worry about. The Empress and the Emperor also support this. I agree too. Don't you like me?" Fu Shiwan blinked and looked at Shen Zirui. She kept leaning toward him, but Shen Zirui was very rational. For once, he showed a look of dislike on his face. He pushed her away, stood up, looked at her, hesitated to speak, then swallowed his words. He said nothing and slammed the door as he left. Fu Shiwan didn't understand what she had done wrong to make him so unhappy. She just wanted a child and hadn't done anything wrong. All of this was for her and Shen Zirui's future. Why did it turn out like this? What was Shen Zirui angry about? She finally gathered her courage to try to keep him, but he suddenly slammed the door and left. What did he mean? Although Shen Zirui usually treated Fu Shiwan very well and spoiled her, she didn't dare to provoke him when he was angry. She could only watch him leave. She had no choice but to wash up and go to bed. The next morning, she arrived at Shen Zirui's house. As soon as Shen Zirui opened his eyes, he saw Fu Shiwan kneeling by his bed, wearing a thin dress. Fu Shiwan leaned against the edge of his bed. He didn't know when she had come, but she had already fallen asleep. Shen Zirui looked at her with a hint of pity. She was dressed so lightly, and it was still quite cold in the morning. She had been kneeling by his bed for a while and was sleeping peacefully. Her even breathing brushed against his arm. The room wasn't very warm. Shen Zirui felt a little distressed, but thinking about what had happened last night and realizing she only used him to have a child, he felt even more conflicted. Although her initial intention was to be with him naturally, Mother Consort always did whatever she was told. She only considered others and never thought about herself. Shen Zirui was very angry about this. She still hasn't changed herself. He only wishes for her to be with him and do what she wants, based on her own feelings, not because of others' opinions or to please others. He doesn't like the way Fu Shiwan is now. Until now, every time he encouraged her or said something to her, it was because he hoped she would change. But she still hasn't. Shen Zirui felt heartbroken but turned his face away, not wanting to pay attention to her. What does she think of herself? Just a tool for reproduction? He coldly turned his head aside, but couldn't help feeling pity. He couldn't resist covering her with the blanket, but Fu Shiwan was awakened. She suddenly woke up, saw that Shen Zirui was awake, and quickly held his hand, looking pitiful, like a small animal showing its true self without any disguise. Shen Zirui looked at her. Though his heart softened, he still tried to build a wall. He pretended to be angry and turned his head away. Fu Shiwan quickly clung to his arm. She didn't know what she did wrong, but she knew she must have upset Shin Zuerui. In her world, there's no concept that a girl lowering her head to a boy is being overly submissive or losing face. Whoever is wrong should apologize, and the one who loves more should apologize. She truly didn't understand why Shin Zuerui was angry, but she thought it was probably because of what she did last night. She didn't want to lose him and was willing to apologize first. She came early today. Last night, she couldn't sleep, tossing and turning, and was awakened by a nightmare. Sometimes, with the help of Shiyi, she went directly into Shin Zuerui's room and stayed by his bed all night. Finally, Shin Zuerui woke up. She wouldn't let him leave again. Last time, he disappeared and didn't contact her for many days. She didn't want to keep wasting energy on endless internal struggles. Instead of unclear words, she preferred to speak plainly. Who was right or wrong would then be clear. She grabbed his hand. "What's wrong? Why are you acting like this all of a sudden? You left without a word yesterday, and it scared me. Did I do something wrong? If I upset you, you can tell me, but don't just leave me there. I feel helpless. I couldn't understand it last night no matter how much I thought. I want you to tell me in person. I don't understand some parts, but if you explain clearly to me, I will understand everything." Fu Shiwan repeatedly lowers her stance, making Shin Zuerui feel even more worried. He is not like Gu Chongfeng, who needs to rely on a woman to step down. He just wants Fu Shiwan to think clearly and understand, not to see her like this. In the end, he couldn't resist his kindness. He helped her sit on the bed and covered her with a blanket that still carried his warmth, making it very cozy. Fu Shiwan was indeed cold. She couldn't sleep and got up from the bed, then put on a coat and asked Shiyi and Shiryu to bring her here. Since coming in, she had been sitting quietly. Afraid of disturbing Shin Zuerui's sleep, she knelt on the side steps nearby, still feeling cold. She sat there until she was sleepy and fell asleep. Because her nose and the room were filled with Shin Zuerui's scent, she felt very safe. She wasn't worried about losing him because she could always sense his movements. She was right beside him, so she could sleep peacefully. Now, with the blanket over her, Fu Shiwan couldn't help shivering. She looked at Shin Zuerui with a pitiful expression, trying to get him to cover himself too. Since it was winter and both of them were wearing only their underwear to sleep, he had given her the blanket. Didn't that mean he had no blanket to cover himself? Fu Shiwan opened a corner of the blanket, signaling him to come in and share it. But Shin Zuerui remembered what happened last night and thought her action was not innocent, so he refused. "No need, just cover yourself. You dislike me so much, refuse to touch me or be close to me. What did I do to make you dislike me so much? Can you tell me clearly so I know what I did wrong?" Fu Shiwan shyly pulled back the blanket. She was just worried he'd be cold and wanted to invite him to warm up together. But why has he been so resistant from last night until now? Did she do something wrong to make him unhappy? Shin Zuerui forced himself not to look into Fu Shiwan's eyes. When he looked at her, he couldn't help but soften. He didn't know if she was doing it on purpose or by accident. Anyway, today she looked more pitiful than usual, making it hard for him not to feel soft and sympathetic. So he looked away. Fu Shiwan had no intention of causing trouble. She didn't know what her face looked like or how Shin Zuerui was feeling. She could only act like a small animal, trying her best to please her owner. She didn't want to lose someone as good as Shin Zuerui. No matter who was right or wrong, she wanted to soften first. "What's really wrong? Just tell me. Did I do something last night that made you unhappy or dissatisfied? If you don't tell me, I won't know. After you tell me, we can discuss and solve this together. If you say nothing, I won't understand. I didn't sleep well last night, and I don't want to feel like this again." When she looked up again, tears were already forming in her eyes. She really didn't want to go through this pain again. She thought that after breaking up, she would be calm or handle arguments with her partner rationally. She believed she wouldn't have to apologize or beg to stay. She felt she was clear-headed. When she was with Gu Chongfeng, She never acted irrationally, and she never felt so sad about being ignored. But later, she realized it was because she didn't love Gu Changfeng. She loved Shin Zhiwei very much and didn't want him to treat her that way. She was afraid of losing him. Seeing her like this, Shin Zhiwei finally softened his heart. I'm angry because you listened to your mother and wanted a child, not because you genuinely wanted to. You only thought about having a child because of what your mother said. Do you really want a child with me, or do you think having a child will help you marry me better? Of course, it's the latter. But I also like children. If I have a child with you, I'm willing. No one forced me. Empress just reminded me and gave me a choice, Fu Shiwan explained. But Shen Zhiwei didn't want to hear such an answer. Exactly, so when you say you want to have a child to marry me better, even if we don't have the child, you can still marry me. I said I don't care what outsiders think or say. As long as you marry me, I don't care about their opinions or what they say. There's no need to have a child to prove anything to them. What I care about is how you truly feel. It must be your own decision, not what others tell you or what you hear. I want you to follow your heart, do what makes you happy, and not worry about every step, look around, or hesitate. You follow me, and I just want you to be the most natural and comfortable version of myself. Don't get pregnant because of other reasons. Do you really want a child? Do you think that now, since we've just confirmed our relationship and are about to become a married couple, you're eager to have a child? You've been with me for so long, and I've never heard you mention wanting a child. Do you truly like the idea, or do you just think it would be nice to have a child with me? If you really want it very much, I can agree. But if you're only okay with it, just accepting it, then it means deep down, you might not really want it. Shin Zhiwei hit the point exactly. Fu Shiwan thought about it. She didn't really want a child so early. Even in her later life, she never thought about having a baby in her 20s. She would only accept having a child before she turned 30, before the risky age for childbirth. If they got married, she would prefer to enjoy a happy life as a couple first, without being tied down by a child. She also wouldn't have a child during unstable times in their relationship. If they divorced later, it would be very irresponsible to the child. Dating is one thing, but marriage is another. Even after dating for a few years, it doesn't mean the person is suitable for having a child with. They should wait until they are married and have been together for a few more years before deciding to have a baby. But in this era, women usually get pregnant and have children at around 16 or 17. She is already 20 now, so having a child would actually be considered late. However, she has just grown up and become an adult. In her heart, she really thought about it. If she truly wanted a child, she wouldn't say no. Shin Zhiwei was right. But she was also thinking about their future and for his sake. Shin Zhiwei's words made Fu Shiwan a little sad, but she also understood why he was angry. She was caught in a dilemma, not knowing what to say. She could only quietly explain her reasons, feeling wronged. I'm not really eager, but if I were to have a child with you, I think having it early or late doesn't matter. Why not take this chance to silence the rumors? If I have a child with you, I can accept it. But I didn't expect your reaction to be so strong. I also don't want you to face so much pressure from the Emperor, the Empress, and others. I only feel like I might cause you trouble if I stay with you, becoming a burden and unable to help you with anything. Naturally, I want to do something for you. If there's anything I can do, I will try my best. But if you don't want me to, then forget it. Fu Shiwan tries to flatter Shin Zhiwei. She doesn't know what else to do. Her intentions are good, but it seems to make Shin Zhiwei unhappy. She just wants to make things simpler, to lighten their burdens and pressures. Since he doesn't want that, she decides to give up. She finally convinced herself, but couldn't convince Shin Zhiwei. She was ready for everything, but because he disagreed, she gave up on that idea. Shin Zhiwei sees Fu Shiwan looking sad and doesn't know what to say. He doesn't want to hurt her before they are married, nor force her. But seeing her like this, he knows they both want to do what's best for each other, even if their methods are wrong. He touches her hair gently. You don't need to do anything or try hard. Leave everything to me. I want to marry you, so I should bear all the difficulties, not you. Just follow your heart. If you want to do something, do it. If not, don't. No need to try to please anyone. Don't you like equality? In my eyes, we are equals. I am not so high above you and your status isn't so low. But even though he says this, with their social status and others' gossip, Fu Shiwan can't ignore everything. She feels upset about being rejected like this. Got it, she says, sniffling as she stands up. Then you go ahead and bear it. She's too tired and doesn't want to think about it anymore. Overthinking is wrong. If she stops thinking, she won't make mistakes. If he has to bear everything, let him do it himself. Fu Shiwan decides to let go. She cares too much about others, which is actually wrong. Maybe she should just mind her own business and not offend anyone. Being sensible might be her mistake. So she won't interfere anymore. She hands everything over to Shunzurue. She gets up to leave, looking a bit unhappy. Shunzurue notices and quickly steps forward to stop her. What's wrong? He asks her. Nothing much, Fu Shiwan replies, speaking ironically, like most girls do. She used to not understand why some girls would say the opposite when upset, but now she doesn't think she's lying. Since I have been thinking carefully for him, trying to find ways to help him relieve some pressure and solve his problems, and he doesn't appreciate this effort, then I might as well stop thinking for him altogether. She truly doesn't have much to say. She's just feeling a bit uncomfortable inside, thinking she's been rushing to help him, only to be unappreciated. So she decides to go back to sleep. She spent the whole night wondering why Shinjirue was angry and why he was ignoring her. In the end, she thought she had overthought it, so she might as well take this chance to sleep. She was very tired and tried to pull away from Shinjirue's hand. But Shinjirue held on tightly and wouldn't let go. Although he had never been in love or felt romantic feelings for a girl, he wasn't so clueless as not to see the signs. It was obvious she was upset and acting out. He wouldn't be so foolish as to just let her go. I don't believe it. You can't be fine. Your tone and attitude don't seem like you're okay. What's really wrong? Did I say something wrong, or are you angry with me for some reason? Fu Shiwan snorted impatiently, showing her annoyance. I'm not angry with you. If I dared to be angry, everything you said is right. Is there anything wrong with what you said? Since all the pressure and hardships are for you to bear alone, then I have nothing to say. Last night, I was wondering why you were angry, what I might have done to offend you. I couldn't sleep well thinking about it. Now that the problem is solved, and you don't want me to interfere in these matters, why am I still here? I'm going back to sleep. You handle things yourself. If you want to solve it, go ahead. I need to sleep because I didn't rest well. She tried to break free from Shunjirue's grip to go back to sleep, but her tone and attitude seemed off, making Shunjirue feel something was wrong. He absolutely couldn't let Fu Shiwan leave. He had a feeling that if she left, she wouldn't come back. Although she didn't complain openly, her actions and behavior were unlike her, which made him feel something was wrong. He pulled her close and said, No, I can't let you go. I'm not that stupid. Tell me what's really going on. Are you angry with me because I didn't cooperate? Or do you think you planned everything carefully, but I didn't appreciate your effort? What is it? Let's be honest and clear. No resentment. Resentment? Who's resentful? I'm not resentful. I'm just very tired and not thinking clearly. Since I don't need to think anymore, I want to go back to sleep. Is that wrong? You let go. I don't sleep as peacefully as you do, and I don't care about the matter at all. I thought all night last night, so I didn't sleep well. Since the problem is now solved, I am really tired. Please don't stop me anymore. I just want to go back to sleep. No anger, no arguments. Don't think too much, and don't bother me anymore. I want to sleep. Fu Shiwan's tone gradually became impatient, even a little annoyed. Shunjirue dared not stop her, but he was very worried because her mood was very unusual. Since Fu Shiwan wanted to leave, he let her go. But even as he let her leave, he still followed her from behind, from Shunjirue's room to Fu Shiwan's room. At first, Fu Shiwan didn't notice, but later she realized Shunjirue was behind her. They just changed rooms. Fu Shiwan couldn't understand. Wasn't he angry? Why was he still following? If he wanted to handle something, then go ahead. Why come into her room? What are you here for? Aren't you sleeping peacefully? I see you're sleeping very soundly. You didn't even notice when I came to your side. Why did you come over? This is my room. I am about to sleep and rest. Men and women should keep their distance. That's what you said. Since we haven't gotten married yet, we should keep some distance. Fu Shiwan wanted to push him out, but Shinjirue stood there like a big Buddha, unmoving, no matter how she pushed. She felt angry. He could come whenever he wanted, leave whenever he wanted, but she couldn't get rid of him. What does that mean? Since she couldn't push him away, Fu Shiwan gave up and spoke impatiently. What do you want? I want to sleep now. I told you to leave. Yesterday, I didn't want you to leave, but you just slammed the door and left without giving me any explanation or telling me why. You just left me here alone. Now, I don't want you to come in, but you insist on standing here. What are you trying to do? Or, what am I supposed to do? She was a bit anxious, speaking quickly, not knowing how to make him leave. She really didn't want to see him anymore. Men are so annoying and bothersome. Shunjurue finally realized that Fu Shiwan was truly angry. Luckily, he hadn't let her leave earlier. He secretly felt relieved. Thank goodness he followed her. If he hadn't, her anger would only grow worse. He first hugged Fu Shiwan tightly, holding her firmly, not letting go no matter how she struggled. Finally, she was too tired to struggle and obediently allowed him to hold her. Then Shinzurue moved them slightly apart, but still held her tightly, gently asking what's wrong. What exactly is wrong? You must be angry.
Don't tell me you're not angry. If you're not angry, it wouldn't be like this. I know I made mistakes.
You said it yourself, right? When you make a mistake, you need to know what it is. Since I was wrong, and you're upset with me, please tell me what I did wrong. Did I make you unhappy?
Let me understand, even if I have to die for it.
No matter what the issue was, Shunzurue showed a good attitude of admitting his mistakes, which made Fu Shiwan's anger mostly disappear. However, because she was still upset, she held on tightly. She desperately tried to push Shinzurue away, but he held her very tightly and refused to let go. Until the misunderstanding was fully cleared up, he wouldn't loosen his grip. Fu Shiwan was just pretending to push him away. She appreciated Shinzurue's bossy behavior. On the surface, she seemed annoyed and anxious, full of anger, but inside, she was mostly calmed. Let go. Release me. Who wants to be with you? Let go. I want to sleep now. Didn't you say yesterday that you would leave immediately? That you would face everything outside alone? Go ahead. Fu Shiwan continued to struggle and push him away. You said you wanted to handle everything outside on your own, and I could trust you completely. So now I have nothing to do. I want to sleep and take good care of myself. You should leave quickly. If others find out about us, who knows what rumors might spread. Hurry up and leave so there are no misunderstandings. Since he cared about these things, she naturally wanted to cooperate wholeheartedly. Last night, she only made a small move, and he reacted so strongly. Now this morning he was holding her like this. Wasn't that too intimate? He should be more careful. Because he didn't want any overly affectionate behavior, Fu Shiwan deliberately kept her distance and maintained their relationship. Shinzurue's face darkened after hearing this. Now, she was holding him accountable. He only said he didn't want children and wanted to follow her wishes, but he didn't say he would stop these intimate acts. She confused these issues, no wonder she was so angry. Fu Shiwan kept talking non-stop, but Shinzurue covered her mouth to stop her from speaking. She was surprised by his sudden action and instinctively leaned back, not understanding what he meant. Yesterday, she was so resistant and didn't allow this. So why did she become the one to take the initiative after waking up today? Earlier, Shinzurue had clearly expressed that he didn't want children, so why was he doing things that caused misunderstandings now? She tried to step back to stop him, but Shinzurue held her firmly by the back of her head, preventing her from retreating and deepening the kiss. At first, Fu Shiwan resisted, but gradually she became unable to control herself and got lost in the moment. The kiss was long and deep, and Shinzurue also couldn't hold back his feelings. When they parted, Fu Shiwan opened her eyes slightly, gasping for air. It really worked. He had sealed her lips so she couldn't speak her angry words. When she finally spoke again, her voice was soft and a little playful. What do you mean? With a hint of teasing. Shan Zirui cupped her face with his hand and gently stroked her lips with his thumb. He softly whispered in her ear, "Of course I was trying to shut you up. It seems you misunderstood me, and I can't explain it clearly. You're so emotional. I need to find a way to calm you down first." He looked at Fu Shiwang as she stroked her head and spoke. Fu Shiwang pouted her lips, no longer angry. This method was very effective for her, but she still pretended to be stubborn and said, "What about my emotions? I'm just stating facts. Isn't that what you mean? When did I misunderstand? Yesterday, I was so proactive, but you pushed me away. Today, you're the one being proactive, and I can't push you away at all. If you want to take advantage of me, go ahead. If I want to take advantage of you, I can't do anything if you don't want to. I'm the one losing out and being led around by the nose. If you're angry, I have to coax you. I don't know what I said that made you upset. How can I possibly say the right thing or be angry at you?" Seeing that one kiss didn't work, Fu Shiwang continued talking. She directly held the back of his head and kissed him again. Fu Shiwang's mouth was blocked by him, making her unable to speak. She struggled desperately on his chest, her small hands trying to push him away. Shinzurue was also very assertive. He held her hands and placed them on his neck, signaling her to hug him. Fu Shiwan was very receptive to this. In her past life, whether influenced by romantic novels or idol dramas, she liked dominant CEOs and strong, bossy boyfriends. She never expected to actually meet someone like that. These small gestures, seemingly casual, actually touched her little quirks deeply and made her feel very happy. After Shun Zirue finished kissing her, he lowered his head and pressed the corner of his mouth against Fu Shiwan's forehead, softly asking, "Are you still upset? Are you still angry with me?" He held her chin and made her look up at him. Fu Shiwan was feeling dizzy and dared not look at him directly. Her eyes flickered uncertainly, but he held her chin firmly, forcing her to meet his gaze. She was very shy and couldn't say anything, only shaking her head. Seeing that she finally stopped speaking, Shun Zirue's method worked. He secretly decided to use this approach on Fu Shiwan in the future, especially with a stubborn girl like her. Fu Shiwan was dressed lightly, and Shin Zirue pulled her to the bed, wrapping her in the blanket. However, Fu Shiwan pitifully held onto his wrist, beginning to act spoiled, saying, "The blanket is too cold. There's no warmth at all. Even wrapped around me, it's not warm." But Shun Zirue was warm himself. He understood what Fu Shiwan meant. Originally planning to get up, he sat beside her on the bed and wrapped the blanket around her to keep her warm. But the warmth couldn't stay long. He asked her to sit on the bed and cover herself with the blanket, but Fu Shiwan didn't want to. "No, it's too cold like this. The bed is icy and chilly, and I'm very cold myself. I can't warm up this bed. Why don't you come up and keep me company? You're so warm. I want to lean on you." Fu Shiwan didn't realize how coquettish and tempting her words sounded. Shun Zirue just heard it that way. He never thought Fu Shiwan would say such things. For a moment, he lost his reason and, acting on impulse, sat on the bed with her, claiming it was to help her keep warm. Actually, Fu Shiwan's hands were quite mischievous. She pinched his shoulders, then his face, and sometimes felt his abs and chest. Her small hands were very restless and quickly caught by Shin Zirue. "Since we need to keep warm, let's do it peacefully. Don't randomly touch around, flipping the blanket back and forth. It's hard enough to get some warmth, and you keep scattering it away." Shin Zirue feels very hot. As a man, he naturally runs warmer than women, especially with Fu Shiwan's restless hands. His body gets hotter and hotter. He has to stop her from fooling around and tell her to behave, but Fu Shiwan doesn't listen. She keeps moving her hands and looks at Shin Zirue innocently, not realizing she's doing anything wrong. Shin Zirue won't let her continue like this. He quickly grabs her hand to stop her. "All right, stop messing around. If you keep doing this, you'll have to face the consequences. I've told you before, don't be naughty. If you're cold, I can warm the bed for you, but no other actions. Otherwise, your hands moving inside the blanket will make all the warmth scatter. He holds her hand and looks at her, but Fu Shiwan remains mischievous. Now that they are both in the same blanket, what else is there to say? She looks at Shen Zhirui's serious face, which seems very gentlemanly. He better really be a gentleman. No man could stay calm in this situation. She watches Shen Zhirui with an innocent, confused look, waiting for his next move. She doesn't believe he can really hold himself back. They stare at each other for a moment. Shen Zhirui might have truly reached his limit. He quickly looks away, planning to get off the bed. But now, it's Fu Shiwan holding on to him, not letting him go. Wait, didn't you say you would help me warm the bed? The bed isn't warm yet. Why are you leaving? I don't like this place, and I don't want to stay here anymore. If you're in such a hurry to leave, I guess I have to ask someone else to help me warm the bed. As soon as she finishes speaking and loosens her grip, Shen Zhirui suddenly grabs her wrist from behind. What does this mean? He kneels on one leg on the bed, pressing his other leg against Fu Shiwan's body. Though separated by the blanket, he shows no mercy. Maybe he's really angry at what Fu Shiwan said, so he presses her roughly. What do you mean? What are you saying? Who else would warm your bed? And which man dares to get into your bed? If I have to, I'll break his leg. Who else would do that? Fu Shiwan looked at his jealous and angry expression, trying not to laugh. She tilted her head and gently kissed his lips. He was so cute. Although he was upset, she found him adorable. It was because he loved her that he was jealous. Fu Shiwan lightly wrapped her arms around his neck, silent and smiling. But Shen Zhirui looked very serious as he asked her who she was talking about and which man dared to be so bold. Who is it? Just tell me. And which man has the guts to be so bold as to get into your bed? From now on, don't say things like that. Don't talk about this kind of stuff all the time. Hearing it too often makes me unhappy. I don't want to hear it anymore, understand? Whenever Shen Zhirui faced questions like this, he was very principled and serious. Even if Fu Shiwan was joking, Shen Zhirui would firmly tell her not to say such things again. No matter if it was just a joke, he took every matter seriously. But Fu Shiwan thought his serious look was very funny. She shook her head, pretending not to understand. Shen Zhirui simply grabbed her chin, held her head with one hand, and forced her to nod, controlling her with his hand. His actions made Fu Shiwan laugh and cry at the same time. As a prince and the biological son of the empress, the future heir to the throne, it was surprising that the prince was so cute and funny. Others might not agree, but he was so adorable when he forced others to agree. She cupped Shen Zhirui's face and said with a smile, "Why are you so cute? Even when you're angry, you look so adorable. It's so funny. You force others to agree even if they don't want to. If I don't want to, no matter how much you press my head, it won't work. You're just too cute." Fu Shiwan held his face and rubbed it. Shen Zhirui didn't get angry. Seeing her laugh and cry, he wanted to be angry but was too charmed by her cuteness. He pressed down on her, letting her play with his face as much as she wanted. Well, body language is also a way to show love, and Shen Zhirui accepted it. He raised one hand and pinched her cheek, not losing to her. But soon his other hand couldn't hold on anymore and pressed down on her. Fu Shiwan looked up at him silently, as if sending him a signal with her eyes. Shen Zhirui saw this and couldn't control himself. He immediately got up and left the room. Even if Fu Shiwan pulled him back, he had to leave quickly. The room was already warm enough, and he believed Fu Shiwan was warm too. Because her hands were very warm when she touched his face, he thought she no longer needed him to warm the entire bed. She had already warmed up. After he left, Fu Shiwan recalled the scene earlier. Shen Zhirui did not love her. He loved her so much that he was very respectful of her. That was also good. However, the concerns of the Empress and her own worries had not been resolved. She could only take things slowly. After all, she also needed to change, transform, and grow. The two of them made rapid progress. Looking back, Gu Changfeng also advanced quickly. He had already decided which side to support and took the initiative to deliver gifts. This was all the valuable items from the Gu family, combined to make a large sum of banknotes and gifts. Gu Chongfeng used the revenue from the Gu family's restaurant over the past few days, including pawning the restaurant to a pawnshop for a large sum of money. To outsiders, the Gu family seemed prosperous and thriving, but they didn't know that Gu Chongfeng had already spent almost everything. The original rewards had been given to Song Jiangma to fill her courtyard. Later, because they needed to open a restaurant and due to family expenses including taking concubines and nourishing supplements, a lot of money was spent. The funeral of the old lady also cost a lot of silver. Since she was Gu Chongfeng's mother, everything was done with the best materials, best coffin, best band, and a significant expense. So, the Gu family had little remaining. They basically earned and spent what they had. All the money they earned was spent. Gu Chongfeng finally thought of a way. He mortgaged the restaurant to a pawnshop to get some money. As long as he paid it back within the specified time, the restaurant would still belong to him and wouldn't be affected. Now, he needed to quickly choose a prince to support. He took these gifts and banknotes and went to the palace. A servant led him inside. After winding through several corridors, they arrived behind a fake mountain. The servant pressed a mechanism, and a secret passage appeared in front of him. The servant didn't enter, but pointed him to go alone. Honestly, Gu Chongfeng felt a bit uncertain facing the darkness ahead, but he summoned his courage and focused all his energy to walk inside. It was very dark inside, and no one was guiding him. He was alone walking forward. Finally, just when he was about to give up, a bright light appeared ahead. He hurried toward the light and saw a figure he was very familiar with standing inside. Gu Chongfeng didn't expect that discussing this matter would be so secretive. He had already handed over the gift to the servant at the door just now. Looking at the person standing in front of him, he still felt a strong presence. Gu Chongfeng stood in front of him, slightly shorter in comparison. "Your Highness is very meticulous. There is actually a secret passage in the residence. When I arrived earlier, I already handed the gift to the guards. I hope your Highness won't mind. This small token is just a gesture of respect. I only wish for your Highness to guide me on the right path." The prince stood under the lamp, with his back facing him, not even turning his body around. "I appreciate General Gu's kind intentions. To be favored by you is my honor, regardless of the gift. I have always looked forward to your arrival, and am glad I didn't miss it. After waiting so long, I finally see you." It seems that the prince had been observing for a long time before choosing to stand with him. Though he didn't know why the prince was so hesitant for so many days and suddenly decided to join him, everyone who comes is a guest, and he still welcomes him. He just hopes that General Gu won't be a fickle person who switches sides easily, especially when one side gains power. Since he has kept General Gu close, it shows he still values him. But if General Gu waits until his strength is fully developed and then turns to others, he wouldn't be able to accept such a person. Others wouldn't accept someone who switches loyalties so easily either. He spoke bluntly, saying that whether or not General Gu is such a person, he wanted to make his stance clear up front. The man claimed to admire Gu Chongfeng, but he hadn't even turned his head to face him yet. It was unclear whether he truly valued him or was just being polite. Gu Chongfeng knew this was just flattery. He was being polite, but in reality, he was not lacking support behind the scenes. Many officials of the first and second rank supported him. This was the son of the noble consort, the Prince of Li. In the court, apart from Shen Zuerwei, only the Prince of Li was most loved and favored by the officials. Only the Prince of Li could stand shoulder to shoulder with Shen Zuerwei in discussions. However, Shen Zuerwei was slightly older and was the biological son of the Empress, so officials favored him more. Since he was the legitimate heir and the eldest son, everyone naturally recommended him more. But the Prince of Li also had impressive military achievements and married a very capable wife, the granddaughter of a senior statesman. As an elder who has served 3 emperors, His Majesty must regard him with respect, and his words naturally carry weight at court. Marrying his granddaughter would strengthen his influence, which is why Gu Chongfeng chose to support him. He has the confidence and the strength to stand against Shen Ziyu, so Gu Chongfeng is now trying to flatter him. He doesn't even consider Shin Ziyu as an opponent, so he quickly joins this group to at least have some leverage. He knows that a small gift might seem insignificant, but if the gift is too cheap, it won't be taken seriously. If he's not respected, he won't be entrusted with important tasks. One day, if he becomes emperor, he won't receive more rewards for his efforts. Since he has decided to act, he must fight for a good future. Gu Chongfeng quietly walks behind His Royal Highness Prince Li, secretly taking a thick stack of silver notes from his sleeve and slipping them into his hand. Although they can work more freely in the secret passages, proper manners are still necessary. Gu Chongfeng quietly places the thick stack of silver in Prince Li's hand and says from behind, "Of course, Your Highness, I also appreciate someone who speaks frankly like you. It makes future plans clearer for everyone. Since our Gu family has chosen to support Your Highness, we will not turn around to help others. We will do our best to cooperate with you. This small gift is a token of my sincerity.
Please don't dislike it.
I know Your Highness is in need of funds for recruiting soldiers, so consider this gift as helping to ease your urgent needs. With your great ambitions, I will do my best to assist you and help you achieve your grand plans." His Royal Highness Prince Li takes the silver notes, pinching the thick stack, which looks to be quite valuable. Gu Chongfeng's position in court isn't very high, but it's not low either. He has some influence, especially with military achievements and command of an army. He needs loyal people like this to serve under him, which will give him more confidence. Although he is not a high-ranking general and is quite young, even a small fly is still meat. Moreover, with such sincerity, His Highness King Li finally turned around and smiled as he spoke to Gu Chongfeng. "General Gu, you arrived just in time. I am in need of a capable person like you by my side. With your arrival, our team will become stronger. This will give us more confidence and strength to compete against the other faction in the court. Having General Gu join means I can stand straighter and feel more secure. After all, General Gu is a rising star in the court and shows such sincerity. The Emperor also values you greatly. However, I heard that your main wife's position in your household is still vacant. That's not good. As such a talented person, you deserve better development. But with only a few concubines in your household, it's not very advantageous for your future. I have some good candidates for you to choose from. You can marry one and bring her home to settle down, freeing you from worries about your household. Then you can focus fully on your duties in the court. Of course, a strong alliance will help you improve even more. Would General Gu be interested in this?" His Highness King Li was even about to suggest a marriage for Gu Chongfeng. Gu had no particular demands but listened to the arrangement. He was seeking cooperation and needed people for tasks, so he could accept all of His Highness's plans. Moreover, he also wanted to find a main wife. Giving her control of the household would allow her to focus better on her duties. In the past, there was no main wife in his household, but at least the old lady managed things in the back courtyard. Now that she has passed away, the household is in chaos. No one respects each other's authority, each vying for control of the main wife's position and plotting mischief. To put an end to their schemes, Gu Chongfeng had indeed considered this before but hadn't found a suitable person. As a man, he wouldn't interfere in women's affairs, and they wouldn't interfere with each other either. So, the situation dragged on until now. Now, if His Highness King Li is willing to arrange a marriage for him, it would be a good way to show his loyalty. He readily agreed. "Of course, that's great. With His Highness King Li arranging a marriage for me, I believe the person he chooses will be excellent. I will follow His Highness's instructions." Although he arrived a bit late and came from a modest family background, he showed great sincerity. First, he presented a large stack of silver notes, and then he obediently followed instructions. His Highness Prince Li really likes sensible people like Gu Chongfeng, finding him easy to handle. He placed a hand on Gu's shoulder and earnestly advised him, like a leader making grand plans for a subordinate, outlining a bright future. "That's good. General Gu is someone who understands the times. I believe your future will be very promising. With your addition, my influence will grow stronger. Your backyard is empty, so I kindly introduced you to this girl. You can get to know each other first. If you think it's a good match, we can develop further. If not, I won't force you to be a couple. A harmonious family brings prosperity, so it's best if you're both satisfied. Princely spoke as if he cared deeply for his subordinate. Gu Chongfeng nodded in agreement. The prince's arrangements were quick. In the afternoon, Gu was scheduled to meet the girl. They agreed to meet at a private room in Gu's family's restaurant. Gu arrived early and waited. The girl Princely arranged was late. She wore a heavy conical hat, with a veil that dragged down to her skirt. Gu Chongfeng never expected that this young lady from a noble family would be so tightly covered. Even for a simple meal at a restaurant, there was no need to be so fully wrapped up from head to toe. He was very curious and couldn't help but want to see what kind of face was hidden beneath the hat. Soon, her maid lifted the conical hat. To his surprise, she revealed a stunningly beautiful face. Even someone like Gu, who had seen many beauties, couldn't look away. He stared intently, knowing it was impolite, but he couldn't help himself. Her beauty was mesmerizing. The woman seemed used to such attention. Calmly, she took off her hat, took a handkerchief from her maid to carefully tidy her shoulders and dress, then sat down slowly. Once seated, she looked at Gu confidently. Unlike the delicate, fragile women in his courtyard who often had a charming, captivating gaze, this woman's eyes were sharp and determined, reminiscent of Fu Shiwan. There was a strong sense of resolve and a bit of heroic spirit in her gaze, making her quite different from the other women he knew. Gu Chongfeng had not spoken yet, when the woman took the initiative to speak first. You are the general introduced by His Royal Highness Li Wang, right? I believe your surname is Gu. Let's not waste time with unnecessary talk. Since we both understand each other's goals, do you think you're satisfied with what you've seen so far? This question left Gu Chongfeng feeling confused and at a loss. He didn't know how to respond. Shouldn't they first pretend to look at each other carefully, ask some trivial questions, and then discuss these matters privately? Why did she bring it up openly? And she was a woman, so Gu Chongfeng felt a bit unsure about her straightforwardness. Satisfied? Naturally, I am. If you're satisfied, then let's finalize the marriage. The sooner, the better. There's no need for a grand wedding. I heard you had a wife before, and your mother recently passed away. It's better to keep things simple. Although you need to observe a 3-year mourning period, General Gu probably can't wait that long. Others might gossip, but for the bigger plan, it's better to marry sooner. The wedding can be simple, and I have no objections. Just follow General Gu's arrangements. As for the betrothal gifts and dowry, we can stick to the standard. There's no need for a big show, just your best, a token effort is enough. The woman was carefully organizing everything that followed, paying close attention to details. Gu Chongfeng felt that things were not progressing as he had expected. He thought they would at least exchange some words during the first meeting, then arrange a few more meetings before finalizing the marriage. But in the second sentence of their conversation, the matter was already settled, and they were talking about the wedding. They only exchanged a glance, without even understanding the basic conditions, and quickly decided on marriage. Was that a bit too hasty? He looked at the woman. She was very beautiful. Her attire didn't seem like that of a minor official's daughter. She must come from a noble family. Why was she in such a rush to marry? Someone of his status wouldn't be chased after by many. Gu Chongfeng knew his own place well. If the woman had been ordinary-looking, he might have thought his charm had won her over. But since she was stunningly beautiful, if her family background was noble, even becoming a palace consort or marrying a prince or a nobleman would be easy. Why was she so eager to marry him? They hadn't even understood each other's character or background, yet she was rushing to marry him. She didn't ask for any specific betrothal gifts or dowry, and she was very considerate about the wedding, saying it should be simple if possible. In general, the woman's family is very strict about these requirements. I didn't expect she could make her own decisions and speak so confidently. Gu Chongfeng felt like he had gotten a great deal, marrying such a beautiful woman, returning home to a peaceful household, and not having to spend much. He had already emptied his family's savings to give gifts to Princely. If he married soon, he might not have much silver left. But her words completely eased his worries. He didn't need to spend much to marry such a decent wife and have her settle down at home. It was like a gift falling from the sky. Gu Changfeng looked at her, unsure what to say. He should have taken the initiative, but after her 2 quick sentences, he found himself at a disadvantage, being led around by her words. He didn't know what to say or do. He was so nervous he didn't speak. The woman seemed in a hurry and immediately asked him, "What's wrong? If there's anything you're unhappy with, you can tell me. If you think my arrangements are not good enough, you can also tell me. I want us to get things done quickly. Princely has probably already talked to you. Since he introduced us, our marriage isn't just a simple matter. I will give you everything you want. I only want a stable life, and I'm satisfied with you because you can give me that." She continued, "Since you're also satisfied with me, why don't we proceed as I just said? If you have any other worries, you can say them now so we won't have more trouble later." Her confident and decisive attitude surprised Gu Changfeng. He felt like she looked very much like Fu Shuwan, not only beautiful but also similar in personality. A sense of regret and longing that had been in his heart seemed to get a little comfort, a small fill-up. Since she said all this, and she's a woman who doesn't delay, Gu Changfeng decided to agree without hesitation. After all, he felt like he was getting a good deal. There was no reason not to agree. "All right, since you're so straightforward, let's settle this. We'll follow your plan. I will make sure you have everything you need. But I have one question. Why are you in such a hurry? Your family background and character are excellent. You shouldn't be in such a rush to marry. With your looks, you could easily enter the palace if you wanted. Why are you so eager to marry someone?" Gu Changfeng still harbored some doubts in his mind. After all, cheap goods are rarely good. He couldn't understand why someone with a good family background, good looks, and youth, rather than being old and no longer attractive, would be so eager to marry or marry down. From her clothing, character, and behavior, he could tell she was definitely the daughter of a noble family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such confidence and intelligence. But why would a woman like her choose him? Or even decide on him after just one glance? It seemed it wasn't because of him personally. Today, whoever came, she would say such things. Gu Changfeng could sense that. Her words were cold and emotionless. It wasn't because she cared for him that she spoke like this. He was curious and guessed she must have some hidden reason. Although it seemed he was getting a good deal, he knew he had to be cautious. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, the woman didn't hide anything and told him the full truth. "The general is very clever. I thought you would agree to this matter. I won't ask more about other things. Since you asked, I will tell you honestly. I am over 2 months pregnant, almost 3 months now. If my belly shows too much, others will start to gossip. Although I come from a good family and look fine, I am now the person of His Royal Highness Li. He has a wife, and his concubines are arranged by his wife. Women like me can't become his concubine, nor can I be his official wife. Since that's the case, I must give this child a proper father. The only way is to follow His Highness Li's arrangements, marry you. We are just husband and wife in name, without real intimacy. This way, I can also find a legitimate way to explain my pregnancy. That's why I am so anxious. I feel I owe your family, so I kept the bride price and dowry simple. We don't need a grand wedding. I just want to give my child a proper background. As for everything else, I don't need it. You, General Gu, will also gain support from my family." In short, it was a matter of mutual benefit. Gu Changfeng guessed there was some hidden reason, but he didn't expect it to be such a big issue. She was pregnant. He looked at her belly, which was still flat and not visibly pregnant. No wonder she was so anxious. She was afraid that once her belly grew larger, it would be hard to explain, and her family's reputation might suffer. Gu Changfeng's face darkened. He was in a good mood just now, but now he felt completely upset. It was as if he had deliberately put a green hat on himself. If he didn't know, it wouldn't matter. But he knew. This beautiful woman was married to Prince Li, and he could only look but not touch. She was the prince's woman, so he had to raise his child for the prince and give her a proper status as his concubine. Gu Chongfeng couldn't understand why such a good-looking woman would become a concubine to Prince Li. No matter how she married, she could have married into a good family. She could even pick from the noble men in the capital. Why did she choose Prince Li? She couldn't even get the proper title and could only secretly marry someone she didn't know or like for the rest of her life. Gu Chongfeng really couldn't understand, but he couldn't ask. Her family background was clearly above his, and her backing was Prince Li himself. Since the prince chose to do this, it meant he liked her and wanted to keep her. He was waiting for her to have his child. Gu Chongfeng felt resentful and very annoyed, feeling insulted. But since he had already decided to submit to Prince Li, he had to swallow this bitter pill to please him. Although it was disgusting, he had to swallow it. Gu Chongfeng struggled to speak. All right, since you're so straightforward, I can agree to marry you. But I have one more question. Do your parents know about your relationship with Prince Li and the child in your belly? No, they don't. They have no idea. So we need to develop things quickly. Then you can come to my house to propose, and I will also speak well of you in front of them. As for the child, we can say he was born early, and it will be natural to give him a proper background. The woman looked cold and calm, as if she had planned everything from the start. She was obedient to Prince Li's arrangements. Gu Chongfeng couldn't understand her personality. She looked so much like Fu Shiwan, but Fu Shiwan would never do such a thing. This woman was beautiful, but cold. He felt he couldn't control her. He was surprised that Prince Li liked such a woman, and that she was willing to accept such a sacrifice. It was truly shocking. For a woman who didn't love or cherish herself, Gu Chongfeng no longer had a good attitude toward her. He originally thought he had found a bargain, but it turned out to be a pile of dog, an old, worn-out shoe. He wants to marry her and make her the main wife, but she can't touch or move around, and she must be kept at home, while he helps others raise children. It's really ridiculous. But there's no way around it. Since he chose this path, he has to do it. Because of that, he doesn't have a good attitude. All right, then we'll do as you say. I will quickly prepare for the wedding in the next few days. We probably won't invite many guests, since the house just had a funeral recently. According to your idea, it won't be very lively. We'll have just a simple ceremony with close family members. That will be enough. A few people from both families can come to join. As for your parents, you should take good care of them. When the time comes, I will come to propose marriage at your home. If anything happens, you can come to the Gu family's restaurant and tell the manager. I will get the message. Gu Chongfeng didn't want to talk to her much more. He just gave the necessary instructions and then left. He had originally wanted to chat with her a little longer and spend more time together, but now it seemed there was nothing left to learn. There was nothing more to say between them. He angrily returned to the Gu family, feeling full of frustration. He had spent so much silver, yet now he had to marry a difficult woman. But he had no choice. The only person in the household with some status was Song Jiangma. Her injuries had healed enough in the past few days for her to get out of bed. Gu Chongfeng rarely came home during the day, but today he went to her courtyard. Song Jiangma immediately put on a good attitude to welcome him. The general is back. Why did you come home so early today? Is there something you need to tell me? Or did you forget something? She walked over to Gu Chongfeng, enduring the pain. He used to take good care of her, often telling her not to move around and to rest well so her injuries could heal. But today, he looked at her without much concern and simply gave her instructions. Since you can now get out of bed and your injuries are almost healed, I have something to tell you. Over the next few days, prepare the house well. In a few days, I will marry a wife. Soon, there will be a new lady of the house.
So, you all need to get ready. Get ready?
Song Jiangma's legs suddenly went weak, and she almost fell to the ground. How could he marry so soon? She had never heard Gu Chongfeng mention this before. Why was he suddenly marrying someone? Which woman? She had schemed to kill the old madam, but she didn't expect there would be another woman coming to marry into the Gu family. Who could it be? She believed she had done enough these days. Gu Chongfeng's impression of her was quite good, and his attitude had improved a lot, almost like he had returned to how he was before. She had thought that this position would soon belong to her, and she could directly become the main wife. She had worked hard for this family, doing so much, only to end up as a concubine. She didn't understand who Gu Changfeng wanted to marry. She forced herself to stay calm, stood firmly, found a seat, and then forced a smile. She patiently asked Gu Changfeng, "Which young lady is the general going to marry? Why so sudden? I've never heard him mention it before. Why is it so abrupt? The general suddenly says he wants to marry. It's too unexpected. Do you know which family she's from?" Song Jiangma was determined to ruin this matter. Not only was there no news, but it was happening so quickly. Since they wanted her to prepare the house within a few days, she felt suspicious. Just a few days ago, there had been deaths at the Gu residence. Gu Changfeng's mother had passed away 3 years ago, and he should be observing mourning and not remarrying. Yet, he was willing to bear the shame of disobedience and do something so rebellious. Which woman could make him abandon his reputation like this? He always cared about his reputation and how others viewed him. That's why he disliked Fu Shiwan so much back then. But now, he was so reckless and crazy for a woman that she felt her status was threatened. She felt a deep sense of crisis and had to ask for the truth. Is the general really so sudden? The old madam just passed away a few days ago, and you're in such a hurry to remarry? If others with bad intentions find out, won't they accuse you in the court? Do you know which family she's from? If there's genuine affection, perhaps wait a year or two. She gently and tactfully advised Gu Changfeng to stay calm and pay attention to his reputation. She was worried he was impulsive out of impatience and hadn't considered the consequences. She explained everything clearly to him, but Gu Changfeng had already thought everything through. He didn't look happy about it. Instead, his face showed resentment and displeasure. He was so anxious and looked so worried. Song Jiangma truly couldn't understand Gu Changfeng's thoughts. Now, she not only couldn't guess his mind but also couldn't see through him at all. Gu Changfeng didn't say much, only gave her instructions. You don't need to worry about these things. Just focus on arranging the house first. It must be done within 3 days. After 7 days, I will marry her and bring her into the house.
You don't need to manage the rest.
The wedding won't be very grand. Just a simple gathering with close family and friends, about 2 or 3 tables. You don't need to fuss over it or spend too much money. The dowry should follow the usual rules. Your health isn't fully recovered yet. You just need to watch over the servants and make sure they do their work. There's no need for you to do everything yourself, which will also help you rest and recover. Once the new lady of the house arrives, you can hand over all your responsibilities to her and focus on resting and taking care of Zirwei. Zirwei has fallen behind in his studies. As a mother, you should focus on teaching him well. Although the Gu family doesn't expect Zirwei to inherit the estate, he is still my son, Gu Changfeng's son. He shouldn't act out or be irresponsible. He should learn to read and recognize right from wrong, not become a spoiled brat. Gu Changfeng spoke calmly, giving these orders without much happiness or joy, nor did he make things difficult for her. Song Jiangma truly couldn't figure him out. He was so eager to marry her, yet the wedding was kept simple. She didn't know whether Gu Changfeng liked her or not. If he didn't like her, why was he so eager to bring her into the house? If he liked her, he would have held a grand wedding. But he kept it simple. The dowry was only according to the rules, with nothing extra added. But those rules were for ordinary families. If they did more, wouldn't it embarrass the bride's family? She still didn't know which family the girl was from and dared not ask. Seeing Gu Changfeng's attitude, it was clear he had already made up his mind.
No one could change that.
After giving instructions to Song Jiangma, Gu Changfeng hurriedly left. She didn't have time to ask more questions. Reluctantly, she called all her sisters and younger relatives to discuss strategies. In the past, they were enemies and didn't get along. But now, an enemy's enemy is a friend. Facing such an unpredictable and mysterious opponent, they had to unite and work together. She called all of Li Chuan's people to gather and sat in a row below. Song Jiangma did not sit on the high seat but instead sat to the side, watching the two women with their bellies swollen and proud, which she found quite distracting. In the past, only her son, Zirwei, was in the estate. The old lady and Gu Chongfeng both had high hopes for Zirwei. But now, the estate has seen two women pregnant one after another. Gu Chongfeng also said earlier that he does not expect Zirwei to inherit the Gu family, but only hopes he can be a good person. Those words show that Zirwei's laziness and disinterest in studying have made Gu Chongfeng almost give up on him. Looking at these two pregnant women, it's clear that the general has put all his thoughts into them and their pregnancies. Soon, a new main wife will enter and a legitimate son will be born. After that, they will have no worries. So, they should unite and work together against outsiders. Song Jiangma repeated what Gu Chongfeng had just told her, exaggerating the story to the people below. Li Chuan was naturally indifferent. She knew her position wouldn't stay empty forever. Whoever took it didn't matter to her. She just wanted to live her life well, keep Gu Chongfeng's favor, and not let him dislike her. She planned to raise her child quietly, whether it was a boy or a girl, and live peacefully. That was enough. She didn't want to interfere in other matters, but the other two couldn't stay still. One woman, pregnant, was already cautious and worried, while the other, not pregnant, was even more anxious. Right now, in the estate, she was the only woman without any news of pregnancy. How could she not be worried? Having a child was essential to settle down in this estate. A child meant security, no matter if it was a boy or a girl. She would have something to rely on in the future. But she still had no child, which made her very anxious. She had hoped to get pregnant quickly, but now a new main wife was about to enter, and her favor seemed to be slipping away. After hearing Song Jiangma's words, the two women became even more anxious. Luzi touched her belly and looked at Song Jiangma. Such urgency, the old lady just passed away not long ago. If the general does this, it might cause trouble. If the general insists on doing this, it shows he truly likes that woman. I wonder which family's girl she is, to make the general ignore rumors and criticism from outside. She insisted on marrying this woman. It seems that once the new wife enters the house, we will have no say anymore. The general loves and favors her so much that after she comes in, we will have nothing to do with it. She thought that she must protect the child in her belly. Having a child would at least give her some security. But Wu Ruzhou, who has no children, was clearly more anxious after hearing this. Yes, if a woman like her comes into the house and is easy to get along with, it would be good. She might treat us equally and get along with us like sisters. But if the general is temperamental and loves her so much that he ignores outside opinions and insists on marrying her, it shows he values her very much. If this new wife causes trouble for us, the general might just turn a blind eye. Other sisters have children to rely on, but I have no movement in my belly at all. If this new wife gets pregnant quickly after coming in, the general will definitely pay more attention to her. Then, not only Madame Song but also your children and ours might not be valued anymore. If there is a legitimate heir, who cares about the illegitimate children? Yes, although there is no official matriarch in the household, and they have small conflicts behind the scenes, it's mostly minor. No one is better than anyone else, and life is quite peaceful. But this new matriarch is a stranger. Everyone has a territory awareness. When a stranger suddenly intrudes into their land, they will definitely be cautious. They must unite and oppose this unfamiliar outsider whose background, identity, and temper are unknown. Everyone is very worried about her. Song Jiangma saw that her words had been heard and continued to stir the pot. Ladies, don't worry. Ask the general, and he said everything will be simple. The wedding will just invite close family members for a meal to complete the ceremony. There's no need for a grand celebration, just a formality. As for whether the general likes this woman or not, it's hard to tell. But we might need to take this new wife seriously. Before, there was no wife in the house, and I handled everything. Now that she's coming in, all the affairs will probably fall into her hands. They say a new official starts with a few bold moves. This new wife might also make some changes. Since we can't stop the general, we can only prepare to deal with it. After hearing this, The three people below realized there was no hope left. They couldn't refuse anymore. The marriage was decided. They learned from Song Jiangma and returned to the courtyard with worried faces, unable to think of any better way to stop it. They also didn't know how to respond. To them, the woman was an enemy. Every woman in the household was an enemy, all trying to steal their man. The newcomer held a higher rank than them, indicating her noble background. If they could win the general's favor, perhaps they wouldn't have to worry about anything in the future. The household might become lively again. Song Jianma spent every day decorating the courtyard and trying to find out which family the bride came from. However, Gu Chongfeng kept a tight lid on information. Plus, he was busy these days and didn't have time to meet with Song Jiangma, so she naturally had no chance to ask. Her injuries hadn't healed yet, making it difficult to follow or track anyone. She wondered if she should just let this woman marry in. She was unwilling. She had worked so hard, only to end up making clothes for someone else. If there was an old lady in the house, it wouldn't be so easy for her to marry in, and her days would be harder. But she had already removed the old lady. If she still couldn't become the main wife, then once the woman married in, she would have no mother-in-law. Wouldn't it be better if she controlled the big household herself? She was unwilling, but she couldn't do anything. She still had to help arrange the wedding for that woman. Because Gu Chongfeng was busy, all the other tasks were left to her, including the dowry. She followed Gu Chongfeng's instructions, intending to give the woman a warning. According to normal customs, she prepared a simple wedding gift: some chickens, ducks, geese, fish, vegetables, and some gold, silver, and jade. Nothing expensive. If a daughter from a noble family saw such a dowry, she would be furious. Since Gu Chongfeng didn't interfere, Song Jiangma decided to make some moves herself. But after a few days, there was no response. When news finally came, it was that the woman was about to successfully marry in. Song Jiangma had carefully set traps, but they proved useless. Surprisingly, the woman didn't hold a grudge and was about to marry in. 2 days later, there was no music or celebration at the wedding. The family only decorated a bit, set up 3 tables for the guests, 1 for the groom's side, 1 for the bride's side, and 1 for those who couldn't find a seat. The wedding ceremony was simple, just paying respects to the groom's parents. Since Gu Chongfeng's parents had passed away, they bowed to their memorial tablets instead. After the ceremony, the bride was taken to the bridal chamber, and everyone gathered to eat a simple meal. It looked quite humble because there weren't many people, so even the bridesmaids, like Song Jiangma, sat at the table to eat, and the setting was very plain. She couldn't understand why, after everything, even ordinary families wouldn't agree to such a wedding. Yet it seemed no one found anything wrong with it. The bride's parents were even quite satisfied with the marriage. Today, Song Jiangma finally learned that the bride was the daughter of a second-rank official family, and they were in the salt business. Naturally, they were very wealthy, and with a good family background, it was surprising that she married Gu Chongfeng and accepted such a simple wedding. It was clearly a low-status marriage, not respected or valued. The bride's parents were surprisingly tolerant and generous. Song Jiangma couldn't understand this at all. The wedding was held at noon, everyone ate together, and then they dispersed. The bride went back to change into a new outfit and came to the main hall. Song Jiangma and others went to pay respects to the new matriarch by offering tea. Each person handed her a cup of tea. She accepted it with a smile and nodded, then ordered her attendants to give each of them a small gift bag. She placed the tea aside without drinking it. Although Song Jiangma kept her head lowered, she secretly remembered everything. She thought, why pretend to be proud? She just came in and already wants to cause trouble. Meng Wanling, who was also present, took the tea but set it aside because she was pregnant and couldn't drink such strong tea, which might harm the baby. It wasn't meant to make things difficult. She kept her expression calm and looked at the others below. She knew these women had different thoughts. They all lowered their heads, except for Li Chuan, who looked at her with clear eyes, free of complicated schemes. She believed she had some skill in reading people and knew she wouldn't be mistaken. I understand the feelings of the several sisters. In the future, We will all serve the general well when we share a room. The general is the most important. I will also take good care of everything in the household and will not treat my sisters unfairly. Everyone can rest assured. If anyone feels wronged or needs help, just come to me. I will do my best to solve problems and assist everyone. Since Meng Wanling has decided to stay at the Gu residence, I still need to be polite to these people. Although she and Gu Chongfeng are in a fake marriage and are not truly husband and wife, she is pretending to be respectful. Gu Chongfeng is helping Crown Prince Li to find women, and she is just using Gu Chongfeng to give her child a proper identity. They are just taking what they need from each other. They have no real feelings for each other. The benefit of this marriage is that they will pretend to cooperate for appearances. Both know it's fake, but the people in the household don't realize this. Gu Chongfeng understands that some of them, especially Song Jiangma, might feel uncomfortable. Gu Chongfeng is aware that he once promised Song Jiangma certain things, and he has not forgotten her words. But her current status makes her unsuitable to be the main wife. She has the ability, and everyone can see that, but even Gu Chongfeng himself cannot be the head of the Gu family now. He feels guilty towards Song Jiangma and avoids looking at her. Instead, he turns to Li Chuan and instructs everyone, "Now that we have a new main wife, I hope you all will live peacefully. Don't spend your days scheming and fighting. Live in harmony. I will not mistreat any of you. I don't want trouble in my household. I hope you can get along well." Gu Chongfeng sincerely advises them. Li Chuan and Meng Wanling nod seriously, while the others just go along with it. Gu Chongfeng's wedding was very low-key in the capital. Few people knew about it because he kept it simple. There was no celebration, no loud music, and the bride was just carried into the main gate of the Gu residence in a small sedan. There were no spectators or firecrackers, just a quick ceremony. Most people in the capital didn't know about it, except for officials close to Gu Chongfeng who received wedding favors. No one else was aware. However, Shun Zirui knew everything happening inside and outside the palace. Nothing escaped his notice. Soon, he shared this news with Fu Shiwan, especially the secret details he knew very well. When Fu Shiwan learned that Gu Chongfeng was getting married, she didn't feel surprised. She calmly continued her embroidery work. It was something she had just started learning. Although her stitches were still rough and the sewing uneven, she believed that with time and practice, she would improve. As she worked, she nodded along with Shun Zirui. There's nothing new about this. It's just marriage. Since he's a general and holds a high official position, many women would be eager to marry him. His looks are good, and now his mother has passed away. Even though he married secretly, which might sound improper, it's understandable. The main wife's position can't stay empty forever. The women in the Gu family aren't suitable, so he naturally needs to marry someone capable of supporting him and helping his career. That's normal, so there's no need to be so surprised. Shun Zirui hadn't told Fu Shiwan the full truth. He only said that Gu Chongfeng was married, so she thought it was just an ordinary matter. She had expected this day to come. Shun Zirui leaned in close and whispered mysteriously, "But if it's just a simple marriage, I wouldn't need to come here to tell you. Do you know who he married? It's the daughter of a second-rank official, and she's the legitimate daughter. Her father works in salt trade, which is a very profitable position. If you want status and wealth, or even to marry into the palace or become a consort, that's easy. So why would she marry Gu Chongfeng, and as a secondary wife? It's said that daughters from noble families marry down, and men from lower families marry up. They're doing this quietly, without telling anyone, ignoring public opinion and their own daughter's dignity. Can you guess what hidden reasons there might be?" This piqued Fu Shiwan's interest. Even if she married Shun Zirui, she hoped for a grand wedding. But her background prevented her from daring to ask for it. If she had the same family background as that woman, she wouldn't be afraid. As Shun Zirui said, she could marry anyone, even become a noble consort in the palace. Yet, she was willing to have a secret wedding that no one knew about. Fu Shiwan could only wonder, could it be that this girl has some hidden illness, or is she ugly or overweight, and that's why no one wants her? No, not at all. She has no hidden illness and is actually very beautiful, so beautiful it could be called divine, with features that make fish sink and geese fall, flowers shy away, and the moon hide. Her figure is also graceful, probably better than many women in the capital. Fu Shiwan couldn't understand why such a woman would choose to marry Gu Chongfeng, especially since he has many concubines in his household. Plus, his official rank isn't very high. Why was she in such a hurry to marry him? Could she not wait and choose someone better? She genuinely didn't understand. She looked at Shen Zuerwei with curiosity, waiting for him to explain. Shen Zuerwei didn't keep her in suspense. He carefully explained the reasons. It's quite funny, actually. General Gu seems to have offended you and me, but in the court, not everyone supports who will be the future emperor. There are other voices. General Gu, thinking about the future, chose to stand behind Prince Li. Prince Li has a proper wife whose family background is quite noble. His father-in-law is a high-ranking official who even the emperor respects. The prince has to be careful around him to keep his reputation. His wife is very influential, and Prince Li relies on her to maintain his position in court. Without her, he would be nothing. So, she controls his household firmly. Even if he has someone he loves, she must approve before he can bring her into the household. But he is not loyal. He has a child with this new wife of General Gu, but his behavior clearly wouldn't be accepted by his wife. So, he had to make General Gu marry his mistress officially. Now, her child has a legitimate father, and he can still keep in touch with her without others knowing. With General Gu as a cover, isn't that ridiculous? Wait. Fu Shiwan was stunned. She listened carefully to Shen Zuerwei's words, then thought through the relationships in her mind. She realized how crazy this was. She was wearing a metaphorical green hat, a term for being cheated on. The entertainment world is so chaotic, such things are happening around her, even involving Gu Chongfeng, her ex-husband. Gu Chongfeng, so proud, would actually do such a thing? It seemed he was really trying to curry favor with Prince Li, even to the point of marrying a figurehead and raising someone else's child. She couldn't understand. Why is power so important? He should focus on doing his official duties and gradually advancing, rather than taking shortcuts and getting involved in court disputes. If he doesn't participate, wouldn't that mean nothing happens? She truly can't understand why Gu Chongfeng would make such a choice. However, he must bear the consequences of his decisions, which is very reckless. In the story Shen Zuerwei just told, every character is crazy. Not just Gu Chongfeng, but also the woman who comes from a good family but chooses to become a concubine for Prince Li and then marries Gu Chongfeng secretly just because she wants her child to have a proper father. Why not just have the child legally, then secretly abort and find a better family to marry? But she can't give up the child or the man. Prince Li is also quite reckless. He can't let go of his status with his wife's family and relies on his father-in-law's family to strengthen his position at court, yet he also can't resist beauty. It's said that you can't have your cake and eat it too. Trying to do both will only lead to failure. It's safer to choose one path. Their actions are so dangerous. If people don't find out, it's only because they haven't done anything wrong. But they have gone so far and acted so recklessly that sooner or later, they'll be caught. Fu Shiwan believes this will eventually come to light. It's impossible to hide forever, otherwise, heaven would be unfair. People who do such bad things will surely face punishment. She laments that she is too cautious. She never imagined such things could happen right around her. I think Gu Chongfeng has truly gone mad. He can swallow such a disgusting fly. How desperate is he for power and status? I really don't understand why you people crave power and positions so much. You can tolerate such things. As long as that woman lives in Gu's house, he sees her every day, encounters her regularly. When he sees her pregnant belly not with his child, he still has to smile and pretend to be happy. If Prince Li visits his house, wouldn't that be a pretext for them to meet secretly? That's so absurd. Although no one knows now, only he and the Gu family is aware. But over time, I believe everyone will find out. Then, the whole household will laugh at Gu Chongfeng. Fu Shiwan was stunned. Gu Chongfeng's actions were too reckless. He hadn't thought about the future at all, only about pleasing that prince in front of him. But was that person really so trustworthy? Was he worth relying on? She only knew that it seemed the court favored Shinzurue. She had never heard of such a person before and decided to learn more about Shinzurue. Who exactly is His Highness King Li? How can he make Gu Chongfeng cooperate with him so willingly, even to the point of helping him raise women and children? What kind of person is he? Does he have a good chance of success? Everyone says the court supports you as the future emperor, but what skills does this King Li have? Why does Gu Chongfeng believe he will definitely inherit the throne and stand behind him? Fu Shiwen didn't understand these things well. She couldn't figure it out. Shun Zirui slowly explained, he is about my age, just a year younger. His mother is the imperial noble consort. When my father didn't have a son, the noble consort and my mother were both pregnant at the same time. The court has always followed the rule of primogeniture. The noble consort thought, since he was no longer the legitimate heir, she wanted to take the eldest son for herself. This caused my mother a lot of trouble. During her pregnancy and delivery, she did many things to interfere, but luckily my mother survived and gave birth to me. Over the years, she also fought with us to strengthen her position in the court. To secure her influence, the noble consort arranged a marriage between her grandson and the granddaughter of a senior official, which was originally meant for me. But you know I don't like those ordinary women. Even if they are beautiful and noble, I don't like being arranged like that. So, this good match fell into his hands. The senior official status in the court is not something ordinary people can compare to. Even the emperor has to consider his opinion and follow his lead. Marrying the granddaughter of that official brought many supporters behind him, making him a strong rival. As for the throne, I wasn't really interested in it. If he has the ability, I have no problem letting him sit on it. But he's not qualified. He's ruthless and likes to use sneaky, underhanded methods. He's not kind to the people either. How can I just watch such a person, such a ruthless villain, sit on the throne? Wouldn't that mean suffering for the people? Seeing Shun Zirui's serious expression, Fu Shiwen thought that although he said he didn't want to inherit the throne, he seemed genuinely concerned about the people's welfare. It is impossible for the prince to simply ignore everything. He still cares deeply. After he explained, she understood the basic situation, that such a wicked person should not be allowed to become emperor. It's a pity, though, that Gu Chongfeng's wedding was so low-key. If it had been more grand, they could have gone to congratulate him and tease him a little. This was just a small incident for them. Fu Shiwen and Shinjirui saw it as entertainment. Even though Gu Chongfeng's wedding was not flashy, news about it spread quickly. Everyone in the court soon knew. Sometimes, people would send their congratulations, but also ask why the wedding was so simple, not allowing others to share their joy. Gu Chongfeng just pretended to be polite, saying he wanted everything to be simple. In truth, these people congratulated him outwardly, but secretly said he was not filial because he married so soon after his mother's death. However, these comments were made behind Gu Chongfeng's back, and he was already prepared for it. He paid no attention to outside affairs and focused on being loyal and filial to Prince Li. Over a month passed quickly. Meanwhile, Fu Shiwen and Shinjirui were busy planning their own wedding. Their wedding had to be grand and impressive, so they spent more than half a year preparing for it, even though they only worked on it for about a month. At the same time, Gu Chongfeng decided to release some news. He invited a doctor to check Meng Wanling's pulse and found she was about a month pregnant. Considering when she entered the residence, it matched up. Everyone thought the new lady of the house would soon have a child, but they didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Meng Wanling's pregnancy was strong. She had only been in the house a few days and was already pregnant after spending time with the general. The pregnancy was diagnosed in the evening. The next morning, when everyone came to greet the lady of the house, they all arrived early, eager to see her. Since she moved in over a month ago, life in the residence had been peaceful. Aside from some worries, days weren't too harsh. Meng Wanling never deliberately made things difficult for them. She stayed in her own courtyard, doing embroidery, reading, listening to plays, or doing other typical daughterly activities. She didn't trouble others. Everyone in the house was well taken care of. She had been trained in managing household affairs, so she handled everything smoothly. Even after losing Song Jiangma and taking over, everything continued as before. Even the business at the Gu family's restaurant improved a bit. Once, she had just started to recover, but now she was beginning to have some savings. Song Jiangma saw that she was doing well and felt jealous. Plus, over the past month, she had just learned she was pregnant. She had spent a long time with Gu Chongfeng before having a child, and the general hadn't stayed overnight in her room many times. Yet, suddenly, everything seemed to be going her way. It was almost too fortunate. Whether she had a son or a daughter, giving birth was a big risk for her children. Song Jiangma felt a strong dislike inside, but she still pretended to be happy and congratulated her, saying, "Madam is truly lucky. Last night, I heard you were pregnant. Your sisters should come and congratulate you." Song Jiangma and the others clearly had bad intentions, like a fox trying to trick a chicken. They weren't sincere. There were 4 women sitting there, and besides Wu Ruzhou, all the others were either pregnant or had been pregnant. Looking at her belly, they could tell something was off. Li Chuan didn't want to get involved in these schemes, but Song Jiangma kept doubting everything. When she looked at the new wife's belly, she felt something was wrong. Madam's pregnancy looks very good. The baby isn't fussing at all. When I was pregnant, I felt nauseous and wanted to. But seeing your rosy face, it seems you're healthy and strong, so the baby isn't bothering you. Still, I notice your figure is graceful, except for your small belly, which is a bit raised. Usually, if a woman is only 1 month pregnant, her belly wouldn't be so prominent. I mean no harm, but since you and the general have only been close for a few days, it's quite surprising to see you already pregnant. It makes us sisters envious. The women sitting below had all been with Gu Chongfeng for a long time. Some had just gotten pregnant, others still hadn't. Not everyone was so lucky to get pregnant in just a few days. Seeing the slight bump in her clothes, she thought it didn't look like a recent pregnancy. An idea suddenly came to her. Perhaps this woman was pregnant before she married Gu Chongfeng? She needed to look more carefully. Even if it wasn't true, she wanted to say these things to disgust her. A girl's innocence was very important. Even if the child was Gu's, she still wanted to spread rumors and make others talk. That would be good for her. But Meng Wanling didn't care about her tricks at all. She had been married to the Gu family for over a month and knew exactly what kind of people they were and their personalities. Especially these several concubines, she has spent time with them daily and knows them well. The hardest one to deal with is Song Jiangma. She has a son who can talk, walk, read, and recognize characters. Naturally, she must watch out for anyone who threatens her position or her son's safety. That's why she's been so difficult with her. Meng Wanling understands all this. When her true feelings were exposed, she didn't feel guilty. Instead, she looked calmly at Song Jiangma, making it hard to read her emotions. "Thank you, Madam Song, for your concern. I just found out I'm pregnant. My father sent me many nourishing foods and medicinal dishes. A chef was specially hired to prepare all my meals during pregnancy. Maybe I've been eating too much or dressing a bit warmly, so Madam Song kindly advised me. We all have experience. My sisters are pregnant now, and Madam Song has given birth twice. I will take your words seriously and listen carefully." Although Song Jiangma was trying to slander her and ruin her reputation, Meng Wanling was very generous. She pretended not to care and even thanked her for her advice, as if Song Jiangma's attack was like hitting cotton, soft and ineffective. She was unwilling. She only said this casually, but thought it was a disgusting but clever way to smear her. Even if it was false, it could still tarnish her reputation, and she saw no harm in that. "It's okay. I have some experience. I see that the lady's spirit is good, and your body is strong. Some women experience morning sickness in the 1st or 2nd month, while others only have it later. Even if you don't have morning sickness now, it doesn't mean you won't in the future. You should be more careful. There are many pregnant women in the household now, so it will be lively soon. Zirwei is no longer alone. He has many siblings to play and laugh with." She emphasized the word siblings with extra stress on the pronunciation. But Meng Wanling kept a calm, faint smile, showing no guilt or fear. This made Song Jiangma, who was confident, start to doubt herself. She knew she needed to have someone check this matter carefully. For now, she only planted a seed of suspicion in her mind. She didn't dwell on the topic further. After everyone finished their greetings, they all returned to their own courtyards. Only Li Chuan stayed behind. When Meng Wanling saw everyone leave and she remained alone, she asked if there was anything she wanted to say. Everyone has left, but sister, you haven't gone yet. Is there something you want to discuss? She did not take to Song Jiangmo's cautious attitude. She knew that Li Chuan, who was at peace with the world, was the most independent among everyone. Therefore, she was not worried that Li Chuan's words were meant to make things difficult for her. She sat patiently and asked her calmly. Li Chuan, with her belly protruding and feeling uncomfortable, continued to sit quietly, speaking in a gentle tone. Madam, you're pregnant. I should congratulate you. Please don't mind what Madam Song just said. Focus on resting and nurturing the baby. Actually, I shouldn't be the one to say this to you. I may be overstepping. But you should be careful. Although the general's women are few in the backyard, you still need to be cautious. My pregnancy is now stable. I heard that the first 3 months are the most unstable. Since you are newly pregnant, you must be very careful. Everything you eat, drink, and you should be checked carefully by those around you. Have the doctor examine everything before you consume it. Be sure to watch out for those around you. Be cautious of the things sent from the different courtyards in the house, especially from Madam Song. I know this might sound a bit harsh, but it's for your safety and the safety of the baby in your belly. Please don't mind my nagging. Li Chuan's kindness was clear. Now that she was more pregnant and her face had a gentle, rounded look, she radiated maternal warmth. Her words were soft and soothing. She was naturally such a person, and after becoming pregnant, she spoke even more softly, making others feel very comfortable. She knew she was overstepping, as everyone knew that these matters should be handled by her as a concubine. But Meng Wanling found her words very comforting. She had always been lonely in this courtyard. Naturally, the women around her saw her as an enemy. The only person she could rely on was Gu Changfeng, but they were not truly sincere with each other. Gu Changfeng knew what kind of person she was. He had always been indifferent and even somewhat disdainful of her. She was in this mansion only to give her child a proper identity. Everyone else was not on her side. She had always felt very lonely. The only close person was the child in her belly. It was rare for Li Chuan to open her heart and speak so sincerely. She didn't find her words nagging at all. Instead, she felt very warm. She finally changed her usual cold expression and showed a genuine, gentle smile. Thank you for your advice. I will be careful and make sure to protect the baby in my belly. Li Chuan naturally sensed a kind intention from the other person, with no hostility at all. It felt like she might finally have someone close in this residence. She couldn't help but speak a few more words. Madam Song is quite an unfortunate woman. I heard she was with the general outside the pass. She stayed with him for so long, but when she returned, she didn't know the general already had a wife and family background. So, she could only be a concubine, and she tried her best to replace the former wife. Unfortunately, the general still didn't give her the proper position, which is why she's like this. Madam, don't mind what Madam Song has done. Women often do these things just to win their husband's favor. Madam Song's son is already grown, and he is the general's eldest son. Since the general currently has no legitimate children, she must be very cautious about the child in your belly. It's understandable that she might target you. You should prepare yourself. Li Chuan explained all this clearly, and Meng Wanling understood. Thank you for telling me this. I never intended to fight over these things. I don't expect this child to become great or inherit the general's position. I believe capable people can do the job. Whether I have a son or a daughter in the future, I trust the general to judge based on talent, not whether they are legitimate or not. So, Madam Song doesn't need to worry about these matters. Meng Wanling expressed her stance. She had no intention of competing over these issues. Li Chuan felt a good connection with this new wife. They continued talking for a while before finally parting ways. Both of them felt stifled in this residence and couldn't really connect with others, but surprisingly, they managed to have some meaningful conversations. Although she was not like Fu Shiwang, her demeanor was somewhat similar. Li Chuan felt she got along better with her than with the others, which is why she gave her these pieces of advice. As for Song Jiangma, she was not so easy to deal with. Since returning home, she kept investigating when Meng Wanling's pregnancy had actually started, along with her previous habits and behaviors. She sent people to find out the details just to gather more suspicion. Recently, she was managing the Gu family's restaurant business, so she had many contacts. She used her connections to investigate Meng Wanling's behavior when she was at her own home, hoping to find something suspicious. Although time was tight, she didn't let go of any clues, all just to frame her or to accuse her outright. This child was conceived too quickly. She has been pregnant twice before, and getting pregnant is not that easy. It doesn't happen just by wishing. Since she is so easily pregnant, it makes people suspicious. That evening, when Gu Changfeng returned home, he was stopped by people sent by Song Jiuma. Gu Changfeng thought Song Jiuma had something important to tell him, perhaps about Zira's studies, so he hurried over. But instead of rushing, Song Jiuma calmly sat him down at the table and prepared a big meal. Gu Changfeng had been indifferent to Song Jiuma these days. After she recovered, he didn't feel any special affection for her. He was only staying for the sake of the child, and since Song Jiuma didn't have much to say, he stood up to leave, not even wanting to share a meal with her. Seeing this, Song Jiuma became worried. She knew Gu Changfeng no longer treated her like before, but she never expected him to refuse even a meal together. Now, they didn't even act like a married couple. Where was he going? To the new wife who was pregnant? General, wait a moment. Are you going to your wife? I just wanted to invite you to have a meal here and talk about the pregnancy of the new wife. There's nothing to talk about. Gu Changfeng didn't understand what there was to discuss. He had nothing to say. But Song Jiuma didn't know his thoughts. She slowly led Gu Changfeng to sit at the table, poured him some tea, and said calmly, "Don't you think the wife here is pregnant too quickly? She only came into the house a few days ago, and she's already pregnant. Looking at her belly, it seems different from someone who has been pregnant for just over a month. Her belly was already slightly rounded. 1 or 2 months shouldn't show yet, but her stomach was slightly bulging. Even with thick clothes, it was noticeable. Whether you doubt it or not, we women who entered the house served the general for a long time before getting pregnant. The new wife got pregnant so quickly and unusually fast, which makes people suspicious. Maybe we should invite a doctor to examine her carefully and see exactly how long she's been pregnant." Song Jiuma was eager to find out the truth, but she was a bit too impatient. If it turned out the child was Gu Changfeng's, she would still be angry.
What?
As long as the timing is right, can it happen within a few days? She was not only questioning Gu Changfeng's ability, but also doubting his judgment. Every word she said hit Gu Changfeng's sore spot perfectly. She hit a nerve in a man's heart, and moreover, this child was not even Gu Changfeng's. He knew this deep down. Song Jiangma deliberately provoked trouble, which naturally made Gu Changfeng angry. He threw down his chopsticks. He had some appetite before, but now he had none. He threw down his chopsticks and looked at Song Jiangma with anger, scolding her. "I told you, when a new person comes into the house, everyone should be polite and respectful. Don't cause trouble for me. She's pregnant, which is a happy thing. What are you doing to cause trouble? You should take good care of Zhiruwei, teach him his lessons, instead of always being suspicious and paranoid. These things are not your concern anymore. Now, she is in charge of everything in the house. The pregnancy test was done by a doctor I trust, so no need to test again. If you keep acting out and not behaving properly, I will confine you. Every day, besides teaching Zhiruwei, you're not allowed to leave this yard. I want peace and quiet in my backyard, not someone like you. You never used to be like this. Why are you so suspicious now? This child is mine. If not mine, then who else's?" Song Jiangma also realized she was getting too anxious, but she didn't expect Gu Chongfeng's attitude to be like this, completely trusting the new wife. Does he really believe her so much? Even if her words were wrong, or her tone was harsh and hurtful, he still trusted her completely? And he was so emotional about it. Does he really like her that much? Trust her that much? Song Jiangma felt hopeless about the future. She never thought Gu Chongfeng would love and defend this woman so much. Whatever she said next was useless. But Gu Chongfeng didn't want to stop this topic. From now on, your only task is to take good care of Zhirui's lessons and raise him well. I don't want him to fail the next time we check his studies. He shouldn't be unable to recite his lessons. Your focus should be on your own child, not on someone else's pregnancy. That's none of your business, and you don't need to question or discuss it. I have eyes, and I can see everything myself. Even though I am busy with official duties every day, when I return home, I am still the master of this house. It's not for you to tell me what's wrong or right. I can see what needs to be seen. You no longer seem as gentle and sensible as you used to be. You're always doubting this and that. Maybe you don't have enough to do. I should give you more responsibilities. Sabrui can now speak, walk, and recognize characters. Other children his age can already memorize several poems. But what about Sabrui now? He can only recognize a few words, and he hates going to school, skips classes, and bullies others. I've heard the teacher say these things. Is this the child you raised? You should focus on your future hopes, your child's future. Only if Sabrui grows up to be successful and accomplished, able to stand tall and achieve fame, will your future be secure. It's not about fixating on others' families. Gu Chongfeng scolded her harshly. Song Jiangma felt very sad. This was the young man she once liked, the one who wore fine clothes on the battlefield, came home caring for her immediately, gentle yet wild, a man who understood family values. Not the current man, who is moody and only knows how to criticize her. Why has he changed so much? It's as if he's a different person. If she didn't know for sure that the old lady only had him as her son, she might even suspect she was replaced. She started to envy Fu Shiwan for escaping so early, with nothing lost and life getting better and better. Now, she could only continue to struggle here. She once thought Gu Chongfeng betrayed her and deceived her, losing hope in him. But after the old lady passed away, his kindness reminded her of the past, and she continued to be kind to him. What did she get in return? He only became more unreasonable, not understanding how to be considerate, caring, or thoughtful. Gu Chongfeng's attitude made Song Jiangma sneer. General, why must you be so excited? I am doing this for your good, thinking of you. Isn't my concern for the Gu family's betterment? Why do you treat me like this? In the past, you never acted like this toward me. Even when you were at the border, no matter how busy or angry you were during the day, you never returned to the camp and treated me like this. Why are you different now? Where has my young man gone? The man I admired and looked up to. The general now has endless official duties every day, and the women in the residence are gradually increasing. It's okay if those promises I made to him were not fulfilled. I only hope that his attitude towards me remains the same. I have already become indifferent to rank and status. However, I never expected him to speak to me like this, pointing at my nose and scolding me. I never thought he would treat me this way one day. What did I do wrong? Was I not trying to think for him and kindly remind him? Why is he treating me like this? Where has the man who used to be so obedient, attentive, and caring gone? Song Jiangma sincerely asked. Gu Chongfeng felt a bit embarrassed. Actually, he is not usually so moody. His strange mood now is because the child in Meng Wanling's belly is not his. Whenever he mentions it, it feels like poking a sore spot on his body, making him feel ashamed and angry. That's why he is so temperamental. He cares about his reputation and won't apologize to Song Jiangma, but he knows he is wrong. So, he can only act awkwardly. He looked at Song Jiangma. His temper was less fierce than before, but he didn't admit defeat either. He just warned her, this is not the old days. Now, we are in the capital city. People must look forward and not dwell on the past. Everyone changes over time. Recently, there have been too many affairs in the court. There are so many pregnant women in the residence. I know you worry about these because you've given birth before, but you're not a doctor. Just take care of your own child. Zirue has fallen behind in his studies, which is why I am so anxious. As for other matters, you don't need to worry about them. I understand. You just need to teach Zirue well. I will check on him from time to time. If he still can't memorize a poem or understand its meaning, or if he skips school and loses interest in learning, then I will have someone else take care of him. Gu Changfeng looked at her with his final warning. If she cannot teach the child properly, he will take him away. Song Jiangma never thought that Zirue, who is the most precious to her in the residence, could be taken away. She already lost one child, and Gu Changfeng knows how painful that was for her. Now he wants to take her only remaining child and give him to someone else to raise? She is still alive. She, as his biological mother, is still alive and well. Why should she give her child to someone else? All she wants is for Zirue to grow up happily and healthily. That's enough. She never expected Gu Changfeng to be so ruthless, wanting to take Zirue away and tear apart their mother and son. This sentence truly touched Song Jiangma's sensitive spot. She would never allow such a thing to happen. She watched Gu Changfeng leave, as if looking at an enemy. She could tolerate losing her status as the main wife and accept his demands, but if he wanted to take her child away and raise him elsewhere, that was absolutely impossible. Song Jiangma was no longer thinking about how to help Zero enjoy school or study better. Her thoughts were filled with hatred and resentment toward everyone in the household who was pregnant, including Fu Shiwan. If it weren't for Fu Shiwan, Gu Changfeng might have made her the main wife when they were most in love, and her son would be the legitimate heir. At that time, she wouldn't have to worry about anything. She would focus on helping Zero with his studies and teaching him patiently, not like now, where she had to manage everything and thus neglected Zero. She was almost like a sick person, thinking completely differently from normal people, which is why she held such deep grudges and was so confused. Gu Changfeng left Song Jiangma's courtyard and went to Meng Wanling's place. He rarely visited her, usually only going to court or his study. Since most women in the household were pregnant, he often slept alone, occasionally visiting Li Chuan or checking on Wu Ruzhou. He rarely came to Meng Wanling's house. Because of her pregnancy, people started to suspect something. Today, he came rarely, and Meng Wanling was having a meal, the house filled with the smell of food. The cook was sent by her parents specifically to take care of her and her baby. She was a skilled cook who could also look after her diet and her pregnancy, which made her feel very at ease. She was eating happily, her appetite good, when she saw Gu Changfeng arrive. She didn't bother to stand up. Gu Changfeng entered with a furious face and looked at her. They just exchanged glances, without speaking first. Meng Wanling didn't stand or tell anyone to bring more bowls. She and Gu Changfeng were only outwardly married, each living their own lives. Whenever Gu Changfeng visited her courtyard, it was just for appearances. In reality, he slept on another bed in her room, and they never had physical intimacy. Gu Changfeng occasionally visits her courtyard during the day to put on a show. He just sits nearby reading for a few hours and then leaves. Outsiders think they are very loving, but only she knows how they really get along. Gu Changfeng shows no pretense around her. Sitting on the other side of the table, he finally can't help but speak first, breaking the rare silence. Since we're married, even if it's just for appearances, we should keep up some face. You didn't even say hello when I arrived, and you didn't add a second bowl or chopsticks. It doesn't look like a married couple at all, more like strangers. Strangers at least greet each other when they meet, but we seem more like enemies. Gu Changfeng often causes trouble. At first, he didn't say a word when he came. Meng Wanling tried to keep up appearances, sometimes bringing him tea or water, carefully serving him. But Gu Changfeng said they're only pretending to be a married couple for outsiders. If there's no real affection, there's no need to act so loving. So now she stops pretending. Then, he provokes her again. Meng Wanling signals someone nearby to bring in another set of bowls and chopsticks. She doesn't know what mood Gu Changfeng is in today, but since he wants it, she will pretend to be a kind and good wife for him. She says nothing and continues eating her meal. Gu Changfeng can't help but feel angry, just like Fu Shiwang from the past. The house Meng Wanling lives in now is the same one Fu Shiwang used to stay in. The furnishings haven't changed much and still look the same. Her personality and temper are also similar to Fu Shiwang's, making him feel a surge of anger that he can't vent. Not only toward Meng Wanling, but also toward Fu Shiwang. Plus, he just had a bad time at Song Jianma's place. His gaze shifts downward to her slightly rounded belly, reminding her, "You should hide your belly. Although your pregnancy isn't what the doctor said, you should at least pretend. It's still not cool outside, and you're wearing so much that your slight bump is visible. You should act normal in front of others. Don't let anyone suspect. We need to keep up appearances. Your belly looks obvious, not like someone recently pregnant. It's already slightly rounded. Are you trying to make everyone see and suspect, then mock me? I have already done my best to marry into this household. You should also consider my reputation and think about me. Don't walk around with your belly sticking out all the time. At least wear loose clothes or tighten your belly a bit. Don't make things difficult for me." Meng Wanling sighed silently. It seemed someone had been whispering in his ear, which was why he was coming around to find fault for no reason. She looked down at her belly. Was it swollen? It felt quite flat. She hadn't even sat firmly yet. If she used a cloth to tighten her belly, it might not be good for the baby. She didn't stop eating and said that might hurt the baby. His Highness the Prince of Li cares a lot about this pregnancy. His household only has a few daughters, and the main wife hasn't had children yet. They have high hopes for this baby. If he finds out I'm tightening my belly with a cloth and something happens to the child, he might blame the general. So I can only wear loose clothes. But if my belly doesn't look right, I hope the general will do some research. I can't do everything alone. Also, my belly isn't very obvious. It's just some people causing trouble for no reason. Instead of lecturing me, the general should go check on others. She was always so cold. The colder she was, the more Gu Changfeng would think of someone else. The more irritable he became, the more he felt disrespected. He was the head of the household, the pillar of the family. These women ate, drank, and wore his things. They should flatter and please him, depend on him to live. Why was she so proud and dismissive of him? He felt he wasn't being respected and his status wasn't clear enough, so his mood became more unpredictable. But in the past, it was okay if Fu Shiwan behaved that way. He treated Fu Shiwan that way because she indeed drank his wine, ate his food, and wore his clothes. But Meng Wanling was different. She had her own confidence and pride. She didn't eat or wear his things. She only lived in his courtyard. Everything she used and wore was from her dowry. She didn't need to look at Gu Changfeng's face to act. Gu Changfeng was trying to teach her, unwilling to hear her talk back, so he continued to hold on to other things. She used the Prince of Li to pressure him.
He was even less happy about that.
The baby in her belly belonged to the Prince of Li. He was helping the Prince of Li take care of his women. That already made him uncomfortable. When she suddenly mentioned it, he could only make weak arguments. No matter what, now you marry me. The father of this child, regardless of who he is considered my child in the eyes of the world. So I am also half his father. You should calm down a bit. Marry the chicken, follow the chicken. Marry the dog, follow the dog. I don't care about the past grievances between you and His Royal Highness Li Wang, but now that you are married to me, you should behave better and not go too far. After he finished speaking, the woman casually nodded, as if she didn't care at all. This might be why it's better for a wealthy family to marry off their daughter and for a less wealthy family to marry in a bride, because marrying a woman from a better background is hard to control. Gu Changfeng originally planned to vent his anger, but instead, he found himself more and more annoyed. He couldn't afford to offend this great figure before him, not even wanting to eat. He prepared to leave, but Meng Wanling had already finished her meal. She gracefully put down her chopsticks and, turning to face Gu Changfeng, who was already walking to the door, said calmly, when the general nodded in agreement back then, he should have already thought about what the future would be like. I had already told you everything in advance. You could have chosen to refuse or accept. Since you chose to accept, why are you bringing this up now? Was it because you didn't think it through back then, or for some other reason? It's not my problem, it's your problem. You should prepare yourself mentally. Since you decided to be with His Royal Highness Li Wang, no one forced you to make that decision. Now you're lecturing me. The only ones who can lecture me are my parents and His Royal Highness Li Wang. You are just my business partner. We are only officially married, but there is no real conjugal relationship. You should understand this. Gu Changfeng was so angry his chest rose and fell violently. He wanted to turn around and argue a few more words, but after thinking about it, he felt he had no power. Meng Wanling's living expenses, clothing, and drinking were all paid for by herself. Although she lived in Gu Changfeng's house, he also benefited from her. Since she married him, her parents helped Gu Changfeng a lot in official matters. As relatives, a son-in-law and a father-in-law, they naturally supported each other in official circles. His Royal Highness, Li Wang, also took good care of him. In fact, Gu Changfeng received more benefits from Meng Wanling than she did from him. If he argues with her again, it would just be him pretending to be innocent after taking advantage. He exchanged his dignity as a man for his position in the court, and he wouldn't want to give up any of it. Also, Meng Wanling is a good wife. Although she isn't suitable as a lover, she is very capable as a wife, managing the Gu family's restaurant business smoothly. She uses her family connections to support the restaurant, and their business has improved a lot. He owes Meng Wanling a lot, so he can't lift his head in front of her because her family background is too strong and powerful. Gu Changfeng, feeling so humiliated, turned and left, but Meng Wanling didn't pay him any attention. Her maid, who usually isn't as indifferent as Meng Wanling, saw Gu Changfeng run away and couldn't help but laugh. "Humph, General Gu, coming in so boldly, do you think we can't see through you? You just want to criticize the young lady, but when you think about it, you realize you can't compare, so you run away like a coward. You're all bark and no bite. No wonder all the women in the household dislike you, including that famous divorce incident. Your temper isn't any better." That young maid was quite fiery and saw through Gu Changfeng, thinking he only had a showy attitude and no real manly spirit. Any man who could accept this situation, how many of them are truly normal? She looked at Gu Changfeng with no admiration, only mockery. Meng Wanling naturally knew what kind of person Gu Changfeng was, but it was all about mutual benefit. Alright, there's no need to talk about him. Everyone knows what he's like. Just keep living normally, and let's ensure the baby is born safely. I've almost finished my meal, so I can take it away now. As for tonight, I want to eat the dessert from the previous evening. It's especially delicious. Please arrange it, but don't make it too sweet. Also, it's been a long time since we saw the prince. You should talk to him and see when he's free to visit me. My belly is growing day by day, and I want the prince to see it. Meng Wanling spoke softly and affectionately about Prince Li. The young maid smiled happily and replied, "Understood, miss. You haven't seen the prince for over a month since you married and he must miss you too. If you can have a son, when the prince becomes emperor, you'll be the highest empress. Unlike his wife, who can't even bear a child. What use is she? Your family is so distinguished, but just because you were a little late, you can only live such a frustrating and stifling life. It's truly unfair to you." That young girl spoke up for Meng Wanling, who just smiled and said nothing. The staff came to clear away her leftover food. She was tired and decided to rest for a while. The next morning, she received a letter from His Royal Highness Li Wang, inviting her to meet at the Gu family's restaurant. So she got ready early and left the house. As the lady of the Gu family, it was natural for her to check on the restaurant's business. She prepared herself and went out, not noticing that someone was following her. Song Jiangma couldn't find any clues, so she decided to follow her secretly. She followed her all the way to the Gu family's restaurant. She thought she was just there to check the business and planned to leave disappointed. But suddenly, she saw her not talking to the manager, but going straight upstairs into a private room. Seeing this, Song Jiangma immediately followed her. Luckily, no one was outside the room, so she quickly booked the next door and sat inside. The rooms were very close, separated by just a wall. She could clearly hear the conversation inside. Soon, she heard a man's deep and strong voice say, "Long time no see. Your belly has grown quite a lot. Long time no see. You know it's been a while. You haven't come to see me in a long time. I thought you had forgotten about me." Song Jiangma's heart moved. That was Meng Wanling's voice. It must be her. Although her words didn't sound like something she would say, she would never forget her voice. They had known each other for over a month. Song Jiangma was sure it was her. The slightly playful tone was clearly meant for the man. It was also related to the baby in her belly. Could she be right? Was the child really not Gu Changfeng's? Excited, she moved closer to hear better. Suddenly, instead of a voice, she heard some faint sounds of movement. Although she couldn't tell exactly what was happening, it was clear that a man and a woman alone in a room could only mean one thing. What could be so secretive that they had to speak in a private room? Such boldness, doing this in the Gu family's restaurant, made her think they believed everyone was blind. Was the safest place the most dangerous? Song Jiangma now feels very proud, thinking she has caught the new lady's mistake. She is indeed brave, daring to secretly meet another man, and even the baby in her belly might not be the general's. They're trying to put the blame on the Gu family, clearly hoping Gu Changfeng will become the convenient father. Moreover, the two haven't cut off contact, which is a big opportunity for her. She is excited, thinking that if Gu Changfeng finds out, he will divorce her, and then she will become a hero. The general doesn't believe it, but now there is enough evidence, both physical and witnesses. He should believe it now, right? If he tells Gu Changfeng about their secret meetings, Gu might not believe it. After noticing the pattern, she must make Gu come personally to catch the traitor. She continues to listen closely, hoping to hear some real proof. Finally, she hears the two talking again. "You're still the best, you're sensible. The ugly woman in my house can't even have a child, and she doesn't let other women get pregnant either. The children she has are only daughters. She has some skills, and she won't allow those concubines to have sons before her husband does. If the doctor can tell thee of the baby, she will eliminate all boys, even without hiding it from me. It's too much. If I didn't take this drastic step, the child in your belly might be found out and killed. So I have to do this to protect you. Sorry for the trouble." His voice was loud enough for Song Jiangma to hear clearly. She tightly clenched her dress, showing a faint excitement on her face. This man is also married and so afraid of his wife, so powerless. Who could he be? She is very curious. But the screen is very solid, so she can't see the man's face, only judge by his voice. He should be stronger and older. Anyway, Meng Wanling is so bold to bring someone else's child to marry the general, claiming it is his. No wonder she was in such a rush to marry and didn't care about the dowry. She was eager to marry in because she couldn't wait for her pregnancy to show. All these suspicious details make sense now. She thought her pregnancy was so quick, happening in just a few days, but it turns out she had a plan all along. She continued to listen, and she saw Meng Wanling speaking shyly. "It's okay. As long as I can be with you and give birth to your children, I will be happy. I've wanted to marry you since I was young. You are so caring, protecting me like a brother. It's my honor to have a child for you. Thank you for giving me this chance. Life at the Gu family is okay. At least I can safely and smoothly give birth to this child. One day, when your plans succeed, don't forget about our child. I don't ask for a high position, only to stay by your side and serve you. You are so loyal and kind. How could I not give you a status? Rest assured, once everything is done, the highest position will be yours. No matter how noble the woman is, she doesn't deserve to sit in the queen's position with such a character. When I become emperor, I will choose the empress. She will be the empress, and that will be you." Then, a burst of laughter came from the next room. Song Jiangma felt a shiver.
Who is that?
What is that sound? The person could be the prince, since only the prince could become emperor. The only prince she knew was Shen Zuerwei, but the voice didn't quite sound like him. She couldn't see who was on the other side. Besides Shen Zuerwei, who else could hope to inherit the throne? She wondered if the other person was a prince. Could she really overthrow Meng Wanling? After all, she had such a powerful backing. Could she really defeat her? And could Gu Chongfeng care about the birth of his child? This is a prince, the child of a prince. Song Jiangma was in a dilemma. She didn't listen any longer and left the private room aimlessly walking on the street. She thought to herself, if the person is a prince, even if she told Gu Chongfeng, he might be helpless. After all, this is royal blood, backed by the emperor. The emperor wouldn't allow such scandal to spread or admit to it. In the end, they would just say, he is slandering with false words. He has no concrete evidence, and since the other is a prince, even if Gu Chongfeng saw it with his own eyes, he might be threatened and keep this secret in his heart. So what should she do? As she wandered, she arrived at Fu Shiwan's courtyard gate. Somehow, she found herself here. Looking at this small courtyard, her own little paradise, she suddenly felt very envious. The maid at the door saw Song Jiangma stopping here and, noticing her elegant attire, thought she was a friend of her mistress. She approached and asked, "Madam, are you here to see our young lady?" Song Jiangma nodded unknowingly, feeling nervous as she watched the maid go to report. Surprisingly, she really came back. She didn't expect Fu Shiwan to meet her. In fact, she didn't know why she had come here. Looking ahead, she saw Shun Zirui's palace. Her small courtyard was peaceful and beautiful, attached nearby. She knew she and Fu Shiwan had past conflicts, so she didn't expect to be welcomed. To her surprise, Fu Shiwan agreed to meet her. She was invited by a young maid into this small courtyard. It was tiny, but had everything: pavilions, fake rocks, a small pond with some fish. The yard was quiet and felt very much like home, warm and cozy. Entering the room, she felt the warmth too. Unlike the cold, emotionless Gu mansion, this room was decorated with many small ornaments. Though a bit messy, it looked like a girl's bedroom, full of life. Since leaving the Gu mansion and Gu Chongfeng, her life had become more relaxed and free. She had found the freedom she once sought. The more she looked at Song Jiangma, the more she regretted and felt ashamed. Her quarrel with Fu Shiwan was pointless. Fu Shiwan not only didn't mind but was willing to meet her. Her life was really good now. Fu Shiwan saw that Song Jiangma was a rare guest and poured her a pot of flower tea she made herself, handing it to her. Song Jiangma took a sip. It was very tasty, so she drank a few more sips. Fu Shiwan didn't rush to ask why she came. She saw the confused and lost look in Song Jiangma's eyes. She knew how difficult the Gu family was going through. Shun Zirui occasionally talked to her about it. Even though she no longer cared, Shun Zirui sometimes joked about it, sharing details with her, so she knew a little. Seeing those who once bullied her now living like this made her happy, but she didn't bother to care. It was their own fault. She watched as Song Jiangma finished her tea, and then poured her another pot. Smiling gently, she said, "Madam Song came all this way just to drink my tea? If you like, I can have some sent to you when you leave. But I think your visit isn't just about tea, right?" Song Jiangma awkwardly put down her teacup, unsure how to speak. She didn't intentionally come to find Fu Shiwan. She just somehow ended up here, as if some force was pulling her. When she was in the mansion, she often thought of Fu Shiwan and their little moments together, wanting to see her and talk to her. But she never thought of actively seeking her out. This time was truly unexpected. Yet, she felt a strong urge inside her, a force that drew her to see her. She had no choice but to speak. "I didn't come here on purpose. Although you might not believe it, I accidentally ended up here. I haven't seen you in a long time. When your maid hurried in to report, I didn't expect you to see me. I thought you wouldn't want to meet me after everything that happened before. I didn't expect you to agree to see me. I treated you badly before. Don't you hate me for that? There's no need to hate anymore. It's all in the past. Now you're still Lady Song, but I am no longer Lady Gu. So, I naturally don't need to hate you. I never hated you. It was all difficult because of you and me. I never loved Gu Chongfeng, so I won't hate you either. You hate me because you love Gu Chongfeng. I know you're also a sad person, so I don't want to make things difficult for you. Even if you came here by mistake, I believe you have something you want to tell me. I've heard a little about the Gu family. Your grandmother has passed away, and Gu Chongfeng has remarried. Your days might be tough, so you look so lost. Lost? Song Jiangma wiped her face. She wasn't sure what her expression was, only that her heart was heavy. She had learned such a big secret, but she felt like she couldn't compete with this person. In the past, she could still fight Fu Shiwan. Thinking back, she shouldn't have driven her away. She fought so badly, trying to force Fu Shiwan out, thinking that once she did, she could take the position of main wife. But she didn't expect to push Fu Shiwan away and end up with a stronger opponent. She simply couldn't win. Sometimes, keeping a foolish enemy who is not as good as you isn't a bad thing. It's actually quite good. At least it means you won't face a foe you can't beat. Now, Song Jiangma was in such a situation. She knew that if Gu Chongfeng wouldn't make her the main wife, she would never have fought to drive Fu Shiwan away. At least she could have kept Fu Shiwan under control. But she couldn't compete with Meng Wanling. I envy you. I think you were very foolish at the time, unable to see clearly, insisting on leaving without knowing why, choosing to endure hardship instead of enjoying good days. But now, it's obvious that your life is better than Gu's family's. I was too stupid and naive to think that Gu's family was the best. I never thought about how I should live or what I should do with my life. But you left Gu Chongfeng and are living so well, so freely and happily. I heard you were going to marry a prince. Your life is truly better than mine. I regret the things I did and said to you before. Today, I want to apologize. I shouldn't have mocked you like that. Now I see it wasn't your fault, it was mine. I was so wrong and foolish. Song Jiangma finally admitted in front of Fu Shiwan that she was wrong. It was her own foolishness. She felt sorry for what she had done to Fu Shiwan before. Fu Shiwan shook her head to show she didn't mind. It's good that you realize your mistake. But I guess life at Gu's family isn't easy now. So many people are pregnant, and Gu Chongfeng is unpredictable. His feelings for you might not be as strong as before. You can probably feel it now. Since the old lady is gone, he's the head of the house. He can do whatever he wants. His temper is probably hard for most people to handle. You must have seen all this, which is why you came to me to talk about it. How does the new wife get along with you? Does she make things difficult for you? How does Gu Chongfeng treat her?
Fu Shiwan understands.
She wants to ask about their attitude towards the new wife. Song Jiangma also understands. She just found out what Meng Wanling is really like and learned the truth. But she doesn't dare tell Fu Shiwan. It's about Gu Chongfeng's reputation. As a member of the Gu family, if this gets out, Gu Chongfeng's reputation could be damaged, and the family might fall apart. Life is hard now, but at least outsiders still see them as prosperous. She won't give up such a good life to live poorly. She's not that foolish. Even though she no longer hates Fu Shiwan and doesn't oppose her, she still fears that Fu Shiwan might not hate the Gu family and could do something. So she keeps her worries to herself and doesn't say anything. The new wife is doing well. She is very loving with the general and is already pregnant, which is a good sign. There are many pregnant women in the household now, so soon the house will be lively with new lives. She is pregnant and also easy to get along with. She manages the family well, and the restaurant she oversees has become much more successful. This has greatly helped the general's career. The backyard is peaceful, and the front is calm. Song Jiangma also told lies, but Fu Shiwan understood everything. She looked at Song Jiangma, who hesitated to speak. She wanted to say something but decided it was better not to interfere with others' lives. Gu Chongfeng chose to do this himself. Even if she told Song Jiangma, it would only cause trouble for the Gu family. She has already left the family and shouldn't get involved in their affairs. If Gu Chongfeng found out, he might think she couldn't let go of him and was seeking revenge. Fu Shiwan decided it was best to stay quiet. That's good. Now Gu Chongfeng can focus on handling the affairs of the previous court peacefully. Since the new wife is easy to get along with, Gu Chongfeng should be very loving with her. In a few days, the Empress will host a banquet, and I think she will send an invitation to this new wife. Then I will have a chance to meet her. I heard her family background is impressive, and she probably knows how to behave properly. If the old madam were still alive, she would be very pleased to see such a daughter-in-law. And since she gave birth to a grandson so quickly, whether boy or girl, the old madam would be very happy. It's just a pity that the old madam passed away so suddenly and unexpectedly. She was healthy and without illness, yet she was taken away by an accident. Fu Shiwan brought up old memories. Song Jiangma was not as open as Meng Wanling. When Fu Shiwan mentioned this, her eyes flickered with guilt, which Fu Shiwan quickly noticed. Since she entered this room, Song Jiangma had been either looking at her or lowering her head to sip tea. She had never suddenly looked away like that before. When she spoke about this, Song Jiangma's expression was very strange, nervous and flustered. Her words afterward were hesitant and unclear. Maybe this is just the old madam's fate. The accident was indeed sudden. I still have some old injuries on my leg from before. When it rains or the weather is bad, walking becomes difficult. If I am like this, how much more difficult must it have been for the old madam, who was older? That's why she suddenly passed away.
I have always felt guilty about this.
I think if I had protected the old lady better and looked after her, she wouldn't have had such an accident. The general also often misses his mother. I always blame myself. Blame myself? Fu Shiwan looked at her and seemed to just say it casually, without really feeling guilty. It didn't seem like she was truly blaming herself. The old lady passed away not long ago, and Gu Changfeng remarried soon after. He didn't seem to miss her much. As for Song Jiangma, there are many doubts. Was the old lady's death an accident, or was she betrayed? That still needs to be discussed. Fu Shiwan only brought up this matter to pressure her a little. It has nothing to do with her. It was Gu Changfeng's mother. Gu Changfeng believed her and didn't investigate further. There's nothing more to say. Suddenly bringing up this issue made Song Jiangma feel uneasy. She didn't talk much with Fu Shiwan and quickly made an excuse to leave. She had been out for too long and was worried the people at the house might be concerned, so she hurried back. When she arrived at the Gu residence, Meng Wanling was already there. Song Jiangma's guilty feeling finally eased on the way back. She kept telling herself that there was no proof and she hadn't left any clues. No one would suspect her. Probably Fu Shiwan was just mentioning it casually. She started to feel paranoid. How could anyone suspect her? She had left no evidence, and the old lady was already buried. No one had proof, so she didn't need to feel so guilty. Moreover, even if she hadn't hidden the old lady, her health might not have allowed her to survive anyway. She kept comforting herself on the way back. Until she saw Meng Wanling at the gate of the house, her guilt suddenly disappeared. Instead, she seized an advantage over Meng Wanling. This new wife was really bold. She had an affair and only just returned. Since getting married, she still hadn't cut ties with her lover. Although he was a prince, it wasn't enough to let her act so recklessly. Song Jiangma intentionally or unintentionally approached her and greeted her. What a coincidence. Madam just got back too.
I went out for a while.
Why didn't you tell me you were leaving? We could have gone together and returned together. She suddenly moved closer to speak, but Meng Wanling didn't turn her head and just glanced at her from the corner of her eye. I'm afraid it's not convenient. I was checking on the restaurant's business. I don't know what Madame Song was doing outside. Since we're not going the same way, why ride in the same carriage? She said this while walking ahead, but Song Jiangma kept following her persistently. Why does it take so long to check the business at the restaurant? Honestly, I also went by and looked inside, but I didn't see the lady. She's checking the business, but isn't with the manager. I don't know where she went. Since she's pregnant, it's not good for her to run around so often. When I see the general, I will suggest that during her pregnancy, she should leave the management of the shop to others. This way, she can rest and focus on her health without constantly going out to check on the business. If anything happens to the baby, it would be very bad. She pretends to care about Meng Wanling, but really, she just doesn't want her to go out or meet her lover. It's obvious she's anxious. Meng Wanling also politely refused her. It's okay. I used to manage some family shops at home, so I know about these things. As the lady of the house, I should take responsibility for this. It's not a matter of being tired or not. Plus, my baby is still in my belly. I don't feel much discomfort, and I can handle these tasks just fine. Thank you, Madam Song, for caring about me. But if I leave it to others, I don't know if they will do it well or honestly. I just started managing this family business since I joined the household, and I'm only just getting used to it. If I suddenly withdraw, I might become unfamiliar with it after I have the baby. Since it's not a big problem yet, I can still manage the shop. It's just a restaurant after all. I've handled dozens of family businesses before without trouble, so managing a single restaurant is no problem. I appreciate your concern, Madam Song. She really got anxious. Seeing her speak so much, Song Jiangmal finally showed some different expression, and she looked worried. She found her fake attitude amusing. Clearly, she just wanted to go out and meet her lover, to see that prince. She didn't know which prince, but she had already gathered some information. It's a prince who is married and doesn't have children. She plans to investigate carefully. She doesn't intend to tell Gu Chongfeng right away. If the other person is a prince, Gu Chongfeng might not dare to confront him directly. So she needs to find out more first, then gently advise Gu Chongfeng. She won't let this matter become public, but she also can't let her deceive everyone. If she does, she's treating everyone like fools, and she won't allow that. She must stop them from continuing their relationship. If they keep in contact like this, it would be a great insult to Gu Chongfeng. This time, she caught them in the act. They didn't hide from others, and if someone else saw them next time, it would seriously damage Gu Chongfeng's and the Gu family's reputation. So, she absolutely would not let them keep talking like this. She needed to cut off their connection first. As for how to do that, she decided she couldn't let her take over the family's restaurant anymore. She chose the most dangerous place because it was also the safest, pretending to oversee the restaurant and its business, while secretly meeting with the prince. Since it was the Gu family's business, outsiders wouldn't suspect anything even if the prince visited often. Since Song Jiangma discovered this, she had to fix it. She needed to break their contact. It was very safe to do it secretly. Only by cutting ties would they look for other ways to meet, and then they might slip up. Otherwise, with Gu Chongfeng so busy every day, how could she make him believe or catch him in the act? Causing trouble in their own restaurant wouldn't be good. They needed to change the place. First, she would take away her power. Song Jiangma, who had 2 children, spoke with a serious tone. Madam, don't rely on your youth. Just because you don't feel pregnant yet, don't ignore this. It's very serious. Our general only has children from concubines, not a single legitimate heir. We're counting on the child in your belly. I wanted to protect my previous child very much. I thought he would be born safely, but I didn't expect to lose him. So, madam, you must be very careful and not overwork yourself again. I know you want to do your best for the Gu family, and both the general and I understand your kindness. Others do too. But this child is even more important. Compared to business, this child is the most important. I hope you can put the business aside and rest at home to have a healthy pregnancy. I've lost children before, so madam, you should listen to me. Her tone became a little more forceful at the end. Meng Wanling looked at her and felt something was wrong. Why was she so stern today? Because she did that earlier in the afternoon, she now feels a bit guilty. Plus, Song Jiangma's aggressive attitude makes her suspect that she might have discovered something. However, she reminds herself not to lose her composure. The matter has been well hidden, and others wouldn't know about it. Moreover, even if she reports it to Gu Chongfeng, she isn't afraid. She just instinctively feels guilty and worries that he might know something. But she quickly adjusts her emotions and turns to look at him. I already understand Lady Song's intentions. I ask the general to make the final decision. Since you asked me to handle this, it means that even though I am pregnant, I am still capable of managing my responsibilities. The general didn't take away everything from me just because of my pregnancy, and he entrusted me with these tasks. That shows I can still handle them. Lady Song need not worry. The general said you should take care of young Master Zhirui's studies, so just do your best to help him. It's normal for children just starting to read and recognize characters to cause some trouble. I heard he often skips classes. Lady Song should focus on those issues instead of watching over me and my child all day. As a mother, I care more about the baby in my belly and value this more. Meng Wanling is reluctant to give up. The more she resists, the more Song Jiangmo refuses to let her go. They struggle back and forth in the courtyard. Mainly, Meng Wanling wants to leave, but Song Jiangmo keeps approaching her to talk. Gu Chongfeng happens to come back and sees the scene. He doesn't understand what they are doing, but even if he tries to ignore it, he can't. They are right in front of him, so he has to see what's going on. What are you two doing fighting in the yard? Why not come inside and talk? Gu Chongfeng interrupts with a stern face. Song Jiangma, worried she has no one on her side and can't argue with her, sees Gu Chongfeng arriving and believes she is in the right. She quickly says, I just happened to come back with the lady from outside. I saw her checking on the restaurant's business and suddenly remembered something. General, the lady is pregnant with our future heir. So, this pregnancy must be taken very seriously. Lady, you are still checking the restaurant's business and running around all day, which is very the baby. I think you should leave these matters to others for now. Let someone else manage them. You should stay at home and rest well to nurture the baby. Constantly moving around might hurt the child in your belly, and that would be very bad. This important first pregnancy must be protected at all costs. I have lost a child before, so I understand that feeling well. I don't want anyone in the household to experience that pain again. I am thinking of the lady. General, do you think my worries are justified? Gu Chongfeng didn't expect this. If Meng Wanling's pregnancy truly was his child, he wouldn't have let her handle other matters or worry about anything, so she could rest and focus on her pregnancy. But because the baby in her belly wasn't his, he didn't care much and had ignored this fact. From the moment she entered, he left everything to her. Even after she became pregnant, he didn't take it back. When others found out, Gu Chongfeng, though reluctant to interfere, still wanted to maintain his dignity. He quickly agreed with Song Jiangma, saying, Emoer is right. I was careless about this. I've been busy these days and didn't consider that you shouldn't be overexerted. Now that you're pregnant, you should rest well at home, reduce outings, and stop worrying about business. Traveling by carriage is bumpy and tiring, and balancing accounts is stressful. It's not easy for you to think about all this now. Song Jiangma secretly felt happy. She had indeed convinced Gu Chongfeng, cutting off their connection and preventing her from meeting her outside man again. She believed that once their link was broken, they would start thinking about other things, and if they thought too much, they would slip up. Then she could hold on to that and not let go. But hearing this, Meng Wanling was unwilling. She couldn't just stay at home. Every day, she used visiting the tavern's business as an excuse to meet the prince. If she wasn't allowed to go out and rest at home, she wouldn't be able to see him. She felt Song Jiangma wasn't truly caring for her. Although she kept saying her baby was very important and she shouldn't be shaken or worried, she still felt that in the past, everyone seemed to accept her managing these affairs as a pregnant woman without complaint. It didn't seem exhausting. But now, after she visited the prince and returned, Song Jiangma was making things difficult for her, insisting on taking away her right to go out. It was as if she knew something or had discovered something. If she found out, her temper would surely flare up and cause a fuss, making everything known to everyone, including Gu Chongfeng. She wouldn't take a detour. Although she didn't understand or know everything, she felt that Song Jiangma must have other plans. It was definitely not for the sake of her unborn child, but for some other purpose. Even though she didn't know the details, she was sure the motive wasn't pure. However, Meng Wanling couldn't just let Gu Chongfeng decide everything. General, I used to handle many shops alone at home and managed fine. I just got pregnant, but I don't feel very fragile. My body isn't tired at all. Besides, there's only one shop to take care of at home, and I travel back and forth by carriage, so I don't get too exhausted. I think I should go out more often, breathe some fresh air, move around a bit. It's better than staying in the room all day and overthinking, which isn't good for the baby. Running around now and then isn't a problem. Besides, no one in the household can handle the shop as well as I do. The business is getting better and better since I took charge. So, why take it away from me? You should ask for my opinion. I can accept it. If I really feel unwell, I will hand over the task to someone else. I won't force myself. After all, this is also my child. I will always consider my health and the baby's. So far, I can manage everything. Meng Wanling didn't want Gu Changfeng to take away her authority because she needed this chance to secretly meet with His Royal Highness Li Wang. If he took the shop from her, she would have no reason to go out and meet with him, which was absolutely unacceptable. Gu Changfeng still didn't know that she maintained contact with His Royal Highness Li Wang. He also didn't know that they met at the Gu family's restaurant. Meng Wanling didn't want him to find out. She also didn't want Gu Changfeng to know about her meetings with Li Wang, even though whether he knew or not wouldn't make much difference. Still, it was better if he didn't know. Otherwise, she might act more boldly, and Gu Changfeng might lose his composure entirely. She had to pretend to be calm and restrained, at least to save face. She didn't want Gu Changfeng to see her as someone she despised. However, Song Jiangma was determined to expose the truth. She insisted on breaking their contact and finding other ways to reveal their secret. Initially, Meng Wanling said this, and Gu Changfeng also thought that the shop was profitable. The money earned was sent to him, and soon he would be able to repay the loan he owed and fill the financial gap. However, Song Jiangma was also right. As the unofficial father of the child, he should pretend to care for the pregnant woman and not let her work so hard or worry all the time. But she was willing. Gu Changfeng thought that if she was willing, since the baby in her belly wasn't his anyway, and she voluntarily wanted to earn money for him, he would naturally be happy. But then Song Jiangma spoke again. Madam just found out she's pregnant, and she might not know that the baby could be lost suddenly. By the time you feel unwell, it might be too late. For the sake of the baby, if you go out every day, there's a risk of accidents. Even though you ride in a carriage, accidents happen often. If the horse suddenly gets scared and hurts you or the carriage, or if something frightens the horse and it injures your baby, it would be too late. At best, the baby might be lost. At worst, both of you could be harmed. To be safe, you should stay in the mansion and not go anywhere. Even if you're worried or bored, find something to do at home. Going out is too dangerous. There are many unseen risks. It's not that I worry without reason. There have been many accidents before. For example, the old madam, who was healthy and had no pain, unexpectedly passed away after a simple trip to the mountain to pray. No one expected such an accident. The baby in your belly is precious and valuable. We must not let an accident take his life. It's safer to stay and rest properly at home. Gu Changfeng was about to agree, but Song Jiangma quickly interrupted and brought up the old madam's accident. Yes, that accident was truly shocking. No one expected that after a peaceful trip to the mountain, such a thing could happen. Everyone fell silent. Because of this example, Gu Changfeng immediately agreed, leaving no chance for Meng Wanling to object. All right then. From now on, you no longer need to manage the shop. After you give birth and finish your month of rest, you can gradually take over again. You've managed many shops before, so it will be easier to handle them once you're ready. You should stay peacefully at home and not go anywhere. If you're feeling bored, find something to do, sew, draw, or listen to a play. You could even invite a troupe to perform at your house. Overall, do not go out again. If you must go out, I will send more people to protect you. Try to go out as little as possible. The outside world is indeed dangerous. Your baby's safety is the most important right now. For the safety of you and your child, please endure some things for now. After speaking, Gu Changfeng had other matters to attend to and hurried to his study. Song Jiangma smiled proudly and pretended to comfort Meng Wanling. Madam should take care of herself. Carrying a child is not easy. Although your pregnancy is going smoothly, every day during these 10 months is very dangerous. You must be very careful and cautious. Never let your guard down. She smiled faintly, placing her hand on Meng Wanling's shoulder to comfort her. But Meng Wanling couldn't feel happy at all. Her usual cold gaze was filled with subtle hatred as she looked at Song Jiangma. However, Song Jiangma was not afraid because she had hold of her weakness. She hated Song Jiangma. She didn't understand why Song Jiangma insisted on making things difficult for her. She wouldn't let her go out, but she didn't know what her plan was. Song Jiangma was definitely not acting out of kindness. She cared about her unborn child. On the contrary, Meng Wanling believed Song Jiangmo really hoped her pregnancy would fail. If her pregnancy failed, her child would be less likely to secure the position as the eldest son in the household. If a legitimate heir appeared, she would become her biggest rival. She suspected Song Jiangma didn't want her to give birth successfully. Perhaps she hoped for an accident, something that wouldn't dirty her hands, but could also eliminate her unborn child. But why was she pretending to care so much about the child in her belly? Meng Wanling couldn't figure it out. But no matter the reason, she was now blocking her way, preventing her from meeting with Prince Li. They had already scheduled their next meeting, but now she was stopping her. She couldn't leave the house in the short term, and even if she insisted on going out, Gu Changfeng would send people to follow her. Her movements would be very inconvenient. Plus, Song Jiangma was watching her so closely these days. She couldn't leave the house at all. Her eyes were fixed on her, cold and unblinking, and she didn't speak for a long time. Finally, she gritted her teeth and forced out a few words through her clenched teeth. In that case, I thank Madame Song for her well-meaning concern. She turned her shoulders away, shook off Song Jiangma's hand, and strode back to the courtyard. Song Jiangma watched her leave, feeling very happy inside. Do I hate her? Of course I do. I cut off her secret meeting spot, so she has nowhere else to meet. She will try her best to find a new place. A new place is naturally dangerous. Is there anywhere safer, more hidden, or more reasonable than the Gu family's restaurant? Changing to a new place would definitely make things less perfect. It would be easier to catch her mistakes. She returned to her room and pointed at a maid in the yard, telling her to check how many princes the emperor has, which ones are married, and to list them all before evening. The maid she ordered was none other than Shin Ning. Shin Ning was originally a maid in the Gu household. Madame Fu Shirwang married into the Gu family, and the old lady assigned Shin Ning to serve her closely. At first, the original owner and Shin Ning seemed like close sisters, talking happily and looking after each other. Sometimes, Shin Ning was very thoughtful and cared for Madame Fu Shirwang carefully because Madame Fu Shirwang didn't treat her as a servant. Originally, Madame Fu Shirwang was just a simple farmer girl. She had no personal maid and never ordered others around. Shin Ning, being from a wealthy family, had a higher status than her. After marrying into the Gu family, Madame Fu Shirwang treated Shin Ning well, sharing her clothes, jewelry, and fabric. Shin Ning was quite loyal to her. But after Madame Fu Shirwang traveled through time, she didn't like her anymore because Shin Ning was still a servant of the Gu family and loyal to them. After several attempts to persuade her not to struggle, Madame Fu Shirwang stopped sharing her feelings with Shin Ning. When she left, she didn't take Shin Ning with her and stayed in the Gu household. Later, Shin Ning was assigned to serve Song Jiangma and act as the old lady's spy. Now that the old lady was gone and Madame Fu Shirwang was no longer around, Shin Ning was just an ordinary servant in Song Jiangma's courtyard. She skillfully ordered Shin Ning to do these tasks, and Shin Ning quickly collected evidence and handed it to Song Jiangma. She carefully checked the emperor's children and found there weren't many. Few were grown up, and only one was married, the Prince Li. He indeed had a wife, but she had never given birth. She had miscarried several times, and all his concubines' children were daughters. This matched the clues Song Jiangma heard today. So, the person suspected of having an affair with Meng Wanling is likely His Royal Highness Li Wang. She collected the evidence from Qin Ning and then asked her, "Have you heard anything about the background of His Royal Highness Li Wang's wife?" She already had some guesses. If His Royal Highness Li Wang is competing with Shun Zhiwei for the throne, then he must have a plan. His wife was pregnant but never gave birth to a child. The women in the household only gave birth to daughters, which seemed too coincidental. The household could only produce girls. Today, she also heard that the lady was very strong-willed, unless her family background was very noble. So, Song Jiangma asked Chen Ning what kind of person the lady was. It seemed every family had their own problems. The reason why there was no son in the Li Wang residence might be because the fierce wife didn't allow concubines to have children before her. Any sons were aborted, and only daughters were allowed to be born. However, her pregnancy seemed to be difficult. She rarely got pregnant, and most pregnancies ended in miscarriage. She couldn't keep any of the pregnancies. Therefore, His Royal Highness Li Wang resorted to this secret plan, secretly raising Meng Wanling in Gu Changfeng's courtyard to protect the pregnancy, hoping it was a boy so he could have an heir. Song Jianma guessed these details very accurately. She thought about meeting the lady someday, but how could she see her? Soon, she remembered that Fu Shuwan had mentioned that in a few days, the Empress would hold a small banquet and invite Meng Wanling. The wife of His Royal Highness, Li Wang, would also be invited. She needed to find a way to sneak into the palace to see her. 5 days later, Song Jianma disguised herself and followed Meng Wanling's carriage, pretending to be a maid from the Gu residence. She quietly slipped into the palace since only Meng Wanling had an invitation. She had considered asking for help, but who could really help her? Meng Wanling would not agree to bring her along, as there was a past conflict between them. She also wouldn't beg Fu Shiwan. Although she admired Fu Shiwan and envied her current life, she wouldn't lower herself to beg her, making herself look foolish. Song Jianma's pride remained deep inside her. After dressing up in disguise, Song Jianma followed Meng Wanling into the palace. Once inside, she walked away alone, since carriages were not allowed inside the palace. Meng Wanling was surrounded by only a few people, and they would recognize her if they looked at each other. So she quickly slipped away, hiding among other maids, and for a moment, no one noticed her. After entering the palace halls, Song Jianma looked at the lively scene around her. She could have entered openly and without disguise if Gu Changfeng had kept his promise. If he had truly promised to make her the main wife, she would have been invited openly. She wouldn't need to sneak in disguised as a servant with painted black makeup. She could have entered confidently, dressed beautifully. All of this should have been hers. Now, she had to be cautious, sneaking through the crowd like a street rat. There were many noble ladies, and she immediately spotted Fu Shiwan moving through the crowd. She lowered her head even more, knowing Fu Shiwan recognized her. Today, she had applied some dark rouge to her face, making it harder to recognize her easily. She carefully watched Fu Shiwan and Meng Wanling, wary of acquaintances recognizing her. She kept scanning her surroundings, looking for the wife of Prince Li, who might be the main wife. She had to observe carefully and find her quickly, or risk causing trouble. If she failed, her effort to enter the palace today would be wasted. She looked around, paying attention to Meng Wanling's movements. She saw Meng Wanling look in a certain direction several times. Song Jianma quickly focused on that area too. She saw a group of women surrounding a woman in the middle. The woman looked a bit older but regal and elegant, with luxurious hair accessories and fine clothes. She seemed to hold a high status, and the women around her were flattering and praising her. Meng Wanling glanced in that direction but didn't move closer. She probably knew her, but they weren't close friends. A bold guess formed in Song Jianma's mind. Gradually, she moved closer to the lady, listening to how the women were praising her. She pretended to do something nearby, while secretly listening with one ear. Madame's rouge must be very good. She looks like a young girl in her teens, so tender you could squeeze water out of her. Unlike me, who just got married less than a year ago and already has fine lines around my eyes. That's why my husband has recently taken a few concubines into the house. I find it very difficult. Miss, can your rouge be as good as the princess's? The princess has such a high status, and with the old duke's only granddaughter, she gets all the best things. If you want to take good care of yourself, you need to spend money. Without spending money, you won't get such good products or keep your husband's love. Yes, every woman in the world wishes to be as noble as a princess. Even the emperor treats her with respect and kindness. And marrying our Lord Li Wang as a princess, everyone knows how good Lord Li is to her. They only act according to her mood. Ordinary women at home don't have much say. Only a princess with such a good grandfather can make decisions. And the prince favors her. How can anyone not be jealous? Song Jiangma was pretty sure of her identity now. She was the official wife of Lord Li Wang. No wonder Meng Wanling looked at her but didn't come closer, and her gaze wasn't friendly. It was clear she resented her for taking her place, and that was why she was looking at her with jealousy. But now Song Jiangma was in a dilemma. How could she get close to her? Many women surrounded her, making it hard to approach. She had to wait until they all dispersed. Just as she was struggling, Fu Shiwan came over with her freshly made snacks. The aroma was light and not overly sweet, but it carried a fragrant scent that drifted far, catching everyone's attention. Those who had attended a few palace banquets knew Fu Shiwan's cooking skills. It was rare to taste her handmade snacks, so everyone wanted to try them while they were still warm. The women hurried over to Fu Shiwan, eager to taste the snacks. The princess's official wife also wanted to go, but she was not as quick and soon fell behind. This gave Song Jiangma a chance. She lowered her head and quickly stepped to her side, gently stopping her. The princess consort lowered her head and looked at the young girl in front of her. She frowned, about to get angry, but then heard the woman suddenly say, "Are you the princess consort of Li?" Of course, she proudly stretched her neck. In this palace, everyone knew her status. Who didn't know her? The girl was new here, so it was strange she had to ask. Her position was comparable to that of the empress. Her grandfather was a respected elder of the court, very important in the government, and even the emperor listened to him. Her rank was not something ordinary people could compare to. She looked at the girl with disdain, wondering why she was asking such a question. "You're new here, and you don't even recognize my status as the princess consort." The servant immediately saw that the princess consort was noble, and it didn't dare to admit it openly. She came to confirm her identity and was actually looking for her. "Looking for me? For what?" The princess consort of Li watched Song Jiangma blocking her way and stretched her neck to look into the distance. If she arrived late, she might miss the food. She saw people gathered around Fu Shiwan, tasting the pastries with such delight that it seemed they were very delicious. The princess consort was a bit anxious. She was worried that if she was late, the pastries would be gone. The maid blocking her way didn't say what she was doing, which made her impatient. She was about to push her aside, but Song Jiangma suddenly grabbed her sleeve and pulled her to the side. "Princess, you're so eager to eat those pastries, but I have something urgent to tell you about His Highness Li. If you go now, you might miss what I need to say about the princess. This concerns His Highness's backyard and his heirs. Are you sure you want to go taste the pastries?" She spoke first to calm her down and attract her attention. The princess consort sharply retracted her gaze and looked at Song Jiangma with suspicion. This was a stranger maid. Not only did she not recognize her, but she also lacked manners. She didn't seem like a maid at all, dressing up and saying such things. Her suspicion grew. "Who are you? And why did you come here to tell me this? What is your purpose in saying all this to me?" The princess consort looked at her with a cautious expression. Song Jiangma stopped pretending. She straightened her back. Now that she had pulled her to a quiet place where no one was around, she no longer needed to act like a maid. She stood tall and looked at her directly. "The princess finally started to listen to me seriously. Actually, I am not just a maid in this palace. I only disguise myself. As for what I want to tell the lady, I only dared to come because I have solid evidence. So, the princess doesn't need to doubt whether what I say is true. As for my identity, you don't need to be curious. Just be interested in what I am about to say." She confidently looked into Princess Li's eyes, but Princess Li looked at her with disdain. One is the daughter of a disgraced official, and the other was born with a golden spoon in her mouth. Even if the emperor has a princess, her status might not be as noble as Princess Li's. That is why she has this pride. Seeing Song Jiangma's self-righteous attitude and her belief that she has planned everything well, she found it amusing. She didn't think she had truly caught any evidence or had something important to say. She just thought she was seeking reward and was willing to do anything to achieve her goal. Princess Li quickly pushed her aside. "I understand now. You want a reward, right? You want to use something that isn't really important to tempt me, then ask for a reward. You want me to give you silver in exchange for the secret you mentioned. But I have no interest in listening to this. Just tell me how much silver you want. Is this enough? Take the silver and leave quickly. I don't have so much time to waste on you, nor do I want to hear your nonsense. Don't delay my time. You've miscalculated. If I were in a bad mood, I wouldn't even bother to reward you. I might have someone drag you out of the palace. You should find a different target. I am not interested in your stories. Princess Li pulled out a hairpin from her head and handed it to Song Jiangma, telling her to leave quickly while she was in a good mood today. But Song Jiangma didn't mean it that way. Seeing she was misunderstood, she didn't continue to tease her. Since she couldn't keep Princess Li interested, she could only say something shocking. Princess, wait a moment. Prince Li might have a son outside. This sentence hit Princess Li like a thunderbolt. She quickly turned around, looking at Song Jiangma with a wary expression. This was very tempting, but she doubted whether it was true. How could a little palace maid know about this? It was probably just another way for her to ask for silver. She didn't believe it much, but she also wasn't going to let this lying maid go easily.
How dare you?
Who told you to say these words? Do you know what your words represent? Do you think I wouldn't dare to punish you? I have already dismissed you, and you still speak like this. Slandering the prince is a serious crime that could lead to execution. If I hear you exaggerate again, I will punish your entire family. Are you sure what you're saying is true? I will give you one more chance. Think carefully before you speak. Honestly, Song Jiangma has never faced these noble ladies in the palace before. It's rare to see their commanding presence, which is quite intimidating. She feels overwhelmed, but because she has solid evidence, and because the unborn child in Meng Wanling's belly is highly valued by His Royal Highness King Li, most likely a son, she is confident. This is an undeniable fact. She hasn't spoken wrongly, hasn't falsely accused anyone, nor spread rumors. She nervously swallows her saliva and then looks steadily at the princess consort Li, gathering her courage to speak. I speak the truth in every word. If the princess consort Li doesn't believe me, she can check herself. But I doubt she will find anything, because His Royal Highness King Li has protected that woman very well. She is very safe. Right now, she is pregnant, and His Royal Highness often visits her to care for her. This pregnancy is very important to him, and it's very likely to be a son. If King Li has a son, this will be the first son of the Li residence. The phrase first son deeply hurt the princess consort Li. She absolutely would not allow anyone else to have a child with her husband before she does. She doesn't understand why, after marrying King Li, she had several pregnancies, but each time she lost the baby. The pregnancies were early and she didn't know why. No one was to blame. It just happened mysteriously. Once, she managed to carry the pregnancy past 3 months, thinking it was safe, but she still had a miscarriage at 4 months. She was very careful, staying indoors almost every day, eating meals carefully prepared by trusted people her grandfather arranged. Her pregnancy was more precious than those of the palace ladies, and she was well cared for. Yet the baby still mysteriously died. Before this, she wouldn't allow anyone else to have a son with King Li. Daughters were okay, but sons were not. She wanted to give birth to his first son herself. Only she could do that. Otherwise, those illegitimate children would steal the spotlight. She had taken many medicines and seen countless doctors, but no one could diagnose why this was happening. Even feng shui masters and monks from temples were consulted. Everyone said there was no way to help. No one was to blame. It wasn't caused by external factors. So, she decided to wait and hope to get pregnant naturally. The King Li was always there to comfort her, saying it was okay. Even if she had no son or couldn't have children, he would continue to love her as always. And indeed, he did so. Could it be that he was pretending in front of her, but secretly keeping a woman outside? His behavior outside was different from how he acted daily. He usually cared for her gently, asked about her well-being, and after finishing his work each day, he would come to her room to keep her company. When he visited other concubines' courtyards, he always asked her first, and only when if she agreed, showing great respect for her. The Princess Li couldn't believe this was true. Since you insist on spreading lies about His Majesty, I won't pay attention to you anymore. I will have someone drag you out and slap you, she said. In the end, she chose to believe in the King Li because she trusted her eyes and feelings. Her decades of caring and kindness couldn't be faked. The king truly respected and loved her. Everyone outside envied her for marrying such a good husband. Even if she couldn't have children, people criticized her, but the king never despised her. He continued to care for her, as always. She still trusted her judgment. Song Jiangma saw she was about to punish her, but her matter wasn't finished yet. If she appeared injured and disheveled, Gu Changfeng wouldn't want her anymore. What about her son, Jirui? She quickly added, Princess, do you really believe yourself? Men can be deceitful. I was once deceived by a man too. Nothing he says is true. They seem loving on the surface, but as a prince, does His Majesty really not care about heirs? He's been married for many years, but has no son, who will inherit the throne in the future. Royalty values this greatly, so please don't rush to punish me. Check the facts first. If what you find is false and His Majesty is as pure as you see, then you can do whatever you want to me. But if it's true, perhaps you should think carefully about your own plans. She spoke so much to advise the princess to verify the truth before punishing her. The Princess Li calmed down. So you say he keeps a woman outside and you know all this? Why did you come here to tell me? You're not part of my household. If you tell me, I won't give you any benefits. Are you afraid that if His Majesty finds out, you'll be punished? Are you the person close to that woman? Did you come here to tell me that she wants me to give her a proper status? Or is there another reason? Princess Li first suspects Song Jiangma's identity. She needs to understand who Song Jiangma really is before she can figure out which side she is on, why she is doing these things, and whether her words are trustworthy. Song Jiangma doesn't know what to say. She does want to gain some benefit from Princess Li, but she can't reveal everything all at once. I'm not someone close to her, Your Highness. Rest assured, I just happened to meet her by chance. Since we are both women and both have been deceived by our husbands, I don't want you to follow my example. I've been fooled once and have realized that men are not trustworthy. Their words are unreliable. I also want to use this chance to help you wake up quickly. Don't live in the dream that Prince Li has woven for you. Wake up early. As for my life, I don't fear others knowing and retaliating. Besides, I tell you this because I need you to give me some safety. I know Prince Li can protect me. Princess Li narrows her eyes and looks Song Jiangma up and down. She is a clever woman and has some courage. She begins to believe her words a little. If Prince Li really has another woman outside, then all the kindness he has shown her over the years might just be an act. What was the help he got from her family for? She also once wondered why Prince Li married her. Maybe he wanted to rely on the power behind her, using her grandfather's influence to secure his position in the court. But later, he treated her with great care, never once losing his temper with her, not even raising his voice. At home, he showed her respect, and outside, he gave her all the dignity she deserved. The rewards from the palace, he always sent them to her intact. He also went to great lengths to bring her fine things from different places, giving them to her. He was incredibly kind to her. If all of this was just an act, then it really shows that men are not trustworthy. Princess Li looked at Song Jiangma and asked, Who is this woman? Where does she live? How do they contact each other? After finishing his official duties, Prince Li usually goes home, and sometimes when he's on official trips, he tells me he'll be away for a few days. What does he do every day? Does he correspond with me through letters? How does he meet this woman often? Since you know, why don't you tell me? How many months pregnant is she now? Where does she live? Song Jiangma looked around quietly, seeing no one was paying attention, so he lowered his voice and leaned close to Princess Li's ear, speaking softly. There are no cats in the world that don't chase mice. His Highness the Prince of Li surely has a way to hide his true intentions. These letters and reports are just a cover. Is it possible that His Highness is just going to a restaurant for a meal, but actually meeting secretly with the woman he keeps outside? It seems normal, but it could be a trap. The princess thought carefully. There are many such opportunities. As for the pregnancy, it should be about 2 or 3 months now. Soon, the baby bump will be noticeable, making it harder to act later. If she doesn't find out now, the baby might be born and one day, the prince might come home with a boy. By then, it would be too late for the princess to do anything. She pretended to warn the princess, who clenched her fists. She hadn't expected the prince to really deceive her. Why did he lie to me? Of course, because you wouldn't allow anyone else to have a son before you, and the prince urgently needs an heir. Having a royal child is very important. Among all the princes, only the Prince of Li is married now. If he has a child early, he can inherit his position and officials will support him more. But, princess, you can't have children, and others aren't allowed either. So, the prince had no choice but to do this. He also needs to rely on your family's influence, so he had to keep it a secret from you and not offend you. Song Jiangma spoke frankly, and the princess listened, feeling it was very possible. When he came to propose marriage, her family initially disagreed, thinking he only wanted to use her family's power because of her noble background. But she didn't like the prince either. Over time, at court gatherings, he was always kind and caring to her. Eventually, she was moved by his sincerity. After they married, the prince remained the same, caring and considerate, day after day, for 10 years. They loved each other very much. Even if there were other women in the household, it was because she was unwell or others sent gifts. He rarely visited their courtyards and always showed her respect, never forcing her. Even if she couldn't have children and had multiple miscarriages, the prince personally cared for her. He never looked down on her. Whenever she had a miscarriage and was unwell, he would cancel official duties and stay by her side day and night, which deeply moved her. Is there any man who can truly dislike women and do everything himself? She doesn't believe it and has never doubted that he might have other women outside. He might pretend to be one way in public and another in private. Song Jiangma already believes her about 80%, just waiting for the face-to-face confrontation to see if what she said is true or false. But she thinks it's probably true. This person doesn't want money or silver, only to tell herself that what he says is likely true. You said that woman is hidden somewhere he keeps. No matter how much money you want, I can give it to you, or if you want something else, just tell me where she is, where she lives. Take me to find her. Whatever reward you want, I can pay. She is determined to find that woman and abort the child in her belly. She won't allow the prince to keep other women outside or have more children. If he truly wants a woman outside to have a child and then bring that child home, she will never allow it. But whether she allows it or not is another matter. The child already exists and is easier to get rid of in than after birth. She must act quickly to eliminate her worries. Her only idea is that the woman might come from an ordinary background or just be pretty, without any strong family ties. Once he finds out, he might buy a house and keep her outside. Women without status are easy to handle. Once she finds her, she can kill the baby in her belly herself without her family getting involved. She can also give her some money so she can live the life she wants. No woman would willingly become a mistress. As long as she offers enough money, that woman will surely leave quietly. But Song Jiangma shook her head. It's not that simple, madam. I can't tell you the woman's background because she comes from a prominent family. If I tell you, I worry she might seek revenge. I've already shared what I need to with you, and I can give you a little more. She is at today's banquet. You can easily find out her background or her current status. As for me, I might be a bit inconvenient. The difference between what you find out yourself and what I tell you is significant. To protect myself, I cannot speak openly. I hope the lady can understand and consider carefully before acting. Since she came to this banquet, I assume her background is quite noble. If she acts rashly, it might cause trouble in the court. She should think twice before proceeding. Song Jiangma has already given a clear warning, and I cannot say more. She silently leaves, leaving Princess Li standing in place. Although Song Jiangma didn't say it directly, the message was quite clear. Most of the people here today are officials' family members, some are just maids. It's unlikely he would target those young maids, and it's even less likely he would target the officials. Does he have such boldness? It's absurd to think he would have secret affairs or pregnancies with other officials' wives. Princess Li couldn't believe he would do such things, but she also had to accept it. After processing what Song Jianhua told her, she stepped out into the crowd. Some people approached her, praising her and flattering her. This time, she didn't push them away, but welcomed their company with a smile, trying to find out if any of these ladies were pregnant. She asked around but didn't find anyone pregnant. Just when she was about to feel disappointed and think she might have been mistaken about the mysterious girl, someone delivered a message to her. "Madam, are you curious if anyone is pregnant? I just saw General Gu's wife. It seems she's about 2 or 3 months along but not showing yet, so it's not very obvious." "Why do you ask?" "Gu's wife, whether true or not, is the first pregnant woman Princess Li has heard about, so she must go see her." She doesn't know Meng Wanling, but with so many people around, someone pointed her in the right direction. She then approached Meng Wanling. Meng Wanling saw Princess Li walking toward her with her peripheral vision. Her heart trembled, and she felt guilty, but she was well-trained and quickly composed herself, showing a natural expression. When she saw her, she first bowed slightly and said, "Please, may Princess Li be at peace." "It's okay. Get up. I heard that Madame Gu is about 2 or 3 months pregnant. Though it's not obvious yet, I've heard about it." "No need for formalities. Just focus on the pregnancy," Princess Li said kindly. Her tone was gentle and considerate of Meng Wanling. She relaxed a little but remained cautious, straightening her posture. The princess consort then looked at her belly and examined it carefully. Madame Gu's pregnancy seems to be about 3 or 4 months along. It's already starting to show a little, not like the 2 or 3 months the rumors say. Could the doctor have misread the pulse? She had also heard that Meng Wanling and Gu Changfeng had quietly married, and it had only been 3 or 4 months since then. If Meng Wanling was already 3 or 4 months pregnant, the timing wouldn't match. A seed of doubt was planted in her mind, so she, like a court official investigating a case, paid close attention to every detail. Meng Wanling instinctively pulled her belly back, gently touched it, and smiled softly. "It is a bit big, but the months are correct. The doctor didn't make a mistake. Maybe it's because the baby is well-nourished. My father heard I was pregnant and specially arranged for a cook to prepare all kinds of delicious meals for me every day. I've been eating so well that my face is rounded out. Naturally, the baby is developing well," she answered confidently and without hesitation. Princess Consort Li looked at her, unsure again. She wasn't certain if it was really her. When she mentioned her identity just now, she remembered her noble background. She could marry a child of a 1st or 2nd grade official without any trouble. There was no need to secretly have a pregnancy or become a concubine, which would be shameful. She wouldn't bother with such things. So, Princess Consort Li relaxed her guard, looked at her belly, and her expression softened from sharp to gentle and envious. "That's wonderful. If you're pregnant, you must be very careful. I was pregnant once too, but I lost the baby around 2 or 3 months. I guess I was not blessed enough to keep the child. Since then, I've had difficulty conceiving again. I've been nourishing myself well, but I always miss the right time. I really envy you just married not long ago and already pregnant. You and General Gu must be very happy together." Princess Consort Li's greatest envy was her belly. Because of Princess Consort Li's status, Meng Wanling didn't want to talk much, but also didn't dare to leave. She could only awkwardly smile and respond. "Princess Consort, it's not that you are unlucky, but that good fortune is still coming. Maybe there were some small setbacks before, but your luck is so great, and your status so noble. Good days are surely ahead. Look at how loving you and the prince are, and how kind the prince is to you. This child will come in time." She looked at her awkwardly, her smile a little unnatural, and her hand involuntarily stroked her belly. Speaking words she didn't truly believe, she felt a bit uncomfortable inside, and she was not good at lying. Of course, she knew what kind of person the princess consort was, and what she looked like. She had learned a lot from His Royal Highness about her, so she naturally dared not offend her. Now, although she appeared easy to talk to, her description made her seem like a fierce mother tiger with her own ideas. If the princess consort found out that the child in her belly was His Royal Highness's, she probably wouldn't treat her so kindly now. Instead, she might forcefully have the pregnancy terminated before it was fully settled, before the baby was born. Regardless of whether it was a boy or girl, she would want to get rid of this pregnancy first. She naturally dared not reveal her true identity. Although she didn't know why the princess consort suddenly wanted to talk so much with her, she still had to stay alert at all times. The 2 words she said made the princess consort very happy. She laughed loudly and looked at her without so much hostility in her eyes. What was she thinking? Why would she think that the child in her belly was a wild seed left by the king outside? That's impossible. It's too absurd. Maybe she just liked a young maid or palace girl, pampered her for a while, and then she got pregnant, which made her so protective. He wouldn't be bold enough to do such a thing. No matter who found out about this, it could cause a huge scandal. He wouldn't do it, and he wouldn't dare to do it. The princess consort thought she was overly nervous, but luckily she hadn't lost her composure, hadn't lost her dignity, and hadn't embarrassed her family. She watched as the hostility in Meng Wanling's eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by envy towards her belly. That's so wonderful, having a child. Can I touch your belly? It's like sharing some good luck. I hope I can get pregnant soon too. You and General Gu are so in love, and General Gu is strong and healthy. You're young and beautiful. You had a child shortly after marriage. If the old lady were still alive, she would be very happy. General Gu's household already has many wives and concubines who are pregnant. It's such good fortune. Can I also share some of this luck? She reached out her hand, and Meng Wanling couldn't refuse, so she nodded and let her place her hand on her belly. At that moment, honestly, she felt a bit uncertain. She wasn't sure if she was genuine or just pretending. Fortunately, she just wanted to share some good luck. She gently touched her belly twice and then withdrew her hand. Her lower abdomen was only slightly rounded, looking like a normal woman who had eaten too much, with no obvious pregnancy bump. But Princess Li still felt there was a life inside her because she had been pregnant before and knew that feeling. She wished she could have a life in her belly, even if it was a daughter. At least someone to keep her company, rather than not being able to produce even an egg. Although Prince Li didn't speak and others dared not comment, she knew they must have mocked her behind her back. Prince Li was probably very worried too, but he never showed it in front of her. Far away, Fu Shiwan watched the scene and was truly shocked. She was just passing by and casually looked into the crowd, only to see such a dramatic moment. She almost wanted to step forward to stop it, but when she saw someone's hand resting gently on their belly, she hesitated and withdrew it, as if they got along quite well. This was too strange. One was the official wife, and the other was a concubine, yet they were chatting happily and peacefully, even harmoniously. Fu Shiwan found it hard to believe. She stood frozen for a long time, forgetting everything she was supposed to do for the Empress. It wasn't until a long while later, when Fu Shiwan still hadn't returned, that she came out herself. Seeing her standing there in a daze, she looked at her from afar. As her gaze followed, the Empress leaned in close and whispered in her ear, "What are you looking at? Why haven't you come back yet?" Fu Shiwan suddenly snapped out of her daze. "Nothing much. I just lost focus for a moment," she explained nervously. But the Empress was experienced in court life and could tell she was clearly staring at something. "Don't lie to me. You're clearly just eavesdropping. What's so interesting that you've been watching for so long? Tell me, so I can join in the fun too." Fu Shiwan forced a smile, knowing that the Empress seemed regal and commanding, but behind the scenes, she was just a girl with a curious heart. Their voices were loud enough that she was worried others might overhear, so she quickly pulled the Empress inside. "Mother, you're also so curious. If others hear, they might laugh at us. I was just watching for a moment, got distracted, and misunderstood something. It's nothing serious."
"I didn't mean to offend you," she said.
The more she spoke, the more the Empress became curious. What was so dirty about listening? Had she not heard enough strange things in the palace? Some consorts could not bear loneliness and secretly had affairs with guards. Some palace maids, after years of suffering, simply engaged in secret relations with the chief and also flirted with several guards, hoping to sneak out of the palace. There were also guards who actively sought out the consorts. Such strange events happened frequently. No matter how sacred and pure the palace seemed, it was not free of dirty deeds. She was used to it and would not mind this matter. It doesn't matter. Just say it. I have lived this long and have heard many things. Inside and outside the palace, I've heard quite a bit. When I was a girl, I knew about the dirty things in the family estate. After marrying into this palace, I learned that there are many hidden, sordid affairs in the deep palace. I've heard worse than what you describe. What dirty things happened in that courtyard just now? Nothing you can't say.
Just tell me.
Empress Dowager's relaxed attitude made Fu Shiruan feel very respectful. Since she wanted to hear, she might as well tell her everything. She then fully explained the affairs of Prince Li and Gu Chongfeng to the Empress Dowager.